Mm-hmm. I bet. Just a minute. It lives, I see. Do you want to speak with Lolita? I'm sorry, but Gabriel is a lout. Oh, I mean, he's out. Yeah, if he ever comes back, I'll tell him. You know, you could do better. I know I don't know you, but you could do better. Sure. Bye-bye. Good morning. The phone's been ringing off the hook all morning. Let me know when you want your messages.
Yeah.
Gee, you're lively. Did you have another nightmare last night?
Sort of.
Mm-hmm. I told you it's that voodoo book you're researching. That stuff can seriously screw up your karma.
I'm sure that's it. Maybe I should write a horror novel on passive resistance instead.
So don't sleep. It's your body. Anyway, your handheld tape recorder came today.
Really? Great.
I can't wait to see what human rights you violate with this one.
I can't wait to violate them. For example, if you would just let me...
And I located some local voodoo references for you. Dixieland Drugstore and the Historical Museum of Voodoo. Both are right here in French Quarter.
How would I ever manage without you?
You? Give me a break. The devil himself couldn't change you.
Well, if the devil had great legs, perhaps, like yours.
And a riveting personality, I'm sure. Well, if you need any more research done, just ask. It's not as though we're swamped with customers.
The book rack contains cookbooks, true crime, and puzzle books. An inspired combination. The books on the table have been chosen for their special appeal. Recent fiction by the biggies. In other words, nothing written by Gabriel. That doesn't work that way. There is nothing. There's no one in that part of the shop to talk. There's no one in...
Mind if I borrow the magnifying glass?
No, Sherlock. Just bring it back when we get the next estate shipment.
No problem. I'm going to take the tweezers for a bit.
Good. You're beginning to look a little scruffy.
Just trying to make you feel at home.
Gabriel wouldn't dare touch Grace's oil paints. Gabriel isn't interested in the books on the rack.
My kidney's already floating, thanks.
It's a bit warm in here. Gabriel decides it's certainly light enough, but rather useless, as Gabriel well knows. Gabriel opens the cash register to examine the take, or in the case of St. George Books, the mistake.
I trust you can live without this old gift certificate.
Knock yourself out.
It's certain. Gabriel checks the drawer again, just in case life as we know it changed significantly since he last looked. The cash register contains about $20 in small bills and change.
Gabriel, that's all the change money I have. Touch it, and you could kiss your hand goodbye.
Would I do that to you?
Gabriel.
Would I? move that wall of ice? Good luck. So, what's new, Grace?
Your use of mathematics, for one thing. These books are unbelievable.
What can I say? I refuse to be bound by rules.
The strap marks on your bedpost speak otherwise.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
What can you tell me about voodoo?
I didn't know much of anything about it until you started researching it for your book. Now I know that it's active in the city. There's that shop and museum. It can clearly be dangerous in the wrong hands. You should be careful investigating it.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Just what I read in the paper, same as you.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
Well, I've only been here 2 months, but I love it. It's so much more alive than any place I've been. It feels like anything's possible here.
Tell me about yourself, Grace.
Yeah, right, Knight.
I mean it.
What do you want to know?
How come we haven't gone out yet?
I'm still waiting around for that lobotomy. As soon as I get it, I'll let you know.
What do you do after work?
Well, I either go to my oil painting class or my Tai Chi. You know that.
You know, you can go overboard with this improving yourself stuff. You don't want to alienate us mere mortals.
I suppose I should just allow my mind and body to atrophy.
Works for me. How old are you?
Old enough to know about men like you.
How do you like working at St. George's Books?
Well, it's not exactly a huge intellectual challenge. Although the math in your record books could confuse Einstein. Still, I love old books, and it's a nice way to pay the bills while I explore the city for a summer. If you ever pay me, that is.
Just tell me anything at all.
I just got my master's in history and classics. My folks wanted me to go on right away for my PhD, but 18 years of school was enough. I needed a break.
Nothing, I guess. Never mind.
Suit yourself.
Do you have messages for me?
Dana called, and Susie left a message about a lawsuit.
Toss 'em.
Okie dokie. There's more when you want 'em.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
The gargoyle is heavier than it looks. The typewriter is beginning to accumulate cobwebs.
Should I feel guilty? Nah.
Gabriel never has figured out how to operate the memory function on this phone.
I don't think putting on a Mardi Gras mask right now would help.
Gabriel might as well leave that here. Gabriel might...
All my clothes look the same, so why change them? There's nothing interesting in there.
Gabriel, shut the refrigerator, please. I could smell it from here.
Women.
There's nothing...
I'll be back later.
See ya.
Hi.
Uh-huh.
Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Ask what you want. I'll answer what I want.
Can you tell me what you know about voodoo?
This is a novelty shop, monsieur.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Cabri's Sancour.
What did you say?
Nothing. Those killings have nothing to do with my shop, monsieur.
What can you tell me about New Orleans?
I've lived here all my life, me.
What did you mean when you said Cabri sans corps?
I didn't say that.
You did. I heard you say it.
You heard wrong, monsieur. I said no such thing.
Tell me about yourself.
My name's Willie Walker. I own the place.
What would Gabriel do with that sign? The jars look fragile and their contents unappetizing. It's a mannequin wearing a crocodile mask.
Hi. Look around all you want.
Okay, thanks.
A street drummer has settled outside the museum. The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as a gaudy shell necklace, a wooden doll with horns is on the back table.
Looks like Jack Nicholson.
The back wall displays a gaudy shell. The historical voodoo museum is brimming with items authentic and original. A striking portrait of a turbaned woman is on the back wall. Gabriel wonders who she might be.
I could, but I don't. Could I ask you a few questions?
I wouldn't be much help. You should talk to Dr. John, the owner. He'll be back tomorrow.
I see. Thank you. So, how's the museum business?
I don't know. I don't normally work here.
Gabriel cannot open or close that. Gabriel can't do a thing with a drummer on the street.
I'll be gone now, thanks.
So long.
The other park visitors are enjoying their leisure and aren't interested in talking to Gabriel. The band is too into their music to talk to Gabriel.
Oh, joy.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't.
Okay.
Do you know what caprice encore means?
No. Sounds French, though.
Could you?
Sure. Okay.
Do you have message?
Your grandmother called.
I keep meaning to get over there. What did she say? Did she sound good?
She sounded great, and we had a nice little chat about you.
Grace.
Don't worry. I didn't go into detail about your cardinal sins. Not that anything about you could surprise her. She adores you anyway.
She's my girl.
But she said to remind you to stop by and go through your father's things.
Okay. See you later.
Uh-huh.
Gabriel cannot do anything with the chancel. Gabriel cannot go in there. That's the priest part of the confessionals. The panel behind the mesh window moves from the other side.
May I help you, my child?
Can I ask you a few questions?
The confessional is not the best place for interviews, son. You can contact the parish offices if you need private counseling.
I understand. Thanks, Father.
Is there anything else?
Could you give me a blessing?
Do you feel the need for a blessing, son?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
All right, if it will comfort you.
The priest blesses Gabriel through the confessional window.
Peace be with you, son.
Thank you, Father.
The panel behind the mesh. The confessional is empty, and there does not seem to be.
If I want to open up, I'll go to a shrink.
Gabriel cannot go in there. That's the priest part of. It's a picture of Christ. The closet shelves are stacked with the odds and ends of a saintly life. In other words, nothing Gabriel is familiar with. Appropriately sacred books are laid out on the table. Gabriel will have to take the shirt if he wants to use it.
I can't resist black.
Gabriel cannot see himself wearing a long robe. The mirror looks pretty heavy. The closet. Gabriel can see that just fine without Gabriel can Why put that in the closet? Gabriel doesn't want.
Can I ask you some questions?
I'm here to relax, friend. Buzz off.
Right. Sorry. Could I ask you a few questions?
Sure. I'm not too busy at the moment.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? I don't believe in it myself. I invented a drink once called Laveau's Tomb, but it wasn't very popular. Some people do believe, though. Even some of our regulars here at Napoleon House.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
It's all over the papers. Some kind of serial killings.
Does the phrase Cabri sans corps mean anything to you?
You know what goes in it?
I don't think it's a drink.
Oh, then I probably don't know anything about it.
Tell me about yourself.
A good bartender listens to other people's life stories without telling his own.
What can you tell me about your regulars in here?
This crowd, the ones you see, are mostly regulars. That guy and girl in the corner come here a lot. When they're not fighting, they're all over each other. In other words, they're in love.
Tell me about the street musicians around here.
I like music as much as the next guy, but they get pretty monotonous sometimes, you know? Like that drummer right outside. They say there's been a drummer outside Napoleon House since the day it opened. I like drums, but this character really gets on my nerves. It sounds like the same thing over and over. I just want to say, enough already.
Sounds like my life. What can you tell me about your regular...
See those old guys at the chess table? That's Sam and Marcus. They played every day for 20 years. Sam, the one with the purple jacket, he's lost every one of those games. It's not that he's a bad player. I've seen him beat guys twice as good as Marcus. But Marcus has Sam so psyched out, he loses his nerve every time. By the way, Sam, the chess player, he's into that voodoo stuff. He's always talking about spells and gree-gree and stuff.
Really? Thanks. What can you tell me?
I'd call you a regular, Gabe. And one of our local writer celebrities, too. Been coming in here, what, 10 years now?
Don't remind me.
We're still waiting for that bestseller.
Don't hold your breath.
That's about all I can say.
So what has Sam told you about voodoo?
Well, about 50 years ago, Sam was too shy to talk to this pretty girl he was in love with. He went to a voodooine and had her make him a love charm. It was a little pouch that he had to bury under the girl's front porch. Well, he buried the pouch, and the next day he went up and talked to the girl, and sure enough, she didn't reject him. Now she's his wife. Poor guy.
Can I ask you?
I'm here to relax.
Right. Excuse me. I hate to interrupt your game, but could I ask you a few questions?
What game? This isn't a game. It's a slaughter.
He's right, you know, so let me die in peace, would you?
Hey, I'll ask the questions around here. Sorry to bother you, but could I ask you a few questions?
I'm not the chatty type, am I, Sam?
No, you old bastard, you're not.
Besides, I'm busy sucking poor old Sam dry. Go bug someone else.
Ah, you're a real sweetheart, Marcus, you bastard.
Can I ask you some questions?
I'm trying to be with my lady here, pal.
Far be it from me to stand in the way of romance. Can I ask you some questions?
Sure. You want to know my son?
On second thought, I don't think you could help. Forget it. Nothing like a good game of chess, huh?
Yeah, well, this isn't a good game. This is torture.
Oh well, have fun. Does this mean anything to you?
Not really.
The $20 gift certificate for St. George's looks pitifully new and unused. The gift certificate is written up generically and has the store's name and amount penned in by Gabriel himself. Please select the destination icon.
Why, you nasty thing, you. I'll call the police, I will. Hey, stop picking on me. I'll tell my dad.
The Cajun band is a little busy for that right now. Interrogating a mind would be an exercise in frustration. Since Gabriel can't read lips, he's this. Gabriel doesn't want to encourage.
Well, I never. Leave me alone, you man.
The drummer is busy. The drummer is busy.
Does this mean anything to you?
The drummer looks blankly at Gabriel and
Gabriel, I'm so glad you stopped by.
Sorry it's been a while, Grandma.
Not at all. Give us a kiss. Now come and sit down. Tell me how you're doing.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course, my boy. How can I help?
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? What an odd question, Gabriel. Of course, you always were interested in monster movies and all that other weird stuff. You get that from your father and Granddad. I don't know anything about it, dear. Of course, it was very big in New Orleans at one time, but you don't hear about it so much these days. Too much else in the world to worry about, I guess.
Do you have any idea what Cabri sans cœur means?
Something without something, I think. My French is so rusty. I swear my mind is going.
It's okay, thanks. Tell me about yourself.
Me? Oh, surely you have something more interesting to talk about.
Oh, come on, Gran.
All right, dear. What do you want to hear?
What do you do all day?
You know how I love to knit and work in my garden. I also take long walks. It's the only way to keep an old body like mine from stiffening up.
You're not old.
Oh, don't be foolish. I'm older than the hills.
Just tell me anything at all.
I had your father when I was 22. The doctors told me I couldn't have any more after him, so I'm afraid I spoiled him rotten.
How you feeling these days?
Fit as a fiddle, and don't you worry your head about it.
Tell me how you met Granddaddy.
I met Harrison at a church revival. There was a traveling preacher back then, a big fella named Reverend Jim. I even remember his slogan, "Come to me to find your way." Your granddad was sitting right behind me and my girlfriend Alma, and at one point, old Reverend Jim was flinging his hair around with his fire and brimstone antics. and a piece of it, one of those small add-on doos for man, went flying off. I swear, Harrison and I were the only ones that noticed. We both started laughing to beat the band. Everyone looked at us like we were a couple of loonies. It was then I knew that he was for me.
Tell me about before you met Granddaddy.
Well, you know I was born Rebecca Wright. My daddy owned a lot of land outside of town. We grew peas, corn, cotton, all kinds of things. It was a good childhood, but my father was very strict. He didn't much let me out of his sight.
Oh, nothing, never mind.
All right, dear.
You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
Tell me about our family.
Who would you like to hear about? Your granddad, your father, or your mother?
Tell me about my mother.
Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her. She came from a very wealthy Creole family in New Orleans. She was beautiful and reckless. She was madly in love with your father, of course, but I also think she liked defying her family.
Tell me about...
Your mother's family refused to give her money after the marriage. All she had left was a modest trust fund from her great-aunt, who happened to like Philip. The remainder of your mother's trust fund became yours when she died. That's what you used to open your bookshop.
Tell me about my...
The Templetons are all gone now. Every last one of them. They never wanted anything to do with us, of course. What a waste.
Tell me about...
Your father was my only child. How we adored him. Philip suffered from terrible nightmares, just like your granddad did. They were 2 peas in a pod.
Tell me about my father.
You have your father's way with women, Gabriel, and your granddad's.
Tell me about my father.
I wanted to just lay down and die when he and your mother were killed in that car crash when you were only 8. It was the thought of taking care of you that kept me going, Gabriel. The police say your father swerved off the road after being frightened by something. Perhaps a deer in the road or a wild cat.
Tell me about...
Your granddad wanted Philip to have a normal life. He was obsessed by that thought. He pushed Philip to go to law school. But Philip was driven to art. He painted almost in a daze. He would get so inside himself when he worked.
Tell me...
He always hated it that it was Margaret's money that supported the 3 of you when his painting couldn't. I kept telling him, try something more cheerful, like a landscape or 2. But he couldn't do it. His work was just too dark and disturbing for the public, you know.
Tell me about...
I don't know what else to tell you.
Tell me about...
I don't know.
Tell me something about Granddad.
Your granddad immigrated to America when he was 21. He worked his way through school, met and married me, and we had your father, Philip. Since you're so interested in family history these days, why don't you go by St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 and visit the family tomb? It would be a sweet gesture.
Maybe I will. Tell me something.
Your granddad supported me and your father with bookkeeping. I'll tell you what, though, he hated every minute of it. Didn't really like bookkeeping one bit. Maybe that was why he had the worst luck with jobs. The nights he'd come home afraid to tell me he'd lost another. And I would tell him. It didn't matter to me. But he felt ashamed, Gabriel.
Tell me something.
Harrison was only 36 when he died. Your father was 8 years old at the time. Your granddad was hit by a streetcar in the business district. Took me nearly a year to believe he was really gone.
I'm sorry, Gran.
I know you are, dear.
Tell me,
Did you know that your granddad was a poet? He was! He wrote the most beautiful poetry for me when we were courting. I always thought he should have done something with that gift. But he was such a practical man. Didn't believe in chasing after dreams.
tell me,
I don't know what...
how you been, Gran?
Just fine, dear. I'm sorry I bothered you at work, but I was hoping you'd get a chance to go through your father's things in the attic.
Don't be silly. You can call me anytime. I'm going to go up to the attic, Gran.
Be careful of the dust.
That box of knickknacks has been up there for at least 5 years. An elaborate mechanical clock, probably of German origin, is among the discarded treasures of The hands do not appear to have any mechanical function other than to move. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Gabriel doesn't want to take the clock. Gabriel does. A ring of 6 symbols surround the face of the clock. A sword, a sun, an angel, a noose, an eclipse, and a dragon. The face of the clock doesn't move. Nothing happens. Gabriel's not quite up to a...
I think I'll leave that up here. I think I'll take Daddy's sketchbook with me. There's nothing I want in there. I think I'll leave that up.
Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook, the way they must have haunted his mind. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they that he finds it hard to believe they aren't from his own subconscious. Images haunt the image.
That's it. Take a load off, hon.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
I believe that was your father's, Gabriel. You keep it.
Can we talk, Gran?
Of course.
What do you know about the voodoo?
Oh, Gabriel, nothing. And I don't want to.
Gabriel looked. Images, the image.
Well, Gran, I better get going.
All right, dear.
The marks are reddish in color and reminds Gabriel of crosses. They look like they've been here a few days at least. The one
I want a copy of these strange marks.
that object, it's a piece of brick. Gabriel can see that just fine without magnification.
Excuse me, sir?
Yeah? What can I do for you?
Mind if I pick your brain a minute?
Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, number 1.
You know why the dead are buried in tombs and not in the ground, don't you? The water table's too high. Them coffins would float right out of their graves. Them dead would go floating right down into the water. 'Cause if it were Mardi Gras, nobody'd even notice.
Tell me.
It's a historical place. People buried in here from the Civil War and back further too. Take a look around, you'll see.
Tell me something.
Just look around, just look around.
Do you have any idea what Cabrice Saint Coeur means?
No, can't say that I do.
Tell me about yourself.
My name is Toussaint Gervais. I'm the watchman here at St. Louis number 1.
What exactly do you do here?
Oh, I keep the place tidy, but a big part of my job, too, is looking out for the grievers, you know. People come to pay their respects, and they need looking out for. Sometimes they so grief-bound they don't know what they doing.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
They say it was part of an old religion from Africa, brought here by slaves.
Gabriel can see that.
These would seriously clash with my decorating scheme.
The marble and granite. The tomb is securely closed. This is the tomb of Marie Laveau, Voodoo Queen of New Orleans. Odd-looking marks adorn the Laveau tomb wall. This old tomb is in a sorry state of disrepair.
There's probably no one left in the family to maintain it.
An angel with a cross stands guard over one of the tombs. A stone angel stands silently before a tomb.
A marble snake. Now that's cheerful.
The marker reads, Mirror Planter Right.
These are Grand's folks. I never knew 'em.
Vases seem to be a favorite decoration for the dead.
I'm sorry to bother you.
What you need, boy?
Does this mean anything to you?
Sure. I see them marks all the time on tombs. Don't know what they mean, though.
This tomb is smaller than most others in the cemetery.
Kind of a pup tent for the dead.
An angel draped dramatically over a stone plinth marks the entrance to a large tomb. The imposing tomb is elaborately labeled Gede. The plate is locked in position. There's a keyhole on the plate, but Gabriel can't operate that without a key. San Luis Cemetery number 1 is one of the most historic and beautiful places in the French.
Hi. Do you know anything about these crosses? I think there's some kind of code.
Looks like a lot of hen tracks to me, man.
Does this mean anything?
I don't know anything about that at all.
The shop would be rather vulnerable.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not really.
Does this mean anything to you?
Yeah, get away from me with that, will you?
Does this mean anything to you?
No. Now beat it.
You know, Sam, you're just about the worst chess player.
Hey, Grace. Here I am.
Oh, joy.
Gabriel doesn't even want to know what Grace keeps in those drawers. Gabriel cannot open or close.
Hey, kids.
Bruno, how nice.
Gee, a customer.
Of yours? Hardly.
How's the flower business?
Well, better than the used book business, I see.
Rare books.
That explains why I so rarely see anyone in here. Are you going to sell me that wonderful painting of yours today?
How much would you give me for it, Bruno?
Gabriel, don't you dare sell your father's painting.
Well, I guess I don't need the money that badly.
From the looks of this shop, I'm sure you will, my boy. And soon.
Got a minute? Could you do
Sure, what? Okay.
Do you have messages for me?
Here's a strange one. You got a call from someone named Wolfgang Ritter? He said he was calling from Germany. He told me it was urgent, maybe you should give him a call.
Call Germany, like hell. If it's really important, he'll call back.
Well, fine. Let's just hope he's not with the German lottery for pitiful American authors.
Do you have more?
Your friend Detective Mosley called. Talkative, isn't he?
Especially with you. What do you want?
He left an interesting message. He told me to tell you that his mother's maiden name is Humphrey. Oh, that's Humphrey.
Fascinating.
And that he left some photos for you at the station, at the front desk.
It's about time.
Gabriel, those photos wouldn't have anything to do with the voodoo murders, would they?
Now, why would you say something like that?
Because I know you. You're getting privileged information, aren't you? Did you tell him you'd put him in your new voodoo book?
A writer has certain obligation to his readers, you know.
Gabriel, you know you'll never put him in your book. Your main character is a female orthodontist. You're gonna be reincarnated as a pit bull if you keep screwing with your karma.
As long as it's a male pit bull with a really big...
That's enough. Thanks. Anyway, that's all the messages. Thank God.
Three snakes in a skull. Gabriel's father painted it.
What a wacky offbeat kind of guy Daddy was.
There is no... Gabriel likes the painting. Gabriel does...
Do you know anything about this?
No, sorry.
Gabriel can see that just fine. Gabriel can't lug the painting round. Nope. No safe full of money back there.
I'm going out.
See ya.
There is nothing moving that would do. Gabriel can see. Gabriel would rather admire the umbrella stand from afar. The seal is in.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
Do you know what Cabri sans corps means?
Can't say that I do.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I'm not allowed to give out information on police cases.
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's out at a crime scene. Sorry.
About
I told you.
I was supposed to pick up some photos from Detective Mosley at the front desk.
Is that right? And who are you?
My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Yeah. I got something for you, all right. Soon as you're done talking, I'll give it to you.
Where is the crime scene? Is it related to the voodoo murders?
Crime scene information is police confidential. We don't need any more looky-loos than are probably already there.
Tell me about yourself.
Who, me? I'm the Desk Sergeant Frick. Why?
Frick?
That's right. You got a problem with that?
Not at all. Come on, you can tell me what the crime scene is.
Look, I know the paper's got everybody stirred up about these killings, but that don't make it public information. Back off.
So this is a new voodoo murder then?
Hey, I didn't say that. You'll read all about it in the papers tomorrow, I'm sure.
Please tell me where the crime scene is.
Look, buddy, you keep it up, and there'll be a crime scene right here.
Are you sure you can't give me the...
Hey, buddy, do I look like the kind of low...
I don't know. What would that kind of lowlife look like?
Like hamburger meat if I got a hold of them. Kinda like what you're gonna look like.
Okay, sorry I asked. What can you tell me?
I'll tell you, I'm glad as hell it's not Mardi Gras. As it is, I'd rather stick being...
What can you...
Me? Nothing. I'm a Catholic boy. Here's that envelope for you, Gabriel Knight.
Thanks.
The envelope has Gabriel's name written on it, misspelled. Gabriel opens the manila envelope and finds 2 photographs. One of the photos from Mosley is an official voodoo murders crime scene shot, a graphic close-up of a victim. One of the photograph of Mosley was apparently taken upon his graduation from the police academy. He had hair then. Gabriel can see that.
Does this mean anything to you?
Hey, where'd you get that?
Nowhere.
Well, you shouldn't have that. Put it away before I decide to keep it.
Yes, sir. Does this mean anything to you? Can I bother you again?
What is it this time? Please, look, buddy.
There's nothing you have to say.
You really...
About?
I told...
Gabriel can't do anything with the officer from the front line.
Hey, nice precinct.
Think so? That's peachy. That means more to me than you could know. Hey, it's a beignet guy.
Great, I'm starved.
Stay put, you. Hey, grab me 3, would ya?
Sure.
Thanks.
Kinda quiet in here.
Yeah, summer's like that. It's too muggy to mug. Too hot to heft.
How clever.
It's a gift. No one goes back there until I say so, mister.
Sorry.
The desk sergeant looked like a poster boy for heart disease. 30 extra pounds between his armpits and his belt, and a complexion of consistency of grey oatmeal. In other words, a typical product of good southern cooking. It's an inbox. There's a photocopy machine in the office. A vignette vendor has stopped outside the police station. Gabriel can't do... Gabriel can't do... Gabriel can't do... Gabriel can't do anything. Hands, 4 pairs of binoculars.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Not now, buddy. I'm busy.
I should have noticed that. Thanks.
Yeah, right.
Coroner requests assistance at now.
Good day, officer.
Yeah, you too. Keep moving.
The motorcycle cop wouldn't have anything enlightening to say.
Ambulance to now.
The motorcycle cop wouldn't have anything and... Nah, he's not Gabriel's type. A police officer is either off-duty or patrolling the park, or both.
Coroner requests assistance at Maryland.
Could I ask?
Not now, buddy.
I should have noticed that.
Yeah.
Could I ask you?
Sure.
Tell me about this.
Don't know what else I could say.
What do you know?
They say a lot of voodoo stuff is found near the bodies.
What do you know?
Everybody's talking about them.
What do you know?
Everybody's...
Does this mean?
Can't say that it does.
You bastard!
You're us.
Does this mean anything?
No.
This is the last page of inventory. One of the photos from Moseley is an official voodoo murders.
Hi. Look around all you want.
Okay, thanks. Could I ask you if you...
I wouldn't be my... You should talk to Dr. John, the owner.
I see. So, how's the
I don't know.
Do you know anything about this?
Nope.
A very large, very formidable-looking snake is... The back wall is a poster advertising a voodoo tour of the city. Winters only. The back wall is a bandana that was once worn by a voodoo queen.
Nice bloodstains.
The back wall, an anatomically correct voodoo doll with pins strategically placed.
Now, why does that remind me of Grace?
A wooden doll with
Looks like...
the historical voodoo. Even if that were for sale, Gabriel couldn't afford it. An official voodoo wishing star.
Funny, I say the same thing to women.
On
Charming.
an official voodoo wish and stump. Rub it and make a wish, a card say.
Funny, I say the same thing to women. I'll be gone now.
So long.
Hey, Grace. Here I am.
Really? I forgot you were gone.
St. George books could...
Got a minute? Could you do...
Sure.
I can't...
Okay.
What do you...
You won't get far questioning me about it.
Hey, you want to see something really cool?
That's disgusting. That's really horrible.
I know. Great, isn't it?
God, somebody ought to lock you up.
This is the last page of inventory. Those two objects if today's newspaper is Times-Picayune, dated June 18, 1993. The front page has an article about the voodoo murders. The article says that the victims are all identified as members of the underworld. The general public of New Orleans is in no danger. Police claim the so-called voodoo trappings found at the crime scenes are fake, a scare tactic, and that the murders are not associated with any genuine practitioners. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Potential storms ahead. Proceed with caution and do not get involved with anything new at this time.
Right.
Gabriel's desk has been gathering dust since his last novel. Gabriel's desk has several dozen books, including a few of Gabriel's novels. Gabriel's bedroom is also Gabriel's bedroom. The dresser holds a meager supply of underwear and 38 pairs of mismatched socks.
It's no use. I can't sleep.
Gabriel doesn't feel like rearranging the furniture right now. The wastebasket overflows with crumpled pages of mediocre glory. Gabriel's bedroom is... The medicine cabinet contains a few old prescriptions, personal hygiene stuff, and lots of hair products, including some hair gel.
I'll take this hair gel. You never know when you'll need a touch-up.
Gabriel might as well leave that here.
So what do you think of this gift certificate?
I think that promotion was the best idea you ever had, and I mean that sincerely.
I've got some things I need to do.
Uh-huh.
Hi.
It's nearly as old as the one at St. George's. The sign say, Special St. Jean Eve, Lagnappe, free bottle of lover come back to me oil, or master gambling oil, with every purchase over $50.
Lagniappe. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means. A little something extra.
The dust on those boxes. The sign says potion ingredients. These jars must be for do-it-yourselfers. The shelf hold containers of dried items, flowers, grass, black cat bones. The poster reads, "Power will be yours when you use Papa Legba's power drawing incense and master power oil. Buy some today."
Can I ask you just...
Whatever, man.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
It's the biggest night of the year in voodoo.
What goes on exactly?
I couldn't say.
What's the significance?
I've said all I'm going...
What did you mean when you said...
I didn't say...
You did.
You heard wrong, Miss...
What do you know?
Monsieur.
Tell me about yourself. How did you get into this kind of business?
Why should I discuss my business with you, man?
Do you think I'm stupid? This is a voodoo shop. Look at all this stuff.
These are novelties, curiosities. If people want to think they're magic, it's not my concern, you know.
Are you telling me that you own a voodoo shop, but you know nothing about voodoo practices?
Affaire n'est pas affaire blanche.
What does that mean?
Means you should mind your own business, monsieur.
Look,
I don't have your answers, B. Do you want to buy something, monsieur?
Look,
I don't...
Hi there. Is this your store?
This is a Dixieland drugstore, and I own it, me. Name's Walker, Willie Walker.
Does this mean anything to you?
I don't know anything about that at all.
Look at the voodoo paraphernalia around the body in the photograph. Are you sure you can't tell me anything about it?
No, I don't know anything about it. Nothing.
Gabriel, my love. How...
Nice to see you.
Make yourself at...
Gabriel doesn't want to upset his grandmother with that photograph.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
Sorry.
Does this mean anything?
Sorry.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
Sorry.
Can we talk?
Of course.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve? I remember when I was a girl, we always had a St. John's Eve Mass. The Mass was said at midnight, and we held candles. One time on the way home, we were waylaid by a large group of drunken revelers. They didn't hurt us, but I was frightened. My father was furious. We never went to St. John's Eve Mass after that.
What can you...
I haven't celebrated it in years, Gabriel. Well, I'm sure there's still Mass in the more traditional churches, but I don't go.
What can...
I haven't...
Well, Gran, I better get going.
All right, dear.
It's Gabriel's sketch of the series of crosses from the Laveau tomb.
Got a second?
What can I...
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
Bunch of crazies out there on St. John's Eve, that's what. We're busy all night.
Really? What kind of crazies?
Your usual howl at the mooners, I guess. They don't look no weirder than them that comes in during Mardi Gras. Never can tell, though.
What can you tell?
I already told you. It's a busy night for us, pal. You want a history lesson? Go read a book.
Please.
Look, buddy.
Images hot. Gabriel can't. The door. Gabriel cannot do anything with the chancel. Appropriately sacred. Gabriel isn't interested. There is not. Gabriel cannot. The closet is all. The closet shelves are stacked with the odds in other words. Gabriel, that doesn't work, that. Gabriel cannot see himself. Gabriel doesn't want to take the table's too heavy to move. Gabriel doesn't want to take that from the ready room. Gabriel can.
Hello there, got a sec?
What you need, boy?
Mind if I pick...
Go.
What's the significance of St. John's Eve?
Why, St. John the Baptist is the patron saint of voodoo. Sometimes we get some weird goings-on in that cemetery on that night. More often a few nights before. People taking grave dirt, bones, and more.
That's pretty disgusting.
Yep. Don't know what they do with them, but it can't be pretty.
What else can you tell me about St. John?
I told you all I know about it.
What do you...
Ain't it just awful, them finding those bodies? I don't think there's any real voodoo going on. Somebody's trying to cover their tracks.
What do you...
I told...
What can you...
I don't really care to talk about it. I don't do it none myself.
Does this mean anything to you?
Jesus, Mary and Joseph, son. Don't be showing that kind of thing to me. I'm an old man. I'm liable to just keel right over on you.
Sorry. Does this mean anything to you?
It's a piece of brick. You can find them all over the cemetery.
Gabriel likes the idea of leaving marks on the tomb. But at the moment he's not sure what to say or how to say it. Gabriel can... The wall doesn't... Gabriel likes the idea of leaving marks on the tomb. The marks are reddish in color and reminds Gabriel of crosses. They look like they've been here a few days at least. New Orleans is famous for its above-ground tombs. The high water table prevents bodies from being interred underground. The name Ross is inscribed on this old tomb. This tomb almost looks...
But I wouldn't want to live there.
New Orleans is... This old tomb... It's an imposing marble tomb from the last century. Gabriel can barely make out the name. Hamilton. New Orleans is fake. Gabriel doesn't see a name. This above-ground tomb is only here and there in the cemetery. Straggly plants grow in a wrought iron fence around.
I hope that's to keep people out.
Several generations of an old New
These would seriously
This old tomb has a sword carved into the stone below the name of the deceased. This a stone angel leans down. Gabriel doesn't want to take the nameplates from his family. The marker reads, Mera Planta Wright.
These are Grand's folks. I never knew 'em.
The marker reads, Franklin Wright.
These are Grand's folks.
The marker reads, Harley Wright.
Grand's sister. She died.
The marker reads, Harrison Knight.
Granddaddy.
The marker reads, Margaret Templeton Knight.
My mother.
The marker reads, Philip Knight.
Daddy.
The right. Using that on the tomb would be using that on using
Phew, it's humid out there. Made it back though.
Oh boy, party time.
Got a minute?
What's up?
Do you have message?
Nope.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
St. John's Eve? Never heard of it. It must be a local custom. New Orleans love any excuse to celebrate.
Could you?
Sure.
I can't.
Okay.
Do you know?
I've told you all I...
What?
You won't get far.
What?
You're the native, don't
Gabriel can see that just... Gabriel isn't interested in the books on the... Gabriel find those... Gabriel find those... It's a bit... Gabriel cannot... That doesn't seem... Gabriel doesn't need... Really, taking Grace's lamp is not necessary.
I've got some things I need.
Good luck.
Could I ask you,
Sure.
what's the significance of St. John?
All I know is it's some kind of voodoo holiday.
So what?
That's about all I can...
What can you tell?
Greatest city in the world.
What's the
People who believe in that stuff think it's a real special night.
What can you...
This...
What's the...
People who believe...
Tell me about you.
A good bartender.
So what?
That's about all I can...
Excuse me.
What game is...
He's right, you know, so let me die in peace.
Gabriel can see that...
Somebody's using it. Does this mean anything to you?
Not really.
Does this mean anything?
Now. Now do you mind?
Better not. Her boyfriend doesn't look too... Does this mean...
Not.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not really.
The photo wouldn't affect...
Son of a bitch.
Does this mean anything to you?
Can't say that it does.
Does this mean...
Can't say that...
Bang.
Hi. Look around all you want.
Okay, thanks.
Gabriel doesn't want to disturb the displays. Gabriel does... There's no... It's a basket for donation to the Free Museum. A counter at the back displays brochures and a donation basket. The Historical Voodoo Museum. It's a basket. A striking portrait of a turbaned woman is on the back wall. Gabriel wonders who she might... Gabriel...
They might...
Gabriel... Even if that doesn't seem to work that way. That display. Gabriel doesn't want... She looks thrilled to be here. The back wall displays various voodoo items, such as an artist's rendering of the voodoo dances in Congo Square in the early 1800s. One of the photos from Moseley is an official voodoo murders crime. Those two objects that
They might not like it if I move the display. I'll be gone now, thanks.
So long.
there's no reason to wear that at the moment. Nah. The police.
Coroner requests assistance.
The motorcycle cop wouldn't have anything enlightening. The motorcycle cop wouldn't.
That's pretty disgusting.
Gabriel doesn't need to do that with the cop's motor. The motorcycle cop.
Could I? No. I should have noticed.
Yeah. The other park visitors are enjoying their leisure. The band is too into their music to talk to Gabriel.
Ambulance to now.
Hey, cut that out. I told you to stop that. All right, mister. You want some of this?
A cop has driven his motorcycle into the park. Something gay on the motorcycle is a police radio. Gabriel picks up the headset and listens.
Ambulance 911, have you located the crime scene? They've radioed for you 3 times.
Damn! Did you say it was north of the Lake Retreat Country Club?
South. Lakeside Drive north of Piedmont Pier, south of the country club.
Man, I don't know if it's the clouds out here today or what. Good thing this guy's already dead.
Everyone's having trouble. Must have been hallucinogens in the coffee this morning.
It's just so misty out here or something. Hey, I see a squad car. Got it, Molly.
Thank God. Have a good one, 911.
Interesting.
Stupid mime. Hey, you! Get away from that bike.
Sorry.
The crime scene team is still at the site. Gabriel parks a bit out of the way and walks over to avoid adding to the general confusion.
Hey, mostly.
Huh? Knight, you wiener, I told you not to call me that.
Feeling jumpy?
Who, me? Don't be stupid. How'd you find me?
Oh, I was just driving by.
Well, for the book. But don't tell anyone I let you see this, huh? It's another one, as you can see. Same M.O. and no frickin' clues. We're still waiting on an ID for the body.
That's disgusting. Isn't this a rather, public area for this kind of thing?
Yeah, they're frickin' ghosts, these guys. Lakeshore Drive isn't exactly the 10 expressway, but it is open to the public. No reports and nothing. Now, who the hell is that? Good day, Miss Getty.
What's going on, officer?
Detective Mosley, ma'am. We've got a little problem here, but nothing for you to be concerned about, Miss Getty.
I see. Thank you, detective. And good day, gentlemen.
Whoa, I'm in love.
Forget it. That's Molly Getty. She's about as far out of your reach as the moon. Probably on her way to meet some guy with a yacht right now.
Near here?
The lake's a popular place for country clubs.
If she's out here a lot, maybe she saw something or heard something.
Man, nobody ever sees or hears nothing. I told you. Besides, you just don't go around bothering people like her.
We've about wrapped it up, sir. It's another clean sweep.
Yeah, let's get the meat wagon moving then.
Do you want to leave an officer here, sir?
Nah, just leave the tape up for a few days.
Yes, sir. If you'll excuse us, sir, we'll take him away.
Stick around and take notes for the book if you want. Watch out for the muck in the water moccasins, though. I'll be back at the station. Stop by if you want to go over the case some more.
Thanks.
Out damn the spot. Will these pristine banks ne'er be cleaned again? There seems to be a pattern to the lines in the sand, but if there is a pattern, it's smeared. There's only one small area that's clearly defined.
Let me try to get this down.
Gabriel doesn't want to sketch that. The police have already taken samples of the blood. Mosley will be able... Gabriel does not particularly want to mess with the blood. Gabriel hates getting his hair wet. The partial pattern from the crime scenes intrigues Gabriel. The partial pattern from the crime scenes intrigues Gabriel. What does it mean? Those two objects would have no effect.
Got a second, officer?
What can I do you for?
I'm here to see Detective Mosley.
He's in his office. Go on back.
Can I ask you a few questions, ma'am?
I'm sorry, sir, but I really have to finish these reports.
There's nothing of interest in the inbox at the moment.
Hey. It's you, God help me.
Mosley's bookcase holds old magazines and binders.
Who's that?
Frank's. What a babe, huh?
Logs of unsolved cases, perhaps? Mosley must have 1,000,000 of them. Mosley's office looks a lot like his room at college. The badge in his front coat pocket is set off particularly well by the gold polyester of his jacket.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer. Ask away.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
There's voodoo that goes on in this city, sure. I looked into it a bit at the beginning of this case. But the voodoo stuff found at the crime scenes is all faked. It doesn't have anything to do with the real stuff. I know. I asked some experts. It's intimidation tactics, that's all.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Lots. Can you be more specific?
Do you know anything about the killers?
At least 20 people attend the killings. We know this from the variety of footprints found at the scenes.
Footprints? Aren't those as good as fingerprints?
Can be, but we'd have to have a suspect in custody first, and the suspect would have to match one of the few distinct prints we have. Most of the footprints are smudged, trodden over, unreadable. These guys are so casual in their expertise, it's maddening. Like they know we'll never find them.
How many murders have there been so far?
7 murders have so far been linked to the Voodoo Murders case. Now, the first murder occurred about 8 weeks ago. The M.O. was the same in each murder. Lake Pontchartrain was the 7th.
What kind of evidence have you found?
No fingerprints, a few bare footprints. Found a few fibers, but not many. The weirdest one was leopard fur.
Leopard fur? Describe the crime scenes.
Well, there's the corpse itself, minus the heart. Around where the body was killed, we find marks and flour and blood. There are traces of wax from candles, red and black. Ordinary wax candles, so the lab reports. Also blood and feathers of chickens. Also goat's blood. And plenty of the victim's own, of course.
What's the coroner say?
The victim's heart is always ripped out of the chest and missing. We haven't located a single one of them.
Lovely. Any idea what they do with them?
Don't even want to know. Also, the coroner says some of the victims had heart attacks before the incision. Literally scared to death. The knife wounds are consistent with a long, narrow, wavy-edged knife. Probably a ritualistic dagger.
Any witnesses?
Nope. There's never been a single witness. No one's even heard a disturbance. It's damned weird. Like they just don't want people to see, and so nobody sees nothing.
Know anything about the victims?
The victims are all out-of-towners. We still don't know why.
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Sure, no problem.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
That's coming up, isn't it? We get some occasional weirdness in the quarter, but nothing much. Used to have a lot of strange things happen, though, or so I hear.
Do you have any idea what Cabri sans Coeur means?
Hell no. Is that French? My mother spoke it, but I always had a hard enough time just speaking English.
True enough. Have you ever called a hair club for men?
I'd rather have no hair than your hair, Knight.
Do you know anything about the patterns around the bodies?
Yeah, weird, huh? All 7 victims had those little marks around them. We got all the marks on file, but we haven't figured out what, if anything, they mean.
Can I see the other 6 patterns?
Sure. People like that kind of stuff, don't they? Might make the book seem more mysterious. Go talk to Officer Franks. Tell her I said you could see the file.
I got those photographs you left for me.
Really? Great. What'd you think?
Astonishingly lifelike.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Got any more ideas for photos for the book?
A cop author photo might be nice.
You and me? Together?
Why not? Of course, you'll have to try to tone down your masculinity.
Well, okay. And I'll call the police photographer. Franks, come here a minute, would you? Bring your camera.
What did you need, Detective Mosley?
We need a picture, please. And make it a good one, huh, sweetheart?
Future sweetheart.
Say, chintzy.
Was there anything else, Knight?
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight, make it fast.
Gabriel wouldn't want to mess with somebody else's desk. It's an inbox. An officer's desk is just behind the front counter. Gabriel scans the bulletin board and sees a lot of bad photographs and worse writing. Gabriel wouldn't be allowed to access that file cabinet. Gabriel should go to the counter to...
Would you just get in here? Hurry up, would you?
Okay.
Thanks, hon. Let me know when you got it developed. The photos, that is.
Yeah, sure.
Can I ask you about...
You're the writer.
How about getting me some coffee?
Coffee? You want coffee?
Should that surprise you?
Nah, you've always been a caffeine addict. It's just that what we got here hardly qualifies.
So, I'm desperate.
It's your stomach. I'll get you some when we're done talking.
That long?
All right, I'll go. Don't touch anything while I'm gone.
There's no reason to go to the desk at the moment. Mosley's office.
Here, drink it.
Thanks. Can I... What's the status on the Voodoo Murders case?
It's going. Can't seem to make any progress, though. Sluggish damn case. It's weird.
Tell me about it.
For the book?
Sure, why not?
Okay, what do you want?
Oh, nothing.
It's your dad.
There is nothing to open up.
Can I bother you again, officer?
What is it this time?
I'm here to see that...
He's in his office.
There's nothing you have to say about the...
You're real.
Hey!
Thanks.
Just a few...
Officer Frick or Detective Mosley could probably be more help.
Excuse me, officer.
Yes?
Can you get a file for me?
What file would that be?
The Voodoo Murders file? Detective Mosley said I could see it.
Really? Well, if he said so. There it is. You can look at it all you want, but don't leave this area with it, okay? And no photocopies either, I'm afraid.
Of course. I understand completely.
The police file contains partial patterns from the first 6 voodoo murders. Those 2 objects would
Excuse me, officer.
Yes?
So, what's it like being a policewoman?
The glamour never ceases.
Excuse...
Yes?
Could you get me some coffee?
Are you speaking to me?
Why, yes.
Wow. Deja leave it to Beaver. I'm the police photographer, sir. You might be able to find someone around here dumb enough to get coffee for you. But guess what? It won't be me.
Oh, thanks, anyway.
Don't leave the room with that file, please. I told you, you can't photocopy official police files.
Right. Sorry. I forgot. I'm done.
Yeah, thanks.
Can I ask you about...
You're the...
I got those photographs you left for me.
So you said. Did you think of any other shots for the book?
Let's take another cop off the shot.
What for?
I don't think we got your best side.
Really? Okay. I'll have Franks come in again. Franks, come back in here with that camera.
Now what?
That clown wants another picture. You don't mind, do you?
Of course not. What else could I possibly have to do?
Anything else, Knight?
Hold on a sec while I go check my hair.
Good God, Knight.
Let me see that file again.
There's nothing in the copy at
Just want to check this machine here.
Would you just get in here? Hurry up.
Oh.
Thanks, hon. Let me...
Yeah.
I found these strange symbols on Marie Laveau's tomb at St. Louis Cemetery No. 1.
I'm sure any extra voodoo stuff you dig up will make an interesting story, Knight, but I'd rather stick with the case at hand, personally.
I'll let you get back to it.
Later, Knight.
Please select a destination.
Phew, it's humid out there.
Oh, boy.
There is no point in using the pack.
Do you know anything about this?
No.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Nope. None right now.
Could you do some research?
Sure. What?
Could you see what you can find out about a woman named Malia Getty?
The name Getty sounds familiar. What's your interest in her?
Oh, just, stuff about the voodoo murders. If you could get an address...
They're murders. Right. I'll see what I can find out. Anything else?
I can't think of anything.
Okay. Well, it's about closing time.
So it is. Good night, Gracie.
Good night, Gabriel. And try not to dream, okay? Good morning. Don't you look swell today? Actually, swollen.
Oh.
So have some. There's a fresh pot on the table. Seriously, you look like hell. Your hair is sticking straight up like a... Oh, it always does that. Never mind.
Ha ha.
Did you dream about the fire and the hang guy and that lion thing last night?
Leopard, not lion. Did you get anything on Malia Getty?
Well, I did get her address, but you're a little out of your league here, big fella. The Gettys own 3 local hospitals, just to name a few of their assets. They run in very high circles.
Did you get an address?
I got the address. I suppose this has nothing to do with the fact that Malia Getty is incredibly gorgeous. I should have known you wouldn't go for a rich, ugly socialite.
And that address is...
Hey! Far be it from me to postpone your total humiliation. It's 557 West Ingram. That's the Garden District, Estate City.
That's all I wanted to know. And yes, my dear, Malia Getty is the most dangerous-looking diversion I've ever seen. Ouch!
Oy, men.
Gabriel cannot see any. The books on the table have been chosen for their special appeal. Recent fiction by the biggies. In other words, nothing written by Gabriel. Today's newspaper. Gabriel. Times-Picayune. Dated June 19, 1993. A front-page article describes the most recent of the voodoo murders. Gabriel scans it but learns nothing new. The article reiterates that the voodoo aspect of the crimes is fake. Gabriel shivers. It looked real enough to him. Elsewhere, there's an article about the history of Jackson Square, called La Plaza d'Armas. Under French rule, it was used for executions, firing squads, hanging, even impalement and breaking on the wheel. Yikes! Of course, these days it's mostly a hangout for tourists, street musicians and local artists. Gabriel also scans the Aquarius horoscope for the day. Chances of a dark star rising on this day. Do not trust your instincts.
I feel a dark star rising, all right. I'll be back later.
Good luck.
Welcome, my friend.
Hello.
I am the proprietor, Dr. John. If you have any questions, I will be happy to assist.
Great. My name is Knight, and I'll probably take you up on that. Could I ask you some questions?
That is why I am here.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Historical voodoo? Or the voodoo currently practiced in the city?
What can you tell me about... What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The killings in the newspaper? I know that they have nothing to do with true voodoo in New Orleans.
What do you think of New Orleans?
It is the only city in the United States as far as I am concerned.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It is one of the important ceremonial nights in voodoo.
What else can you...
I am afraid I do not know the origins of St. John's Eve. I only know that it was a night of ritual long before voodoo came to New Orleans.
What else can you tell me about?
I am afraid I have little else to say about that subject.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Gar means?
I fear my French is not all it should be, Mr. Knight.
Tell me about historical voodoo.
Very well. I will start at the beginning, Mr. Knight, and will go on from there at your prompting.
Sounds good.
As you may know, voodoo is a grassroots religion formed by the mixing together of many different African tribal religions and Anglo religions, such as Catholicism or Protestantism. In other words, it is a religion born of the African slave trade, but African slaves were imported not only by the United States, but also into the West Indies, where the French and Spanish ran plantation islands. Prior to 1803, the New Orleans area was owned by France. The French Creole in those days owned many African slaves. But the Creole did not permit their slaves to gather, giving no chance for voodoo to breed here natively.
The Creole also knew enough about the corrupted pagan practices of the West Indies slaves to ban the importing of slaves from that region.
So, how did voodoo come to New Orleans?
After the Louisiana Purchase, American legislators relaxed regulations. Slaves were permitted to gather. The Americans also removed the ban on West Indies slaves.
Around the same time, a slave revolt occurred in Santo Domingo, what is now Haiti. Between the lifting of the ban and the Haitian revolt, West Indies slaves began pouring into New Orleans.
Some of them were free people of color, freed or escaped slaves. Some came with their white owners who were fleeing from the revolt.
What happened when the West Indies slaves got here?
They brought voodoo with them. The native slaves were more than enthusiastic about embracing it. It gave them power, Mr. Knight, if only in the form of a communal bond. Among the first meeting places were the Bayou St. John and the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The early voodoos were heavy snake worshippers, worshipping the one they called the Great Zombie.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
By 1817, the voodoo activities were beginning to cause fear among the white slave owners. An ordinance was passed to forbid slave gatherings except in designated public areas at designated times. The time was Sunday afternoons and the place Congo Square. The slaves and free people of color gathered to dance simulations of their voodoo dances right in sight of Creole society. Of course, they also continued to meet in private for the real thing.
Tell me more about historical voodoo.
There were a variety of kings and queens at first, voodoo priests and priestesses. But from about 1830, a single power emerged. This was a voodoo queen named Marie Laveau. Marie Laveau ruled voodoo in New Orleans for many years.
Tell me more about historical...
I've given you as much detail as I can, Mr. Knight. Look around the museum if you desire.
Tell me about current voodoo.
Many people think of voodoo in terms of magic spells or gree-gree. That kind of practice is actually called hoodoo and is only a part of true voodoo. Voodoo, the religion, has a strong following in New Orleans. In fact, it is growing quite rapidly. There are several voodoo churches or temples in the city, and others all across the United States. African Americans see it as a tradition all their own. Whites, and there are many in their religion, are attracted to it because they think it is exotic. I, personally, am more interested in the history of voodoo. Some of the new movements are copying Haitian or even African voodoo. But it is the voodoo of New Orleans that I find so intriguing.
Tell me more about current voodoo.
There are many voodooians in New Orleans. They often do business selling gree-gree, telling fortunes, providing luck, and occasionally misfortune. Perhaps you would like to meet a voodooan. We refer those who seek a deeper experience with voodoo to a local practitioner, Magentia Moonbeam.
Sure, I'd love to meet her.
She lives on the corner of Orleans and Dauphine. I will call her and tell her you might stop by.
Great, thanks. Tell me more about current voodoo.
You have tapped my resources. My expertise is really historical. Perhaps Ms. Moonbeam can be of further help.
What exactly is hoodoo?
Hoodoo refers to magic folk traditions of the South. Hoodoo is a bastard of voodoo. Many of the gree-gree are similar, but hoodoo does not have the religious aspects of voodoo.
Is there anything else I should know about hoodoo?
Not if your interest is primarily in voodoo. Hoodoo is of interest to those who study rural folk traditions, but it will not aid you in understanding true voodoo.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
There were actually two Marie Laveaus, mother and daughter. Most people thought they were the same woman. Her continued youth added to the mystique. The original, the mother, was also known as Widow Paris. It was she that began the empire. When the Widow Paris began to practice, there were many voodooans in the city. By 1830, she was voodoo queen of all New Orleans.
Tell me more about...
The Widow Paris was a hairdresser for rich Creole ladies. She also paid household servants to spy for her. Between the two, she knew everything about everyone who mattered in New Orleans. She was not above using her information to appear psychic, to intimidate, or even to blackmail.
You sound as though you admire her.
For a black woman in the mid-1800s to gain power is an incredible thing, Mr. Knight. However, she achieved it.
Tell me more about Marie Laveau.
She kept a pet snake, danced with it too. She held traditional voodoo ceremonies out by the lake. She took herself seriously, very seriously. But she was not above selling tickets for her events to curiosity seekers. She was not above using voodoo any way she could to make money. That is for certain. But if she had been in another line of work, in another age, that would have been interpreted as entrepreneurial genius rather than a sign of fraudulence.
Hey, you don't need to convince me. I admire anyone that can actually make a living. Tell me more.
It was Marie Laveau who defined the voodoo that is truly and uniquely the voodoo of New Orleans. She invented hundreds, if not thousands of spells, potions, charms, and incantations. These form the basis of the modern practice, not to mention the folk tradition of hoodoo.
Tell me more.
Her daughter, Marie Glapion, took over when the Widow Paris got old. Most people thought it was the same Marie Laveau. Both Maries encouraged that point of view. The Widow Paris died in 1881. Marie Glapion had been reigning a long time by then. After the death of the Widow Paris, other voodoo queens surfaced, and by 1890, the cult was fragmented again. Marie Glapion just sort of faded away.
Tell me more.
The Laveau tomb, where one or both of the Maries are believed to be buried, is in St. Louis Cemetery number 1. It is a popular shrine for practitioners and tourists alike. I myself take tours through the cemetery on a regular basis.
Really? Do you have any running this week?
No, but the cemetery is open to the general public as well.
Tell me more.
You have heard everything about Marie Laveau that a layman might expect to understand.
Do these marks look familiar?
They look like the scribbling of a child to me.
Okay, thanks. Do these marks look familiar?
They look like...
Okay. Do these symbols...
No. They look like nonsense to me. Where did you get them, if I might inquire?
I saw them scribbled somewhere. Just graffiti, I guess.
I see. By the way, I forgot to warn you, Mr. Knight. The local cemeteries are quite dangerous. Muggers, vandals. I would avoid going there alone, if I were you.
Really? Thanks for the advice. Could you look at this and tell me if you recognize anything about the ritual?
This is truly offensive. This is from one of those recent killings, is it not?
Well, actually...
But the police already know that this so-called voodoo ritual is fake. Voodoo is a respectable religion. This kind of thing has nothing to do with voodoo in this city.
Fine. Let's say that's true. Are you sure there's nothing about the items in this photo?
There is nothing about this sickness that I would identify as voodoo. Nothing.
Thanks for looking then.
The doorway is already...
Goodbye, Dr. John.
Goodbye.
Welcome, Seeker. You must be the one Dr. John called me about.
I guess so. My name is...
Wait? Gabriel Knight?
You're too quick for me.
Actually, Dr. John told me. You have come to the right place, Mr. Knight. Tell me how I can help.
The shelf holds a variety of unusual objects, the kind of thing Gabriel refers to as junk.
Could I ask you a few questions?
Of course, Seeker.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
My practice is mainly selling charms and potions with magic power, such as gree-gree and voodoo oils. You know, everything from unrequited love to wandering spouses to winning a lawsuit. But my spells and charms are powerful, and they work.
Do you have any idea what Cabri sans cœur means?
No. No, I don't.
Do you have... What do you know?
Why, that has nothing to do with me and my clientele. But I can tell you that you should stay as far from it as possible. There is badness there. Very bad.
What's the significance?
St. John's Eve. It is the greatest night of the voodoo year. There is always a traditional conclave on St. John's Eve. Most of our voodoo churches these days hold functions in the church hall. But in the old days, They had ceremonies out in the wild, and they wore animal masks and had a huge bonfire and dancing. I used to go when I was an apprentice. Sometimes in the swamp, you know, Bayou St. John. Sometimes at the lake, Lake Pontchartrain.
What's the...
Special ceremonies are performed.
What's the...
There is no night more powerful to voodoo magic.
What?
There is no...
Tell me about the animal masks.
I saw them used once or twice when I was younger, but you don't see them much anymore. They're too close.
Too close to what?
Just bad karma.
Tell me about the
I don't know what else to say.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Oh, yes. She was the first of the great voodoo queens.
Do you know any...
She ruled voodoo in New Orleans for 100 years, they say.
Do you know...
I'm sure a historian could help you with that.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
All right. Here's an old one. Take a lodestone and some brimstone to a crossroads at midnight. Light the brimstone with a match, and a spirit will come and give you advice in gambling.
Give me an example.
Here's an old hoodoo Dr. Gree-Gree. Place a dime under your client's tongue, and if the client is under a spell of any kind, the dime will turn black.
Give me an example.
To send someone away, take a rotten egg and write that person's name on it 9 times. You can also write on it where you want to send that person to. Take it and throw it against his door at midnight.
Give me an example.
Here's a nasty one. To kill someone, get a sock or a shoe that belongs to that person. Put graveyard dirt in it and bury it under their front steps.
Does that work?
I don't know. I never tried it.
Give me an example of a gris-gris.
To ensure the safety of your child, cut a lock of its hair while it is still a baby and keep it with you. The child must have all its hair before it can die.
These are interesting.
They're very old. The gree-gree that I prepare is much more powerful, I can assure you, but I don't give out those secrets.
Give me an...
All right. Here's an...
Tell me about it.
Yes? What would you like to hear?
How many voodoo yens are there?
No one knows exactly. Many practice in secret. There are probably hundreds. But of course the level and the power of the voodoo yens differ greatly, depending on their training and natural gifts.
Do you do anything else?
I am a voodoo yen, and that is plenty. It takes much spiritual effort.
What kind of people come to see you?
Seekers after the truth, such as yourself.
How'd you get into this business?
I trained in the voodoo arts for many years with the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Who's she?
You have never heard of her? For shame! I can see you know little of the world of magic.
I'm beginning to get that impression, yes. Tell me anything at all.
I haven't always lived in New Orleans. I came here from Kansas as a young woman.
Tell me...
I began studying voodoo more than 20 years ago. I am well versed in the magic.
I can't think...
Very well.
Could you look at this and tell me if you recognize anything about it?
That's from those voodoo murders, isn't it? That has nothing to do with me.
Does this mean anything to you?
These are magic symbols. Deep magic.
Really? Have you seen them before?
No.
Then how do you know they're magic symbols?
Seeker, my eyes are unveiled to see truly that which is in front of me.
Uh-huh. Thanks. Tons. Does this mean anything to you?
These are
Really?
No.
Then how do you...
Seeker, my eyes are unveiled.
Uh-huh. Do these symbols mean anything to you?
Ah, the voodoo code. It is very secret, yes. I studied it with my mentor, the great Queen Tabitha.
Really? Great. Can you tell me what it says?
Let's see. Well, some of it is nonsense, I'm afraid. Whoever wrote this wasn't very good.
That's all right. Just tell me what it says.
It starts with a D and a J, and then... Okay, this part makes sense. It says, conclave tonight, bring... then there's more nonsense. F-W-E-T-K-A-S-H. Well, that last bit might mean cash. Fresh cash? It doesn't make much sense.
That's okay, thanks. DJ Conclave. K-A-S-H. It's a start.
I'm happy I could help.
A large crystal ball is prominently displayed. It's not that easy to get a message from the crystal ball.
Please remain seated within the protective circle. There are spiritual currents in this room that I can't always control.
Thank... Well, I guess I'll be gone now.
As you wish.
Phew, it's humid out there. Made it back, though.
I wish you wouldn't wear that coat outside in June. I could smell you from here.
Got a minute, Grace? Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Wasn't she a big voodoo queen before the Civil War?
That's right.
Well, you just heard everything I know about her.
Do you know anything
I'd really rather not hear about your sex life, Knight.
Could you do some
Sure.
I can't...
Okay.
Do you have messages for me?
Nope.
Gabriel's desk has been gathering dust since his last novel. Gabriel's bedroom is also Gabriel's bed. A small trunk serves as a table for the radio.
Another month of missing my mortgage, I'll be pushing those pencils on the street.
Gabriel's Gabriel might as well leave that. Gabriel doesn't.
If I threw that stuff away, it wouldn't worth.
If Gabriel picked up a pencil, he might actually have to write something. Gabriel might.
I don't need
Gabriel doesn't need anything from the bookshelf. Gabriel might as well leave that.
All my clothes look the same.
The desk phone is cheap but functional. Gabriel's bedroom is also his Mardi Gras mementos left by some female or other. The dresser holds a meager supply. There's a flashlight on the dresser. This building's wiring leaves a lot to be desired.
I might need a flashlight. I've got some things I need to...
Good luck.
The knocker doesn't open. Gabriel can't get inside unless he's invited.
May I help you? I'd like to see Malia Getty, please. I'm sorry, but unless you have an appointment or official business, I cannot announce you. I do have official business. Really? Please tell me the nature of your business. I've got important business. Yes, I'm waiting for some evidence of that, sir. Does this do anything for you? No, it does not, sir. Does this do... No. Does this do... No. Mind if I ask... Yes, I do mind. Just as I thought. Good day, sir. Excuse me, sir?
What you need, boy?
Does this mean anything to you?
Nope.
Mind if I... Tell me something.
Just look around. Just look around.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
I don't know what you talk...
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Sure. She was the voodoo queen of New Orleans. A powerful voodooine and a powerful sorceress. Believers still come to her tomb, you know. They write secret marks on the walls, leaving offerings and things. Then there's the tourists. They come out of curiosity. As a matter of fact, that big Dr. John fella from the Voodoo Museum, he's here at least once today. But Marie Laveau's tomb ain't the only one the believers visit and make markings and leave offerings at.
What else can you tell?
Her tomb's on all our tours. Even the Baptists come round here to gawk. Course, you may not know this, but some of the real serious voodoo types argue that she ain't in this one at all, but down in an unmarked tomb in number 3. It's all the same to me, I say. Save me a lot of cleanup work if she weren't here, if you ask me.
What else can you tell me about?
Boy, go out and buy a book if you really want to know. I ain't too sure my facts these days nohow.
You said there were other marked tombs?
Yep. I seen bull hearts left on tombs and a nest of vulture feathers, plates of peas and cornmeal, animal parts, human parts even, it looked like. Male parts, if you get my meaning. And this at one of the great family crypts, mind you. Odd how them types just pick a spot and stick to it.
What other tombs get marked? Can you show me?
No, I ain't one for naming names. I don't like to encourage that kind of thing. It's distressing to the families, and rightly so. Don't know how that sort of thing gets started. Why folks come to start leaving stuff at that one spot. But it happens all the same.
What other tomb?
No, don't know how.
Tell me.
That's about all they.
This old tomb has a The old man is apparently doing some cleanup work.
Nothing like a good game of chess, huh?
Yeah, well, this isn't a good game.
Oh, well. Does this mean it?
Not really.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not really.
Could I ask you if you could?
Sure.
Have you ever heard?
Sure. She's kind of the patron saint.
Do you know?
Come Mardi Gras, you see all kinds of masks in here.
Excuse me. I hate to interrupt your game, but could I ask you a few questions?
Yay!
Yeah.
Could I ask you some questions?
I'd rather not. I really get focused when I'm drawing.
Nice drawing of the cathedral.
Thanks.
It's really precise.
Well, I'm an architectural student, actually. It's good practice.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with this pattern?
I'm a student. I don't take commissions.
Oh, sorry. Say, do you think...
I'm kind of busy, and I don't normally...
Oh.
What would the art... Jackson Square, an artist is taking a...
Hey, come back here. Hey!
The artist is off chasing his errant drawing. The artist would not... The artist would not appreciate Gabriel messing with his stuff while he's gone. The artist is off... The art...
Oh, unbelievable. Rotten luck.
Gabriel can't reach the drawing from where he is. Using that on the drawing would... Using that... Those two... Using that... Gabriel can... Gabriel... There's her drawing caught up against the hedges. Gabriel can't reach... Gabriel can't bend the bars. He's too big to fit through them. And those spikes on top look sharp. The lucky dog vendor has his nose buried in a paperback novel. Gabriel noticed that it is not. Big surprise. One of his.
Do you mind if I ask you a few...
Yep, I mind all right.
Why?
'Cause A, I don't know anything, and B, I'm busy.
Oh. Could I get a lucky dog, please?
Not now, I'm busy.
An unambitious person? In the 90s? Ah, amazing. There's no reason to do that to the... There's no...
Hello?
Bonjour, Monsieur Walker.
Oh, bienvenue, Madame Casanova. Comment ça va? How you be feeling today?
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Walker, I'm certain someone's buried a sleep note bag somewhere near my steps. I haven't slept a wink in weeks.
Oh, don't that beat all? Well, you're gonna need some easy night candles then.
Do you think that would help? I do hope you're right. I said 3 rosaries this morning for Our Lady's intervention.
Rosaries are good, sure enough. But you burn those candles too, and you gonna whip any old no-sleep gree-gree, I tell you for sure.
Very well, Mr. Walker. Put them on my account and send them round to my house. Oh, and there's another thing. I didn't catch her at it, but I know Mrs. Lefebvre put stomachache powder in my tea at the last meeting of the Creole Grand Dames. Oh, I've been in misery.
You put 9 pinheads up in a little box, add a pinch of graveyard dust, and put it under her front porch step. That'll turn the trick back on Mrs. Lefebvre, and she'll be the one with the bellyache. I have the pins and the dust right here if you want them.
If the Blessed Virgin will grant me her protection, I'll be safe from these practitioners of evil.
Oui, madame. Though it don't hurt to be proactive none neither, now does it?
Naturellement, monsieur. Merci beaucoup.
Mais non, madame. It is nothing. Au revoir.
Au revoir, Monsieur Walker.
Can I ask you...
Whatever, man.
That customer of yours, the little old lady?
Customer?
The woman I saw in here. Madame Cazeneuve, you called her.
I don't talk about my customers to men who come in off the street.
It's important that I talk to Madame Cazeneuve. You see, I'm doing some research and...
I can't tell you anything about...
Have you ever heard of Marie?
Marie? She's somebody from the old days. One of those folk tales.
Do you know anything about...
Like the ones in the voodoo rituals, they...
Right.
I used to sell a few as souvenirs. The only one left is Willie Jr. over there. The old crocodile. Well, he's sort of a mascot now, him.
About Willie Jr., would you be willing to let him go?
Maybe. For $100.
$100? You gotta be kidding.
Me and Willie Jr. very close now. I could part with him for less.
Would you take...
Don't insult me, monsieur. The price is $100.
Lucy, I'm home.
The excitement of seeing you is killing me.
Got a minute, Greg?
What's up?
Could you do...
Sure.
I need you to look up a Madame Cazeneuve.
Madame Cazeneuve? Is she related to the murders the same way your friend, Malia Getty, was?
Grace, Cazeneuve's at least 70.
As if that makes a difference to you. Okay, I'll see what I can find. Anything else?
I can't think of it.
Okay.
Do you have...
Nope.
Seen any good movies?
I saw a great documentary last night on pyramid excavation.
You mean small, dark places that haven't been touched in centuries?
Well, it did help me gain a better understanding of your mind.
Gabriel's had all those books in the bathroom and doesn't care to read them again. Gabriel find us. Grace keeps her up. Gabriel wouldn't dare.
See you later.
See?
Could I ask you some?
I'd rather...
Okay.
The juggler is Gabriel. The panel, the confessional is empty, and then
May I help you, my child?
I'd like to make a confession.
All right, if it will make you feel better.
I've had a lot of women, Father.
A lot? More than 10?
Yes, Father.
More than 20?
Yes, Father.
More than 40?
Yes, Father.
Son, I don't think this is a matter for a priest. I think you need a good therapist.
Yes, Father.
Is there anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Goodbye, then. Peace go with you.
patches of grass have managed to survive life. Lake Pontchartrain is impressive. It measures 20, but you wouldn't want to swim in it. Lake Shore Drive runs
Phew!
The excitement.
Could you just...
Sure.
I can...
Okay.
Do you have...
Nope.
See you later.
Don't hurry back on my...
Got a second? What? Do you know...
Marie who? Is she the one that hangs out on Conti and...
I'm here to see Detective...
He's in his office.
Hey, Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
So, how's it hanging, bud?
Lousy. I hate crime scenes. People are sick fucks. You know that, Knight?
I'm starting to get that. Can I ask you?
You're the writer.
What's the status on the voodoo?
You're as filled in as me.
Do you know anything about animal
masks? You mean like those Halloween?
I don't think so.
Never ran.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Is she that red-headed chick that works at Freddy? Then I don't know.
Have you ever called the hair club for me?
I'd rather... What if?
Oh, no.
Sure.
Well,
later.
Can I ask you if you...
I'm sorry, sir, but I really...
Excuse...
Yes?
You know, that uniform looks great on you.
Uh-huh. Is that a compliment, or are you asking to borrow my dress?
It's a compliment.
Well, you just never know around here. Thanks, but I'm married.
Gabriel, come in.
Hi, Gran.
Make yourself at home, son.
Can we talk?
Of course.
Tell me about my...
Your mother was Margaret Templeton when your father met her.
Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
Marie Laveau. Of course! She was that voodoo woman, wasn't she? She preyed on people's fears and superstitions is what I think. There are always those willing to take other people's money for nothing. You stay away from people like that, Gabriel.
Yes, Gran. Do you know anything about...
Why, no, dear. Do you mean...
Never mind. Does this mean anything to you?
Sorry, no, Gabriel.
I'm going up the attic again.
Enjoy yourself.
There's nothing to take on the stairs.
I think I'll leave that up here. There's nothing I want in there. It looks pretty heavy. I think I'll leave that up. It's Granddaddy's old golf bag.
It's an old metal tub full of dust and cobwebs. That box of knickknacks it's one of Grandma's old parlor tables. Grandma's attic is a storehouse of forgotten treasures and useless junk. Grandma's attic is a...
That must have been the year Granddaddy caught Santa on the roof.
Grandma's... The old trunk looked like it's gone to hell and back. Grandma's attic... An elaborate mechanical clock. Using that on the clock. Those two. Gabriel, the hands do not appear. The face of the clock. Nothing. Nothing happens. Gabriel's not. Gabriel's.
The chair is fine where it is.
Gabriel's not.
It looks...
Gabriel's not.
I think I'll leave that up here. I think...
The lid is blocked by the clock. Mostly pictures of Gabriel, his dad, and Gabriel grew up in this room. Just be fresh carnation. Mostly pictures of Gabriel. The wood in the bin is sudden. Gabriel. Steal Granny's knitting? How low can you get?
Well, Gran...
All right, dear.
Please select a destination icon.
Mr. Knight,
My...
please be seated.
Could I ask...
Of course.
Give me...
All right.
Magentius Snakes looks a little sickly, but Gabriel would still rather not stick his hand in the cake.
Dr. John tells me you're a voodoo practitioner of some kind.
Yes, I am a voodoo yen, a voodoo priestess.
Well, I guess...
As you...
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
The back wall, a feathered African mask. That display. There's no one.
Could I ask you...
Of course.
Tell me.
Me?
Yes.
What is it?
Why did you open a voodoo museum?
The subject has fascinated me all my life, and I wanted to help preserve the cultural heritage.
What kind of background in voodoo do you have?
Let us say that I cut my teeth on it, Mr. Knight. It is in my blood.
What are your own religious...
My beliefs are too personal and too complex to discuss with a layman, Mr. Knight.
Do you do it?
No. The museum does not make me a rich man, but my material needs are simple. I am originally from the West Indies myself, you know.
Really?
I was drawn here for personal reasons. I am a vegetarian.
Really? I can't...
That must be the hunter. Then...
Do you know...
I used to have some antique African totem masks, but they were on the point of disintegration, so I removed them.
Are you...
Unfortunately, I do not know much about totem masks.
Okay. This is quite a place.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. I have dedicated myself to the preservation of this unique culture. It is gratifying to see others reap the...
Talking to that would be unenlightened. The back wall display a gaudy, an authentic-looking pole marks the center of...
Thanks a...
Come back.
Hey, Grace. Here I am.
Really? I forgot you were gone.
See you later.
See ya.
You mind if I ask you a few questions?
Yep, I mind, all right.
Why?
Because A, I don't know anything, and B, I'm busy.
Oh,
Interrogating the little boy wouldn't be very useful.
you dance pretty well for a kid.
Give me some money, then.
I don't have any.
Don't block the view, mister.
Do you do requests?
Got any money?
No.
Something to eat?
No.
There you have it. No.
Could I get a lucky dog, please?
Not now, I'm busy.
An unambitious person?
I have this gift certificate.
I'm busy.
It's good for $20 at St. George's Books, finest bookstore in New Orleans.
Really? I'll have to check it out sometime.
You could take this gift certificate with you, if you'll give me a lucky dog.
A lucky dog for a $20 gift certificate? Well, sure. Here you go.
Leave the lucky dog laying around? For shame.
You wouldn't like a lucky dog by any chance?
Would I? Thanks, mister. You got any special requests, let me know.
You mentioned something about special requests?
Yeah. You got one?
Can you fit through the bars around the statue?
Can I? Just watch me.
Good. There's something in there I can't quite reach. Come on. Can you reach that piece of paper?
Sure thing. Here you go. Yep. See ya.
How's it going?
Well, life sucks. I just lost 2 days' worth of work.
What you working on now?
Just starting another drawing of the cathedral.
This belongs to you, doesn't it?
My drawing? How'd you get it?
Oh, it was a bit of a squeeze, but I hate to see you lose your work. I lost my only copy of a manuscript once.
Well, you saved my butt. Let me know if I can ever do the same for you, huh?
Could I ask you some questions?
I'd rather not. I really get focused when I'm drawing.
Okay, fine. Do you mind if I watch?
Be my guest.
Say, do you think there's anything you can do with this pattern?
What do you need?
Is there any way you can reconstruct the whole pattern from this partial?
The pattern is probably circular, and there's some repetition in the elements. What is this from, anyway?
You'd never believe me.
Okie dokie. Well, I might be able to reconstruct the pattern if I had more data, but this is just one small area of it. If you could get me any more of these, it would help.
I'll see what I can do. I have some more of those patterns.
Really? Let's see. Yeah, these are great. I think there's enough overlap now. I'll give it my best shot. I'll show you what I come up with tomorrow.
Great. I appreciate it.
There's a temperature gauge on the wall near Mosley's office. The security cage has been removed by the electrician.
Hey, hey, hey. Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up. Whew, it's hot in here. Dang, the air conditioning must be on the blink. Are you hot? Man, I'm hot.
Can I ask you about some stuff?
You're the writer.
How about getting me some coffee?
What am I, your slave?
Hey, I'm working my butt off here.
Yeah, fine. Some people are never satisfied.
I think I'll just borrow this badge.
Hey, what are you doing with my coat?
Nothing. I thought I saw something crawling on it.
Just drink this.
Thanks. Tons. I mean it.
There seems to be a pattern to the lines in the sand, but if there is a Gabriel is on the sand and clay shore of Lake Pontchartrain, at the site where some poor bastard got to see who the voodoo murderers really are. The site is now deserted. Out, damned! Gabriel is on the site. The site is now. Gabriel, the site is. The banks of Lake Pontchartrain are rich with clay deposits. The banks of the lake move the clay.
Is that clay? Yuck.
Gabriel cannot see any. Gabriel is on the site. The site is now. Gabriel, the site. Gabriel, the site is. Gabriel, the site. Gabriel is on the sand and clay. The site. Gabriel, the site. Those two objects. There's nothing worth magnifying in that particular. Gabriel doesn't need to use that on the clay banks. The lines in the sand are fairly large. Magnification wouldn't make them any clearer. Gabriel is already magnifying the sand. The police have already taken. It's extremely big, bloody sand. Gabriel does not particularly want to. Gabriel, Gabriel does not, Gabriel does, Gabriel does, Gabriel does, Gabriel, the police have all, it's extremely big, bloody sand. Gabriel, there's nothing, there's not, there's nothing, there's it's extremely big sand. Gabriel is already mad. Gabriel doesn't need any more rocks in his pocket. It's extremely, it's extremely, there's no, the line, it's very large grass. It's very large. It's very, there's nothing, there's, Gabriel doesn't need to use,
There's nothing on my body.
it's extremely, there's nothing worth, there's, it's extreme, Gabriel, it's extremely big sand. There's not, the lake is polluted enough. Gabriel doesn't need, the lake, it's extremely big sand. There's not, it's extremely big sand. It's extremely big. It's very large. There's no, it's very, it's very, there's no, there's nothing worth magnifying. There's no, the lines in the, it's extremely big sand. There's not, it's extremely big. There's not, Gabriel is on. Gabriel hates me. Gabriel wouldn't get far on foot. It's extremely big sand. Gabriel. It's extreme. It's extreme. It's extremely big. Gabriel, it's extremely. Gabriel. It's extremely big sand. Gabriel. One of the photos from Moseley is an official voodoo murders crime scene shot, a graphic close-up of a victim. The lines in the sand are fairly large. Magnification wouldn't make them any clearer. It's extremely big sand. Gabriel is already magnifying the sand. There's nothing worth magnifying. There's not. It's very. Gabriel is already. Gabriel is. It's extremely big sand. Gabriel is already magnifying the sand. It's extreme. There's nothing worth magnifying. There's nothing. Gabriel has. Gabriel is this. There seems to be a pattern to the lines in the sand, but if there is a pattern, it's smeared. There's only one small area that's clearly defined. Gabriel, the site. Patches of grass have managed to survive life on the banks of Lake Pontchartrain. The banks of Lake Pontchartrain are rich with clay deposits. Gabriel is the site is. Gabriel is on the sand and clay shore of Lake Pontchartrain, at a site where some poor bastard got to see who the voodoo murderer is. Really. The sand doesn't work that way. There's not. It's very large grass. Gabriel is already magnifying the grass. Gabriel is already magnifying the grass. There seems to be a pattern. The lines in the line. Gabriel. The police have already taken samples of the blood. Mosley will be able to tell Gabriel if there's anything significant about it. Patches of grass have managed to survive. It's very there's not it's very large grass. There's not. It's very. Gabriel doesn't. The grass has a matted appearance there. Patches of. The grass has a matted appearance there. There are marks in the grass as though some heavy wire object had been set there. Gabriel is already magnifying the grass. The marks are part of the grass and do. With magnification, the marks in the grass are clearer. The marks are actually deep indentations in a regular mesh pattern. The marks in the marks are part of the grass and do not. Gabriel cannot open the scale. With magnification, the marks. Patches of grass have managed to serve. Patches of the grass has a matted. The grass has. There are marks in the grass as though some heavy wire object had been set. Gabriel is all. Gabriel. Using that on the Gabriel, the site is now. The site. Patches of grass have patches of Gabriel. This patches. The grass has a matted appearance there. The marks in the grass don't work that way. There are marks in the grass. Gabriel, the marks are part of the grass and do not move. Gabriel doesn't need any grass.
May I help you? I'd like to see Malia Getty, please. I'm sorry, but unless you... I do have a fish. Really? Please tell me the nature. My name is Detective Mosley. I'm here on police business. Really? How interesting. Wait here. I'll inform Miss Getty. Miss Getty will see you. Right this way. Miss Getty will be down shortly. Thank you.
What can I do for you, Detective?
Mind if I ask you a few questions, Miss Getty?
I assume that's what you're here for, Detective.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
Voodoo? Why would you want to know about that, Detective? It's rather silly, isn't it?
There's nothing silly about the voodoo murders.
But that voodoo is faked. That's what I've read in the papers.
That's what the papers say, all right.
But you're not convinced?
No, frankly, I'm not. The police department isn't known for its imagination.
Oh. Well, I can see that your imagination is considerable.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
The murders? Only what I read in the papers.
And what do you read in the papers?
I'm sure you know much more about it than I, Detective.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
I believe it's some sort of local holiday, but I don't know much about it.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Saint-Gar means?
No, I don't. What does it mean, Detective?
That's confidential information, ma'am. Do you know anything about Marie Laveau?
I have heard of her, of course, but that's about it.
Do you know anything about animal masks?
Animal masks? I don't know what you mean.
Tell me about yourself.
I suppose I don't really have a choice. What do you want to know, Detective?
What kind of things interest you?
I don't have a lot of free time, but I do appreciate the arts. Opera, symphony, ballet, fine art. If you look around, you'll see that we collect African art, for example.
Yes, it's very beautiful.
It is, Detective. It means a great deal to me.
Do you have a career?
A career? Being the head of the Getty family is a 24-hour-a-day job. We have many holdings and many responsibilities, financial and otherwise. The management of our business affairs and properties leaves me with time for little else.
Poor little rich girl?
Believe it or not, Detective, wealth does have its price.
Tell me about your family.
The Gettys? We're a very private family.
How many people are there in your family?
Well, my mother just passed away.
I am sorry.
So am I. She was a magnificent woman. We were very close. I was an only child.
And your father?
I never knew him.
It's hard to believe that any man would leave a woman like you. Or like your mother must have been.
He did not leave, Detective. But that's really none of your concern.
I'm sorry. Go on.
There are, of course, other Gettys in the city. I have a large, extended family.
I see. Do you have a husband? A boyfriend?
I'm very independent, Detective. The women in my family have always preferred it that way.
So, you've never been married?
No, and I never will be.
What about children?
Yes, that is likely. Someday.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I do a lot of charity work around the city. primarily in the prison and reform system. I'm not a professional sociologist, but it does interest me.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
I have a business degree from Vanderbilt. I wanted to study psychology, but my family's interests came first.
Oh? Why not something like law, then? Surely that would have been an asset to the family.
Law? Please, I do have some morals, Detective.
I'd like to hear just about anything.
For the record, I'm 28, Detective.
I wouldn't know where to begin.
As you wish, Detective.
Can you tell me anything about what happened out at the lake?
I wish I could, but I've never seen or heard anything unusual at the lake, and I do spend quite a bit of time out there.
Can you tell me...
I wish I could...
Excuse me, but your eyes are really distracting. I don't think I've ever seen a color quite like that. Brownish gold. It's so deep and rich. Man, if I could bottle that, I'd make a fortune.
Thank you, Detective. That's an interesting observation, though probably not relevant to your case.
A good detective never knows what might be relevant, Miss Getty.
Then you must be truly exceptional at your job. I think this has gone on long enough. You're not really a detective, are you?
Who, me? Well, I am on this case, Miss Getty.
I saw you at the lake yesterday. I thought you must be with the police since you were there, but you don't act like a police officer. Besides, I'm rather certain that the other man said his name was Mosley.
All right, you caught me. I'm not with the police. My name is Gabriel Knight. I'm a writer working with Detective Mosley on a book.
Well, Mr. Knight, now that we've established who you are, perhaps you can tell me the real reason you're here.
Well, I am researching the book, and I thought you might have seen or heard something at the lake.
I don't like liars, Mr. Knight.
Okay, you're right. I really just wanted to see you again. You can be mad at me if you want, but I swear I've never done anything like this before.
Mr. Knight, you've lied about your identity and wasted my time with meaningless questions. If it weren't vaguely flattering, I'd really be angry. You're lucky I don't call the real police. I think you should go, Mr. Knight.
Malia, wait. If you just give me a chance.
I've wasted enough time. I'll have Robert show you out. Robert? Show Mr. Knight out, please.
I most certainly will. Thank you very much. I had a lovely time. Ah, shit.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to return home for the day.
I'm so glad you could join us today. I've got messages when you want them. I also checked out Kazanu. There are multiple listings in the white pages. I got the page, but you'll have to figure out the right one.
Great, thanks.
Now, are you gonna tell me what happened yesterday with Malia Getty, or is it just too embarrassing? Don't tell me you actually got to see her.
Are the stars out tonight?
Gabriel, you don't seriously think she's interested? She can have any man in the city. You know, men with bank accounts.
You underestimate the Knight family's tragic poet samurai appeal. When Daddy married Mom, she was the hottest catch in town.
I always suspected there was something fishy in your family tree. But seriously, I think you should be careful.
Grace.
I'm serious. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach about this.
It's called jealousy, my dear. And you're right. You should be jealous of Malia Getty, as should every woman on this planet.
Oh, never mind. I'll just fix these books. Your life is in your own slippery little hands.
The point is to get it into somebody else's hands. And soon.
Times Picayune, dated June 20, 1993. Gabriel scans over an uninteresting front page. Under the cultural events section, there's a notice about a lecture on African religions. The lecture is at Tulane University. Gabriel's horoscope for the day. An evil eye is upon you. Change course before it's too late.
Lighten up.
Hey, kids.
Huh?
Bruno.
Gabe, pet. I just popped in to see if you're desperate enough to sell me that painting.
Are you ready to drop dead today?
Well, really?
Got a minute, Greg?
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Your pal Mosley called. He left a message that they're interrogating a suspect this morning and you might want to be there.
Sounds fun.
I bet.
Do you have more messages for me?
That man from Germany called again, Wolfgang Ritter. Now he's claiming to be a relative of yours. I took down his number. If you change your mind and want to give him a call back, just ask me for it.
Can I get that phone number for Wolfgang Ritter?
Sure, I'll give it to you when we're done talking.
Do you have more messages for me?
I've given everything to you.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure.
I can't think of...
Okay.
So, what...
Your use of mathematics, for one thing.
What can I say? I refuse to be bound by rule.
The strap marks on your bedpost speak otherwise.
Somewhere there's a New Orleans phone book missing one of its C pages. Somewhere there's a New Orleans... somewhere there's a New Orleans phone book missing one of its C pages.
Hey, kids.
Huh?
Bruno.
Gabe, pet. I just popped in to see if you're...
Gee, is today the day that hell freezes over?
One needn't be rude.
Hello.
Hi, is this the Kazanu residence?
Yes. What can I do for you?
Do you or does anyone in your family patronize the Dixieland drugstore?
I'm a busy man. What are you selling?
Nothing.
Good. Goodbye.
Hello, Kazanu residence?
Hi, I was wondering if you could help me.
Yeah?
A woman in the Dixieland drugstore dropped her purse today, and the name Kazanu was inside it.
Dixieland drugstore? Never heard of it. Sorry.
Hello?
Hello? I'm calling from the Dixieland drugstore. We have an order for you.
Castro, be quiet! Who is this?
I'm a friend of the owner.
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
Lanny's Pizza. May I take your order?
Wrong number, I guess.
Jeez.
Hello? Robert?
No, it's not Robert.
Then get off the phone.
Those two objects.
Casino residence, may I help you?
Hi, you won a customer raffle at the Dixieland drugstore?
No soliciting, please.
Yes?
Hi, I called earlier about your drugstore order.
Hush, Castro! I told you, I don't know what you're talking about.
The number written on the note is 4909 324 333. Gabriel never has figured out.
I'm not calling some stranger in Germany. I still don't know who this guy really is. See you later.
Don't hurry back on my account.
Hi.
It's nearly as old as the one at Saint-Jean. The signs say, Special Saint-Jean Eve, Lagnappe, free bottle of lover come back to me oil, or master gambling oil, with every purchase over $50.
Lagnappe. My French is lousy, but everyone in New Orleans knows what that means. A little something extra.
The dust on those voodoo and hoodoo, the craft as revealed by traditional practice. The sign says, the poster reads, Howard will be yours when you use Papa leg by. The mask appears to be made.
You son of... Give me back my badge. Now, Knight!
Sure. Thanks for letting me borrow it.
Yeah? Well, you borrowed again in your history. Now, about today. Glad you made it. It'll give you a feel for how I am in action. You know, handling suspects, that sort of thing.
I'm sure it'll be invigorating. Who is this guy anyway?
Calls himself Crash. He's been an informant for us before, mostly helping us bust small-time pimps and dealers trying to break into the territory. Well, he's been staying invisible during these murders, but we picked him up this morning at Jackson Square. Pushing coke? He knows something. Call it detective's instinct.
Detective's instinct. Got it.
All right, Crash. I want to hear about these murders. You been present at the so-called voodoo ritual?
I don't know nothing. I told you.
Oh, come on now, you can tell me. Do you know anyone who's been to these rituals?
Look, I can't say nothing. You gotta let me go, man.
Now, you relax. No one knows you're here. The men who picked you up were plainclothesmen.
Plain clothes, like you could fool them. They know I'm here. They've got ears all over the city. They know everything.
Now who are they, Crash? Are they the ones doing the murders?
Let me go.
If you're so worried about being detained, start talking. Now you tell me what I want to hear, and maybe I can get you in the witness protection program. But you have to earn it.
Witness protection? Are you crazy? Don't make me laugh. Jesus, just let me out of here.
Oh, come on. Who's behind these murders, Crash? Why are the victims all members of the underworld?
By now they know I'm here. I mean, it's different when I'm supposed to come here. Well, if I can send a message. Tell him I didn't say nothing.
Christ, he's frickin' useless. Take him back to detaining, would you, Tony? I tell you, times like this, I'd kill for truth serum and damn the civil rights.
Can I quote you on that?
Huh? Hell no. Damn! We only keep him for 24 hours. Tomorrow morning, I might have to let him go. Sorry it wasn't more exciting. For the book, I mean. Maybe you can punch it up some. You know, what do they call that? Fiction, that's it.
It certainly is. I'll see what I can do. Can I ask you? What's the status on the...
It sure as hell ain't going well. There's a lot of brakes being applied in different areas of the investigation. We're getting some real info on the victims now, and they're not exactly upstanding citizens. I was hoping to get more out of Crash, but he's scared shitless. We'll have to let him go tomorrow morning.
Gabe.
I'm gonna hit the road.
Have a good one.
It looks like the lecture is just starting. Gabriel decides to record the session.
Voodoo is the tribal religion of Africa, but the name Voodoo is actually a banner heading under which resides an entire body of distinct tribal belief systems. The word voodoo may sound familiar to you. What is known in the States as voodoo is actually an amalgamation of African religious systems, voodoo, and European religions, primarily Catholicism. All of the subcults of African voodoo have certain things in common. The most important is the worship of a pantheon of spirits instead of the single deity that the Christian and Muslim systems have. Some of these spirits are elementals. Some relate to specific tasks or places. Some represent important tribal leaders who have died. This spirit worship is what makes voodoo so easily adaptable. With all those spirits, it's no problem to add a few more. Say, for example, the Virgin Mary. At the height of tribal Africa, warfare was common. The one tribe would conquer another, and the Loa, important in the conqueror's tribal system, would be adopted readily into the conquered tribe's Loa pantheon. In this way, many of the voodoo cults spread and mingled throughout tribal Africa, enriching the belief system and causing innumerable offshoots. The basis for the voodoo religion seems to be as old as man himself. It has much in common with many early pagan practices: animal totems, sympathetic magic, elemental spirits in the trees, the heavens, the bodies of the sick. Africa is believed by many to be the cradle of the human race. Some of the voodoo Loa may be as old as the Garden of Eden itself. We still can't explain some of the real power of these primal religions. And note, I said primal, not primitive. There are African Bokors who baffle our scientists with their supernatural powers. Now, let's discuss the elements of voodoo.
Fascinating guy.
In voodoo, the spirits are called the Loa. During a voodoo ceremony, celebrants are possessed by the Loa, and this is called being ridden. The human worshipper is seen as a horse, and the Loa as the divine horseman. A person being ridden by a Loa takes on the characteristics of that spirit and becomes, in effect, merely a vessel for the more powerful entity. Some of the older original Africa Loa include Dambala, the great serpent god, Ezruli, the mistress of love, Papa Nebo or Gede, the lord of death, Agwe, the spirit of water, Legba, spirit of the crossroads, and the cruelest and most dangerous, Ogun Badagri, the lord of destruction.
Ugh. Oh, I gotta get more sleep at night.
Tribe-specific Loa can have as much or more power as the more widely worshipped Loa. For instance, a particular tribe might revere highly the Loa of an ancestor who was a legendary hunter or politician. Voodoo temples are called Haunfors. Their priests, Hangun or Bokors. Their priestesses, Mama Loa. In a voodoo Haunfor, there's a ritual circle marked by a center pole called a poto mitan. The ritual circle is prepared with a veve, a pattern of symbols. Each tribe's veve is slightly different, consisting of complex symbols that identify their special Loa. During ritual conclaves, initiates dance under the supervision of a Bokor and a Mama Loa, or head priestess. The use of totems or animal masks and markings was not uncommon in the original African ceremonies. Now, though, all but the oldest sects have abandoned this practice. Ritual objects used during the conclaves include the ritual gourd or asson, the ritual knife or kubasa.
That knife gives me the chills.
The ritual whip or fouet cache, and the ritual coffin or seke madule. These items are often optional, called for by the Mama Loa for specific magical rituals. The Mama Loa is the most powerful figure in any voodoo sect. Voodoo is a truly matriarchal system. Even the Bokor knows his power is limited. The Mama Loa is the supreme woman. She butterflies, fireflies.
Firelight. No, what is it? Gabriel?
What? I can't see.
Gabriel, get in.
Can't. It's too small for me.
You must get in, Gabriel.
It's not mine. Too small.
Hide, Gabriel, hide.
No, no, let me out. Help.
Young man, the lecture is over.
Oh my God, sorry.
Gabriel scans the bulletin board. Greek night at the Alpha Psi Omega frat house. It looks like it took place sometime last spring.
Are you a student?
No. My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Well, you have walked into my private office, Mr. Knight. I hope you have something worthwhile to do here. If you figure it out, let me know.
Please don't touch that.
That mask is quite hideous. An old globe sits atop Hartridge's file.
Mind if I pick your brain?
Not if it will get you out of my office.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
You already sat through my lecture on the subject, Mr. Knight. Perhaps next time you could stay awake and learn something.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
I've read about them in the papers. I must admit, to some interest. But according to the newspapers, the voodoo aspect is faked, so I haven't really pursued it. You know how Americans, especially Hollywood, treats voodoo. I'm sure there are many so-called practitioners out there that have no idea what they're doing or the power they're playing with.
Do you have any idea what Cabri sans corps means?
Cabri sans corps? Yes, I do. It's a Haitian term, I believe. It's French, and literally translates as goat without horns.
As in a female goat?
No, as in a human sacrifice. Sacrifices in voodoo are usually of the animal variety. Chickens, wolves, goats. If the gods demand a goat without horns, it means a human being.
Tell me about bebés.
If you'd taken notes during my lecture, you wouldn't have to ask.
Tell me if you... Do you know anything...
As I said in my lecture, which I assume you actually listened to, is that animal masks, totems, are used extensively in most African voodoo religions.
What can you tell me about St. John's Eve?
It's June 23rd, the feast day of St. John the Baptist. But June 23rd has been a sacred day since the earliest times. Ancient sun worshippers used to roll a flaming wheel down a hill to celebrate the sun's descent on that day.
A burning wheel? Huh. Do you know any...
While I find the colloquial bastardizations of voodoo somewhat interesting from a sheerly intellectual point of view, there's not a lot of relation between people like Laveau and true voodoo practices.
Tell me about yourself.
All right, Mr. Knight, I'm 35, a fully tenured professor at this university, as well as a fellow at Cambridge. My doctorate was obtained at Syracuse. Yes, Syracuse, in religious studies. I'm an agnostic, but I find human belief systems fascinating. I specialize in African religions because I grew up there. My father was a Protestant missionary. And I am heterosexual, when I practice sex at all, which isn't very often. Any other questions?
No.
Fine.
Tell me more about human sacrifice.
It's very rare. Most voodoo practices do not include human sacrifice as a matter of record, but it is theoretically possible if that's what the gods demand. For example, one of the chants I had translated for me from a Haitian ritual went like this. Mistress Azuli, come and aid us. If a cock is demanded, we will give it. If a bull will suffice, behold it. But if a goat without horns is required for sacrifice, oh, where will we find one? Azuli is the gentlest of Loa, so they call on her for mercy. But I have seen grown and powerful Hungan tremble before a possession by one of the more violent Loa, such as Papa Nebo. Clearly, they are afraid that something of the sort will be ordered, or that the Loa will simply take it for themselves.
Tell me more.
I wouldn't dwell on it. Most voodoo sects probably haven't seen a human sacrifice for several generations.
What can you tell?
I find it interesting to see the occasional fragment of voodoo.
I'll see you later.
Oh, do keep in touch.
If I want to open up, how's it going today?
What? Oh, it's only you. Man, I have been jumpy all day. That pattern of yours really freaked me out for some reason. There's just something creepy.
You finished it?
Yeah, and you're welcome to it. Here.
Wow, this is great.
Uh-huh. Just don't, like, blow up the planet with it or something, okay?
I didn't mean to upset you.
Oh, forget it. I'm probably just being stupid. Do your thing with it, and good luck.
The artist's reconstruction of the voodoo murders pattern looks accurate to Gabriel. Something about it seems vaguely familiar and creepy.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could.
Does this pattern look familiar to you?
Where did you get that?
You do recognize it then?
I have never seen it before in my life.
I don't need money that badly. Besides, it's empty.
That doesn't seem to be, even if that were for... Gabriel cannot take that, even if...
Could I ask...
Of course.
Do you know Malia Getty?
Should I?
She referred me to your museum.
Many have read about our museum in the newspapers, Mr. Knight.
That's a good point. Are you sure?
Quite sure.
Do you know anything about Vevez?
I believe they have something to do with Haitian voodoo, but that is not really my area.
You're sure you have...
I am...
Goodbye, Doc.
There are marks in the grass, as though some heavy wire... Gabriel carefully uses the tweezers to take the small iridescent scale.
I think it's a snake scale, but it beats the hell out of me what kind.
Gabriel magnifies the iridescent scale is brilliantly.
Do you know anything about snake scales?
I got some snake root and snake powder, but I order 'em wholesale. I don't handle snakes. I don't like 'em at all.
Does this mean anything?
I don't know anything.
Do you recognize this?
Don't look familiar at all.
So, this is a voodoo.
Voodoo? No.
Can I ask? It's important that I talk to Madame Cazonou. You see, I'm doing...
I can't tell you.
Would you take 50 for Willie Jr.?
Don't insult me, monsieur.
Do you know anything about snake?
What kind?
The kind they use in voodoo?
Pythons and boas. So I've heard.
Really? Do you have one?
Are you crazy? What would I want with a python?
Do you?
No.
I found out what Cabri sans corps means. How did you know about human sacrifice?
I never said those words, monsieur. You must have heard them from someone else.
Hello, Dr.
Glad.
Perhaps Gabriel should learn more about the scale. Gabriel Magdi.
I'll be going.
Gabriel Knight, come in.
Hello.
Please,
Since Magenta has a snake, it might be the best not to discuss.
Does this mean anything?
These are men.
Really? Then
Seeker?
Uh-huh. Dr. John tells me you're a voodoo.
Yes.
Could I ask?
Of course.
Do you know anything about...
Snakes? You mean like my beloved Grimwald? She's a python, you know. Quite deadly in the wrong hands. I was trained by one of the great voodoo queens to learn how to hypnotize and handle snakes.
Tell me more.
Oh, I wouldn't want to give away my trade secret. I don't know any...
Do you have any...
no.
About Grimwald.
What about her?
Where'd you get Grimwald?
She belonged to a traveling reptile show. She was being terribly mistreated, so I offered to buy her. She's named after a spirit guide I had once. The spirit Grimwald was a very powerful female snake priestess in Egyptian times.
Grimwald doesn't sound Egyptian.
I only know what the spirits tell me. Monsieur, I am sure they know better than we.
How'd you learn to handle?
I told you a great voodoo queen taught me. She learned from Marie Laveau herself.
Ah, fascinating. Would you consider giving me one of Grimwald's scales?
No, I couldn't do that. You might do some gree-gree of your own, no? One must be very careful with such things. Hair clippings, nail parings, and snake scale.
Are you sure you wouldn't consider giving...
I told you I couldn't do that.
How about showing me how you handle Grimwald?
Really? You would like to see me dance, perhaps?
That would be swell.
I won't make you wait, Monsieur Knight. No matter what you see, do not be frightened.
I'll give it my best shot.
Except for shed snake skin.
There.
That's certainly one word for it. Could I?
Sir. What about...
How about...
It... I shall again...
You...
Gabriel grabs the shed snake skin while Magenta is otherwise occupied.
They are truly inspiring, isn't it?
That's certainly one word for...
Magenta. Those two objects will... Gabriel magnifies the shed skin from Magenta, Moonbeam's snake. It's the shed skin from Moon... It's the shed... Gabriel magnifies the shed skin from Magenta, Moonbeam's snake. The snake scales are hued brown. They don't match the scale from Lake Pontchartrain. Since Magenta...
Could I?
Sir. What about...
No.
All right.
Well, I guess I'll be going now.
The only vice is the absence of love.
I've heard that. Excuse me. I knew you'd miss me, so...
Really? I forgot you were gone.
3 snakes in a skull.
What a wacky offbeat kind...
Putting the scales.
Hey, kids.
Bruno.
Gabe, pet. I just popped in.
How much would you give me for it, Bruno?
Gabriel.
Stay out of this, Grace.
Ooh, you're serious? You'll let me have it?
Yeah, I'll let you have it, all right. How much for the painting?
Well, I could give you 100. That's all I can let go at the moment, you know. My affairs are so tied up.
Gabriel, $100 for your father's painting?
Grace, let me deal with it. Fine, it's yours.
Gabriel!
Here's the 100.
You better take good care of this, Bruno. This is not just another of your hip art pieces, you know.
Really? Well, I fully intend to make the most of its display, though not for your sake, I'm sure. At least in my shop, there'll be a chance of someone actually seeing it. I can't believe I actually got it. Just wait until I show Sid.
I don't believe you!
It's just a painting, Grace. There are things I have to do.
St. George Books could use some serious renovation. That doesn't...
I'm out of here.
Uh-huh.
Hi. Are you still interested in...
Or you show me $100 and the mask is yours.
Are you... I have $100. You still want to sell that crocodile mask?
That's $100, sure enough. The mask, it's yours, sir.
Here you go. Careful it don't bite you now.
Yeah, thanks.
Don't you go forgetting your lagniappe. A free bottle of Master Gambling Oil.
The sign said I could get Lady Luck oil instead.
Well, I wasn't thinking a man as young as you would be needing that kind of remedying. But if you's having problems with your...
Oh, that's all right. Believe me, I don't need it. I'll just stick with this. Thanks, anyway.
Of course, it ain't none of my business if you do need it.
I don't need it.
Of course you don't.
Gabriel can see that the crocodile mask is made of genuine crocodile head. It looks heavy, hot, and smelly. Those two objects The small bottle is labeled Master Gambling Oil.
Got a second, Sam? It's about your game.
I don't have a game. That's my problem. Don't you touch those chess pieces while I'm gone, you bastard.
I ain't never needed to cheat yet, you loser.
Thought you might be interested in this gambling oil.
Let me see that. Master Gambling Oil. What's it for?
Don't you ever wonder why Marcus wins every time?
Get out of here. Marcus would never use something like this.
Well, if that's what you want to believe. This is a powerful voodoo oil.
Ah, go on. Really?
This voodoo oil could make a nun get lucky.
Really? You think it really works, huh?
I'd stake my reputation as a novelist on it.
And you say Marcus uses this. That explains a lot. Let me see that bottle. Oh, this looks authentic.
Oh, it is.
If I could really beat that bastard. Stonewall, give me a Pim's cup, would you?
Coming up, Sam.
How much you think I'd have put in here?
Careful. You don't want to overdo it. Too much luck can be dangerous.
Ha! There's no such thing as too much. Now stand back.
Come on already. I'm ready to checkmate.
We'll see about that, Mr. Smiley Big Mouth. Checkmate! Checkmate, you bastard!
Son of a bitch.
20 years I've been waiting to say that. Checkmate, checkmate, checkmate!
You are the biggest butthead Sam Singleton that I ever met.
Checkmate!
You can just put this chessboard where the sun don't shine.
Hallelujah! I did it! Yippee!
Nice game.
Nice game. Hell, I was brilliant! Of course, I gotta give some of the credit to that oil of yours. I've been losing to that guy for 20 years. If you ever need a favor, you come to Sam, you hear?
Will do. So, how do you feel now?
Couldn't be better.
Can I ask you...
Look, I'd be glad to help you out, but I've been stuck in this bar too long to know much about anything.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not really.
Does this mean anything?
Not really.
Does this mean anything to you?
Not.
Does this mean...
Not.
This is the last.
Does this mean...
Not.
The mask doesn't open. It fits on over one's head. The mask does... Somewhere there's a...
Hey, Greg.
Oh,
Cajun Critters Animal Clinic. This is Melissa.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Our doctors see just about any type of animals, but we don't get many snakes.
Okay, thanks.
Cajun Critters Animal Clinic.
Do you have a Madame Cazonou as a client?
Madame Cozineau? Sure, I know her. She's not here right now, though.
Really? She told me she'd be there. Would you happen to have her address by any chance?
Yes, but I'm not sure I should give it out. Who are you again?
I'm worried about Castro. He's missed 3 dance lessons.
Castro? Her little doggy? Oh, he's so sweet. Well, I guess if you know Castro, it's okay. Her address is 345 Dauphine.
Thanks. Do you know anything?
No.
Do you know?
No.
Got. Do you have
Nope.
Could you do?
Sure.
I have a patent I need you to research.
How interesting. What is it?
It's a reconstruction of the tracings they found around the murder victims. The ones done in flour and blood.
Ugh. You shouldn't carry this kind of thing around. Who knows what these symbols mean?
Well, wear your evil banishing gloves if you want. But check it out for me, would you?
I'll see what I can find.
I can't think.
Okay.
Do you know?
I told you nothing.
I'll be back later.
Uh-huh.
Yes? Who is it?
Hi, I'm doing an article on voodoo, and I heard that you...
I am a good Catholic, young man. Take your evil influence elsewhere.
But I just have a few questions.
I can feel the evil eye. Go away.
Gabriel stands at the door of an old French Quarter residence. The neighborhood is a little shabby, but this particular well-worn stone steps
Mr. Knight.
Can you tell me anything?
No, I'm afraid.
Can you tell me anything about this?
No, I'm...
Can you tell me anything about this pattern?
Wow. Interesting. Very interesting. Mind if I copy this?
You're my guest.
Great. I'll be right back. Here you go. You know, this is a fascinating baby. You must tell me all about its origin.
Actually, I was hoping you'd tell me. Can you figure out anything about it from the symbols?
Well, some. That's why I wanted a copy. I want to research the design myself. Each of the symbols in the bebe represents something, a loa, a place. Where did you get this?
Have you heard of the voodoo murders?
No, you're kidding. Really? Then the voodoo is authentic. The newspapers are wrong. Boy, are they wrong.
You think this veve is authentic, then?
Authentic? Mr. Knight, that's like asking if the Mona Lisa is a painting. Tell you what, I'll look into these symbols myself and see what I can learn about the sect that made this. I'll give you a call when I have more information. You are associated with the police, aren't you?
Absolutely. But I'm, undercover. You can contact me at the St. George's bookshop in the quarter.
All right. Now, I'd like to get started on this if you don't mind.
It looks heavy.
Please don't touch.
Mind if I...
Not...
Okay, thanks.
Oh, do keep it.
The black shirt won't do Gabriel much good the way it is. Those two objects. The copy is...
No way. Hello there, got us?
Yeah?
Mind if I pick...
Go ahead.
What up?
No, don't.
Tell me some...
Just look around.
Do you know anything about veves?
I don't know what you talk.
Does this mean anything to you?
Nope.
Does it?
Nope.
Those two objects.
Does this mean anything to you?
Nope.
The tomb is... Gabriel can sit. Gabriel... There's no reason to use that on the tomb.
I knew you'd miss.
I wish you wouldn't wear that coat outside in June. I could smell you from here.
Got a minute? Do you have
Nope.
Could you do?
Sure. Okay.
Jeans and t-shirts. Jeans. Gabriel's bedroom is also his art. Gabriel's robe hangs on the wall. It's a bit hot for it in June, though. The dresser holds several dozen books, including a few of Gabriel's novels. The refrigerator. There's no reason to wear that at the moment.
See you later.
Uh-huh.
The closet shelves are stacked with the odds and ends of a saintly life. In other words, there's a box of white priest's collars in.
Well, you never know when a priest's collar will come in handy.
This is...
All right, but this is private.
Yes? Who is it?
It's Father McLaughlin to see you.
Well, Father, you should be ashamed of yourself being so ill-groomed. I'm sure the bishop would never approve. You can just go get a haircut before you come calling on me again. I know my duty, Father, but a priest seeking contributions should take pains to represent the church with respect.
The things I do for my art.
Yes?
It's Father McLaughlin to see you.
I see you've taken my advice, Father. I didn't mean to be harsh, but the church is the church.
Well, when you're right, you're right.
Exactly. Come in, Father. Please be seated, Father.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
It's so nice of you to invite me in.
Ah, but no, mon père. I am always happy to see one of the good fathers.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions, my child?
Of course not, mon père.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
People think I'm just a foolish old woman, but I know the things they do. My family's been in New Orleans since 1750, so I know more than most. Voodoo people are all over this city, in the shops, everywhere. They'll curse you like that, and most people don't even notice. Spit on your bread at the bakery. Take strands of your hair at the store when you try on the clothes. You have to be so careful. But I know their ways, so I can protect myself. I know how to use the magic too, and I can counteract their evil spells.
Tell me more about...
It's just plain evil. It's dangerous to even discuss it.
What do you know about the voodoo murders?
Voodoo murders? Ha! They are nothing new to me, Father. They happen all the time. I hardly go out anymore. It's too dangerous in the streets. They can get you anywhere, you know. Even here in this room. But I try not to let them know about me. That's the best way.
Do you know anything about snakes?
Snakes? They're evil creatures. Did you know that evil people can send them into your dreams? They can. That's why I never sleep.
Right, thanks. What can you tell?
St. John's Eve? Mais oui! I used to love the St. John's Eve Mass at Sandwick Cathedral. Of course, it is also a night of great wickedness, worse than All Hallows Eve. They will corrupt anything, Father.
They? They who?
Oh, you know.
Do you have any idea what Cabri Sankor means?
Mais oui, I know. I bet you do not, Father, n'est-ce pas?
It means goat without horns.
Ah, Father, you surprise me. You do know what it means. You know what they mean by goat without horns, don't you? A human being. That's right. Slit your throat, cut out your heart. Pure evil murder.
That Cabri Sankor...
Do not continue to tease me, Father. You know what it means as well as I.
Do you know anything about...
No, Father. I don't know.
Tell me more.
She was only a front for the real evildoers, Father. And that's the truth about Marie Laveau.
Do you know anything about Veves?
No, Father. I don't know anything about that.
Do you know anything about human sacrifice here in New Orleans?
Well, my great-grandmother could tell stories. She saw it. People say that sort of thing wasn't done in New Orleans. But the real voodoo queens did it. Oh, yes.
Who were the real voodoo queens?
Well, my great-grandmother told me that Laveau was just a front, a flamboyant decoy. She distracted authorities from the real voodoo queen of New Orleans. It's been the same one for almost 200 years. She's head of a secret voodoo enfort. That's what they call their temples, you know. It's so secret, most of the voodoo people in the city don't even know about it. The real voodoo queen controlled Laveau, gave her a little bit of power, and used her like a puppet.
Is there anything else?
Well, my great-grandmother said that the real voodoo queen was the most beautiful woman on earth. She had the most incredible copper-colored skin.
Is there anything else?
Well, they are all brides of Satan. Other than that, I can't think of anything.
Can you tell me?
What is there to tell? They cut your heart out.
Tell me about your...
Me? I am Creole. My family has been in New Orleans for over 200 years. Real New Orleanians are French, you see. These days the city is overrun with people with no heritage at all. No offense, Father, but it's true. But the French, naturellement, will always be the true blood of New Orleans.
Tell me...
Well, Father,
Tell me more about this secret voodoo hound four.
Well, I've never seen it. I wouldn't go near it if you paid me. But it's here in Orleans, I guarantee it. I hear the drums at night, oh yes. That's why I am so ill. I tell you, those drums. But we shouldn't talk about it. They'll hear us. It's the devil's work that happens there. I can tell you. I'll show you something. Something secret. You mustn't tell anyone, Father.
I swear on my collar.
Here it is, mon père. A true object of evil if there ever was one.
It radiates something, all right.
It belonged to my great-grandmother. She told my mother that it was a token to gain entrance to the real voodoo ceremonies.
You don't say.
To tell you the truth, I always felt nervous about having it in the house. You know, evil influence and all.
Oh, I can see how you would, yes.
And yet, I could never part with it. It's been in the family for generations. Would you bless it for me, Father? I feel strange asking such a thing of you, but surely you understand.
Bless this bracelet of a snake, even though it's vibes.
There's no... It's a bracelet in the shape of a snake. There's no point.
I think that's enough, Father.
Oh, right. Here you go. Do you mind?
If you wish.
Can I see that snake bracelet again? I'm not sure the first blessing took, and I'd like to re-bless it.
All right. I do it, Here's the bracelet, Father.
Bless this bracelet of a snake. Let it do nobody voodoo spirits. And now, let us...
Madame, Gabriel has a thought about the clay.
Bless, oh bless this circlet of silver. Take the curse, oh take it, Wilbur.
a lovely blessing, mon père.
Yes, I think it made a lasting impression. Here you go.
I feel so much better now.
That looks... Madame seems to like candles. Gabriel wonders if these two are specialties of Mr. Walker. Madame's palette, Madame, the painting behind...
Does this mean anything to you?
No, Father, it...
Does this mean anything to you?
No, Father.
Does this mean anything to you?
No, Father, it does not.
Like all good hostesses, Madame has candy out for her guests. These appear to be several... This is the last...
Well, Madame, I must be going.
Of course, Father. I know how busy you must be tending your flock.
I'm not going back on the street looking like this. Hello, beautiful. It's me.
The excitement of seeing you is killing me.
Could you do...
Sure.
I can't...
Okay.
Do you have...
Nope.
So...
Your use of...
What can I s...
The strap marks on your bed.
Do you know anything about...
No.
Those two objects, those two... If... That doesn't seem... The medicine cabinet contains... Gabriel can't think of any way to use that here.
See you later.
Have fun.
Mr. Knight.
Can you tell me anything about this?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
And if I...
Not...
Do you know anything?
I'm not a zoologist, Mr.
And do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound-four?
Secret voodoo hound-four? Where, Mr. Knight?
New Orleans?
Well, I don't know anything about a secret hound for in New Orleans. But if you find something along those lines, let me know.
I'll be gone.
Oh, do keep it.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could.
Does this mean
I cannot say that.
Could I ask?
Of course.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound four?
Don't be ridiculous, Mr. Knight. The voodoo churches in the city have no need for secrecy.
What do you think of my crocodile mask?
Nice.
A very large, very formidable-looking snake is secured in a plexiglass cage. The snake is...
Could I ask you some... Do you know anything about...
You have perhaps noticed the museum's snake, Mr. Knight. They are beautiful creatures, do you not agree? And the tourists seem to associate them with voodoo.
Is the snake yours? Do you use it in your practice of voodoo?
I admire the spirit of this snake, Mr. Knight, but snakes like the museum's can be quite dangerous to handle.
You didn't really answer my question.
I think I did, Mr. Knight.
I'd really like to know more about you.
There is really nothing more to say.
Gabriel cannot open or close that. The Historical Voodoo Museum is a counter at the back displays brochures. The historical, an official voodoo.
Funny, I say the same thing to women.
The back wall. Professor Hartridge said that in Voodoo, a small ritual coffin is called a seke module. Those Dr. John is unlikely to be interested in.
Does this mean anything to you?
I cannot.
Goodbye.
Come back.
Hi. Could you look at this bracelet mold and tell me if you've seen anything like it before?
No, man. I don't know nothing about it.
Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound?
Why, there's no such thing. Not around here.
Could you do anything with this?
What is this? A clay mold? Well, I am a jeweler, you know. And I owe you one. Would you like me to cast this for you?
If you can.
You got it, pal. Actually, it'll be a pleasure to get my tools out. First time in years. I've been too busy playing that goddamn game. I'll have the bracelet tomorrow. Meet me here.
Great.
Please, be seated.
Does this mean...
Yes, but we don't use those anymore.
Could I ask you...
Of course.
Tell me more.
Oh, I wouldn't want to give away my...
Do you know anything about...
There are many voodoo churches in New Orleans, no?
Yes, but have you heard of a secret voodoo hound fool?
Wherever did you hear such a ridiculous story? There is no such thing.
Do you know... Tell me...
I don't know what...
Well, I guess I'll be...
Do what you will, if it harm none.
Count on it.
The artist's reconstruction of the voodoo murders pattern looks accurate to Gabriel. Something about it seems vaguely familiar and creepy. Gabriel would not mind getting his fortune told, but he does not want to pay good money for it. She's busy at the moment. Gabriel cannot. The booth is a colorful melange. It announces the owner as Madame Lorelei and gives prices for palm reading. 20. The owner is currently plying a different sort of... Why do that to the... Gabriel doesn't want to take that out of the park. Why do that to the booth? This is the last page of inventory. Those two objects.
Thanks, boys.
Could I ask you...
The only answers I give are given in my reading. I'm sure your palm would be quite interesting.
That's a nice snake you have there.
I could say the same of you.
Well, I know where I got mine. Where'd you get yours?
That's personal.
How about a reading?
The prices are listed on the sign.
They seem a little steep.
Well, I sometimes do my intimate friends for nothing. But I am a businesswoman.
I'm sure you are. Could you just do a short reading for an intimate friend?
Darling, you toy with me. If I thought you were serious. But no, I must stay firm.
I'd really like to know more about that snake.
Sorry, sweetie, but I don't discuss Elvis with anyone. Come on, boys. Hoopla!
Gabriel doesn't want to take... Gabriel doesn't... Jackson Square is a... Jackson's... The booth is a colorful... The booth is...
Look...
Gabriel leers at the dancer, but she seems to want a more overt...
I'm looking.
Gabriel leers at... Jackson Square... Why do that? Gabriel can see that. Why do that to the booth?
Thanks, boy.
How's business?
How's business? I have no time for such dull conversation, darling.
Using that on the...
Does this mean anything?
No. Does this price list?
She's busy at the... That...
Look...
Madame Lorelei dances only when she's busy.
Not a bad idea. Ooh, baby, I love the way you move.
Madame Lorelei winks knowingly at Gabriel and twitches her hip.
Yep, she wants me.
Thanks, boys.
Did you lose a veil?
Huh, my veil. I'm always losing those things. You have no idea. Well, darling, you're such a sweetie to return a lady's delicates, and so handsome as well.
Well,
And since you have such a clear interest in fortune-telling, let me see your hands. They look so strong. Perhaps they will make both our fortunes clear, no?
I wish something would.
Strong. Yes, and yet so delicate and flexible.
You don't know the half of it.
Oh, good. I see a mysterious woman in your immediate future.
Madame Lorelei winks at Gabriel knowingly.
She is a dangerous one, dark and beautiful. Ah, I see the road of your life forking. And very soon.
The blood drains from Madame Lorelei's face in an instant. Sweat beads on her upper lip.
Are you okay?
Oh, God! Beware! Beware!
What is it about me lately?
Why do that? Madame Lorelei's booth is desert. Madame Gabriel would not mind picking up a few extra bucks by using Madame Lorelei's booth while she's gone, but he doesn't know how to belly dance. Why do that? Why do that? The artist is an able draftsman, but interrogating him...
Thanks again for that. No. Hey, Grace. Here I am.
I wish you wouldn't wear that coat.
Got a minute? Do you have message?
Nope.
Could you?
Sure.
I can't.
Okay.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound fool?
In New Orleans?
I think so.
No, I don't. But it sounds dangerous. You're not gonna try to find...
Would I? See you later.
Have fun.
Excuse me.
You got some?
Mind if I
go?
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound fool?
I don't know what you talking about.
Do you?
Snakes? I see snakes around here all the time. Most of them ain't poisonous, of course.
What?
No, don't.
Tell me.
Just look around.
The voodoo code message.
What can you tell me about voodoo?
The old man wouldn't appreciate Gabriel.
It's
your own.
make you.
Can we? Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter?
Wolfgang Ritter? Oh, no, dear.
Odd. Do you know Do you know?
What?
Never mind. Do you know anything about his?
Gabriel, my goodness! What are you up to these days?
Nothing.
You better not be. You know you're the only family I have left.
I know, Grant. Do you know?
Snakes? What kind of...
I don't know. Local kind?
Well, we used to get cottonmouths in the park when I was a girl, but I haven't heard of one being sighted for years. Milk snakes and garter snakes are also around these parts, but they can't hurt you.
Thanks, Grant. Do you know anything? Do you know anything?
I don't.
New Orleans is very southern. Of course, though, not as much as it used to be when I was a girl. It's gotten much still. It hasn't changed as much as other...
Does this mean anything?
Sorry, no.
Does this mean...
Sorry.
Does this...
Sorry.
I'm going up...
Enjoy your...
Using that on the clock won't help. Using that on the clock won't help. Gabriel gazes at the translation of the code that Moonbeam gave him, pondering who wrote it and for whom it was meant. That doesn't...
I think I'll leave that... I think I'll leave...
The trunk contains some old clothes, including a pair of leather shorts,
Aren't those called lederhosen?
serious hiking boots, more of Harrison Knight German book,
Just what I need.
and a bundle of letters. Love letters between Harrison and Rebecca.
I don't think there's anything in that trunk that would interest anybody but my gran. I don't think there's any... I don't think...
There's no reason. There's no reason.
I don't think...
The trunk.
It looks...
There's no...
I don't think there's... I think I'll leave...
That's it. Take a load off.
Does this mean anything?
Sorry.
Can we...
Of course. Your granddad immigrated to America. He worked his way through school, met and married.
Granny's knitting. She whips through that stuff like there was no tomorrow. The magazines in the bin includes issues of Southern Living. Granny has a way with plants and kids.
Well, Gran...
All right.
Hey! Yeah, what is it, you wanker?
Can I... Do you have any...
Hell no.
True. And do you know anything about his...
Oh, come on. Someone's pulling your leg, Knight.
Are you sure?
There's nothing secret about voodoo in New Orleans. There's a museum.
Yeah, but that's the stuff they want.
You're getting mighty...
Do you know anything about...
The only thing I know about Snake...
I have that photo of you graduate...
Yeah, my mom loves that one.
I have this.
That's nice, but I'm busy.
You know those marks you found around the murder victims? This is a reconstruction of the whole pattern.
That's cute, Gabriel. Almost looks legit. I'm sure our police artists would be amused at your techniques.
You been feeling okay lately? You look like hell.
Me? You know, I can't sleep at night, what with thinking about the cave.
I can relate. I have this.
That's nice, but I'm...
I found these strange symbols.
I'm sure any extra voodoo stuff you dig up will make an interesting story, Knight, but I'd rather...
I have that murder
Good. Just don't let anybody know I gave it to you.
I wouldn't show it to us.
Well, have a good one.
Can you tell me any...
Nope.
Just a few...
Officer Frick or Detective Mosley could probably...
Excuse...
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
Fine.
Got a sec.
What can I...
Do you know...
Hound
fool?
Sounds...
Malia.
Mr. Knight, what are you doing here?
My family's tomb is here.
Mine too.
I noticed. Subtle.
Well, Mr. Knight, if there's nothing else.
Don't go. I need to talk to you.
Whatever for.
I can't stop thinking about you. I've been in your thoughts too. I can see it in your eyes.
Mr. Knight, you don't know anything about me. I'm not in a position to get involved.
I've said that a million times myself, but this is different. I think we both know we can't fight it. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I have so many obligations. My family is very traditional. You wouldn't understand.
Hey, I love tradition. I've seen Fiddler on the Roof 100 times.
This isn't a musical, Mr. Knight. We live in different worlds.
Look, I know you've got more money than God. Do you think I care? Do you think that's why I'm saying this?
No, I don't.
Why don't you come see my world? I have a little bookshop, St. George's on Bourbon.
I know.
See? I knew it. You're crazy about me, too. Come by tonight, please. My world isn't so bad.
I'm sorry, but there's no place for someone like you in my life. Not now, not ever.
Damn it!
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Excuse me. I'm going inside.
Oh, excuse me, I'm afraid St. George's is closed for the day.
I'm not a customer. I'm here to see the owner.
Why don't you just leave your name and number with me, and I'll tell him you stopped by.
Listen, if Gabriel is here, he'll want to see me. Is he here?
Really couldn't say for certain, but in the morning.
Gracie, say goodnight.
Ugh.
You came. I didn't think you would.
I didn't think I would either.
Your eyes. Oh, I could show you around a little. It's not much, but...
Please, don't. I couldn't focus on much of anything right now.
Yeah, I know. God, what is it about you?
Just shut up and kiss me.
You're not speaking to me this morning?
Don't be silly. I just have nothing to say.
Did you find out anything about that pattern I gave you?
Yeah, I did find something. I checked the microfiche at the public library. I found an article about a murder in 1810. The newspaper published a part of a pattern found around the body. It looks damn close.
You're incredible. All that work.
Forget it.
Have it your way. Have you noticed this guy outside the shop?
Yeah. He gives me the creeps. I wish he'd go away.
Gabriel can...
Get the hell out of here.
The figure outside does not respond.
Get the hell...
The... Times-Picayune, dated June 21st, 1993. Gabriel's eye is immediately drawn to an article about the voodoo murders. He scans it quickly.
I don't believe this. They've closed the case.
What case?
The voodoo murders case. The paper says that the police have learned that the murders were the result of an underworld cartel war and that the war is over.
That's not good.
It's ridiculous. What about the killers? And the voodoo angle, they never got anything on that.
I know you were into it, Gabriel. But if it's over, that's hardly a negative. Anyway, if you're that upset, why don't you talk it over with your pal Mosley?
You don't get it, Grace. Just forget it, okay?
Gabriel decides to check his horoscope, despite his disgust. Death walks close to you today. Resist temptation, lest his eye fall on you too.
Peachy. Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have messages?
Nope.
Could you?
Sure.
I can.
Okay.
The newspaper clipping describes a ritualistic murder in Congo Square. It includes a rough sketch of a pattern found around the body. The sketch is very similar to the reconstructed Veve. The news... Gabriel can...
See you later.
Have fun.
Sam, my man.
Hey there, it's you. I got that bracelet for you. This piece was a real toughie. For some reason, the metal just wasn't setting. I must be out of practice.
Well, it looks good to me. Thanks, Sam.
No problem. By the way, I'm heading out of town tonight.
Yeah, where to?
Marcus used to tell me that if I ever beat him at chess, he'd take me around the world.
The old bastard has enough money stuffed in his mattress to cover the federal deficit, and he hates spending a penny of it. I'm gonna enjoy watching him squirm through every mile.
Sounds like fun. Good luck.
Are you kidding? Luck is my middle name.
Could I ask you?
Sure.
Can you tell me anything about a secret voodoo hound fool?
Are you kidding? Around here? Hope they aren't serving drinks.
Well, if they are,
I don't think anyone in his right mind would want one. Huh? Could you look at this snake bracelet and tell me if you've seen anything like it before?
Nope. Never seen nothing like that.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Does this mean anything to you?
No.
Does this newspaper?
It looks like ancient.
I suppose. Thanks. I'll be going.
Walk carefully out there, Mr. Knight.
Mr. Knight, you're back. Oh, goody.
The newspaper clipping would do little good.
Can you tell me anything about this?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Can you tell me anything?
No, I'm...
Mind if I pick your brain?
Not...
Partridge made a copy of the video. Gabriel. Gabriel.
I'll be going.
Good day, Mr. Knight.
Miss Geddy is unavailable, Mr. Knight.
Mostly my man.
Yeah, what is it? Knight, I hate to tell you this, but you're out of a book. The Voodoo Murders case has been closed.
I had a feeling you were going to say that, son of a bitch. I have this newspaper clipping from 1810 about a pattern.
The case is closed, Gabriel.
This is the last.
Can I ask you about...
You're the right...
Have you ever called the hair club for...
I'd...
How can I convince you to reopen the case?
Look, the department's not interested.
So, couldn't you make them interested?
With what? I've got 7 bodies and still no leads. The voodoo angle's worthless. And besides, these people aren't hurting anybody but out-of-town drug dealers and hitmen.
The voodoo stuff is not worthless. It's the key to the whole thing. And these people are dangerous. They need to be stopped.
Okay. You want me to reopen this case? Prove what you just said.
What do you mean?
You need to prove there's a legitimate voodoo cult in New Orleans. Prove that they're a threat. Get me a lead on the cult.
Do you know anything? How can I
already... You need proof. Get me...
This is a newspaper clipping about a murder committed in 1810. That murder is an exact match of the voodoo murders, right down to the marks around the bodies.
This does sound like the same M.O. 1810?
1810. They killed then, they're killing now. Isn't that proof that they're likely to kill again? That they are a threat?
Sure. If there is a voodoo cult, they're a threat.
I have this snake bracelet. It's a replica of one used in secret voodoo ceremonies a few decades ago.
Really? What makes you think so?
I got it from an old Creole lady whose grandmother was an acolyte of Marie Laveau.
Gabriel, we get these little old ladies in here all the time. That bracelet is probably not genuine, and it wouldn't prove anything if it were.
This is the last.
You know those marks you found around the murder victims?
What makes you think this is an accurate...
Well, I borrowed the partial patterns from your police file and did my own tracing of the pattern at Lake Pontchartrain. An architectural artist reconstructed it for me from the partials.
Really? So this is the whole pattern, huh? Well, that's pretty good work, Knight. But that doesn't prove that this pattern is really connected to voodoo.
I picked up this scale at Lake Pontchartrain.
Yeah? Well, what makes you think it's related to the murders?
Well, it was at the crime scene.
Sure. Must be from the only snake in Louisiana, all right. That voodoo snake. Christ.
These symbols are from Marie Laveau's tomb in St. Louis Cemetery. They're part of a secret voodoo code, which I had translated by a voodooienne.
Do they say anything about the murders?
Well,
I'm sure that's a legit code of some sort, Knight, but unless it gives me the names and addresses of the killers, I don't think it'll be much help at this point.
This is the... If Gabriel...
I have this. That doesn't prove... I'm gonna hit the road. Have a good one. That's Crash. What the hell is he up to with that drummer? I need to talk to you. Ask you some questions.
No way, man. I'm too sick. Just go away.
Come on. I have to know what you know about these voodoo people.
You don't know nothing about nothing, man. You're so far out of it, you wouldn't understand anything. Just like that friend of yours, Mosley. Go away.
I'm not like Mosley. I know more than you think I do. I'll believe you.
Forget it, man. It's not worth my breath.
Do you recognize this?
Where'd you get that?
Why? Do you know something about it?
Know something about it? Look at this.
Crash opens his shirt and reveals a tattoo.
It's the same snake.
It's their sign. The mark of the snake. Without it, they'll never let you get close.
The sign of the snake. Right. Your tattoo, my bracelet. Now, do you believe that I know something about these people?
Yeah. You know about them, I guess.
Will you answer some questions for me now?
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll talk to you a little. I'll make it fast.
I saw you talking to that drummer. What did you tell him?
You saw me with the drummer? Nobody's supposed to see. Shit! I blew it again. Promise you won't say nothing to no one. It'll get back to him, everything does. Promise me you won't tell anyone you saw me.
Okay, but you have to tell me everything I want to know.
Okay. Okay. I was sending a message, man. They have these rotter drummers posted around the quarter. They see everything. And they report.
Report? How?
The drums, man. It's some kind of code.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm sick. Dying. Eating the big enchilada. What the fuck else matters?
Tell me about the Rada drums.
I already told you about that.
Do you know anything about Veves?
I never heard of that.
Now tell me about the animal masks.
They wear them dancing at the rituals. They don't just wear them. They become them. They become the animals.
Stop talking nonsense.
It happens. That's all I know.
Tell me what you know about a secret voodoo hanfour in New Orleans.
All right. There's this is an underground cartel in New Orleans. A voodoo cartel. They control everything that happens on the street. I mean everything, bought or sold. They have their fingers in the legit world too. Banks, foreign stuff, you name it. There's supposed to be this temple. What you said, a hound form. That's their headquarters. I heard people say it's underground. Somewhere in the French Quarter. I don't know where.
Have you ever been there?
No, I've never been in it. I'm a nobody. A runner. But I saw them once. Out at the lake. They became animals, man. Beasts. I remember the eyes. The eyes.
Hey, are you okay?
The eyes. The eyes of the snake.
I think I should go get a doctor. Hey, are you alright?
Someone! I need help!
The eyes of the snake. Dambala.
Oh! What snake? Crash!
Crash spasms twice more, then dies as Gabriel watches.
Oh, God. Poor bastard.
Gabriel cannot do that with... Crash's face shows signs of strangulation. His death was not a pleasant one. Crash's body is slumped in the pew. What a place for a violent death.
This is about as close as I want to get.
There's no point in doing that with the corpse. Crash's face shows signs of strangulation. Gabriel should get her attention first.
You're back. You know, you really freaked me out running off like that. Yoo-hoo! Anybody home?
Stay away from Maryagetti, or you shall pay with your life.
What the hell is going on? You know, I know who you are.
The drummer ignores Gabriel and just continues drumming. Unnerving, isn't he?
Can I ask you?
The drummer does not respond.
Does this mean anything?
The drummer looks blankly at Gabriel and continues his rhythm.
Mr. Knight, how nice to see you.
My pleasure, I'm sure.
Please, be seated.
Does this mean anything to you?
It's beautiful. I love it.
Have you ever seen anything like this before?
No, but if you know where I can buy one.
Sorry, it'll be rather hard to find one these days.
Oh, well, so be it.
Gabe.
Could I ask you if...
Of course.
Do you know anything about rada drums?
I don't know anything about that.
Well, I guess I'll be gone now.
The only vice is the absence.
I've heard... Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could...
Could I ask you...
Of course.
Do you know anything of...
There are some against the wall, but I do not play myself.
You don't know anything about a drum code?
I do not believe there is such a thing, Mr. Knight.
Are you...
Quite
Do you know anything... You don't know... Goodbye, Dr. John.
Come back.
Phew, it's humid out there.
Made it.
I wish you wouldn't...
Got a minute, Greg?
What's up?
Do you have messages?
Nope.
Could...
Sure.
Could you research rada drums for me?
Rada drums? Sure. I don't think we have any books on that topic in the shop, but I'll contact our suppliers. Assuming any of them will extend you any credit.
Tell them it's an emergency.
Uh-huh. I can see where a rada drum book would be incredibly urgent. Anything else?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
Do you know...
Not personally, but I'll try to get something on it for you, like you asked.
Do you have...
Nope.
Do you know anything about the...
No.
The man in the street doesn't look interested.
I'm out of here.
Have fun.
Mr. Knight.
Mind if I pick your brain?
Not if it will get you out of my office.
Do you know anything about Rada drums?
Yes, Rada drums are used in most voodoo ceremonies.
Do you know anything about Rada?
I'm not...
Have you had any luck with that beve?
I'm still working on it, Mr. Knight. When I'm finished, you'll be the first to know.
Gabriel does.
Okay, thanks.
Goodbye.
On Crash's chest is a tattoo of a snake.
I guess I better copy this tattoo.
Hey, hey, hey. It's you, God help me.
Mosley does not even know about Crash's demise yet. He's unlikely to believe
Can I ask you...
Crash is dead. What? What are you talking about? I just let him go this morning.
Yeah, well, that turned out to be a brilliant move. Though they probably would have gotten him anywhere.
They? You're losing it, Knight.
It was the voodoo cult. They did it. Crash said...
You're an amateur, so let me just give you some advice. Crash was a junkie. You gotta read through the hallucinations, you know what I mean? Where's the body, anyway?
St. Louis Cathedral.
Lovely.
Well, we'll make sure he's picked up sometime today so he doesn't scare the shit out of some nun. But chill, Gabe. In this business, you see a lot of stiffs.
Aren't you going to investigate?
Civilians. Did you actually see someone kill him?
No. Actually, I was with him when he died. Could have been poison, though.
Yeah, well, when they get the body in, they'll do a quick autopsy. Standard procedure. If it's anything other than an overdose, I'll get a report. But it won't happen. I know these guys. Lock them up overnight, and they tend to overdo it the next day.
Your professionalism is astonishing. Do you know any...
No.
They're these African drums, and they're being used all over the French Quarter to send messages for the voodoo cartel.
Yeah, right. When them drums announce a blue light special at OK Mart, let me know.
How can I...
You get me a lead off.
I took this tracing from a tattoo on Crash's chest. It's related to the underworld voodoo cult.
Yeah? What makes you think that?
It's what Crash said just before he died.
Well, he was probably hallucinating from the drugs he OD'd on. Probably got that in the Navy or something.
No, I'm sure it's related. It's a snake seed, and...
Even if it were a signal of some sort, that doesn't prove that the murders were done by a legit voodoo cult.
Mosley doesn't
Well, I'll be seeing you.
Ciao, baby.
Mr. Knight, you're back. Oh, goody.
It looks heavy. It looks heavy.
Gabriel's seen enough old... Gabriel...
It looks heavy.
Gabriel's...
It looks heavy.
Did you know there's a whole branch of archaeology devoted to garbage? Maybe you should look into it. Hmm? Did you know that...
It looks heavy.
Gabriel...
It looks heavy. Can you tell me anything about this?
No, I'm afraid I can't.
I'll see you later.
Oh, do keep in touch.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
It's an electric...
What does this do?
turn that thing off.
Oh, sorry.
We have air conditioning.
Yeah, I see.
Gabriel cannot see a way to use that. Gabriel wonders if that drum is one of the... Gabriel can't do a thing with a drummer on the street. There's a beaten up old fan in the window. It's silent at the moment. Putting the scales there wouldn't help. There's no need to write on that. There's no need to write on that. The fan is entrenched. The fan is in... Gabriel, the dust from the street would be hell to get off the display. Gabriel has no interest in the noisy fan at the moment. A counter at the back displays broke. A counter. A very... Dr. John is a huge man. If his manner weren't so pleasant, he'd be intimidating. A counter at... Large, elaborate drums occupy a corner of the museum.
Please, do not touch the drums. They are authentic.
Authentic what?
Drums. Do not touch them.
That would...
Could I ask you...
Of course.
Do you know anything?
There are some against the...
You don't know any...
I...
Do you recognize this snake figure?
How curious. Where did you find it?
Oh, just laying around.
I would throw it away if I were you.
Why's that?
It looks like trouble to me, Mr. Knight.
Could I ask... I'll be going.
Walk carefully.
Phew, it's huge.
Oh, boy.
So, what's new?
Your use of mathematics.
What can I say? I refuse to...
The strap mark.
Gabriel could ask Grace to use her paints and put a tattoo on his chest. But he should wait until he's ready to use it. It would probably wash off in the shower.
Got a...
What's up?
Do you have messages for me?
Nope.
See you later.
See ya.
Lucy, I'm home.
The excitement of seeing you is killing me.
The top shelf contains a set of German books that once belonged to... That shelf holds used copies of the Dime Strife series, secrets of unsolved ancient UFO mysteries and such. That shelf contains historical references, biographies of kings and queens, that sort of thing. That shelf contains the top shelf contains books on animals, including snakes and other The books... Gabriel pulls down a book on snakes.
Snakes are legless reptiles. Some snakes kill their prey with poison, some by constriction. A snake smells by tasting the air with its forked tongue. The smells are passed back to a sense organ in the mouth. Constrictor snakes, however, sense their prey by vibration.
Did you know that medieval legends about dragons and giant worms are actually based on snakes? You know, dragons, devils, sea monsters, well, they've always been associated with snakes.
Grace, get alive.
Gabriel selects a volume of German poetry that he always found strangely compelling.
Drei Drachen kriechen in meinen Schlaf. Die Ziele wollen sie lebendig zum Fraß. Feurigen Atems, gespaltener Zunge, genießen sie jedes Mal.
That's nice. Kinda creepy, though. Who's the author?
Heinz Ritter. I'm not sure what it says, but I get the feeling the guy was one sick puppy.
He's still there. I wish he'd move or something.
He hasn't moved an inch since he showed up.
Images haunt the pages of Philip Knight's sketchbook. The images touch a deep chord in Gabriel. So familiar are they that he finds it hard to believe they aren't from his own subconscious.
See you later.
Don't hurry back on my account.
Gabriel, my love, how nice to see you.
Nice to see you too, Gran.
Make yourself at home, son.
Can we...
Of course, ma.
Do you know anyone named Wolfgang Ritter? Do you know anything about Rada drums?
Rada drums? Your father had a little drum set when he was small.
I don't think that's quite the same thing, Gran.
Well, your family's always been in the arts, but no musicians so far.
You know, you get prettier every time I see you.
Oh, you.
I'm going up to the attic again.
Enjoy yourself, dear.
The hands, the face of the clock doesn't. Nothing happens. The face that Gabriel doesn't want. The hands do not appear to have any mechanical function. The nothing happens.
Granddaddy, you old fox.
Gabriel doesn't want. The letter is written in German, but Gabriel determines what he can about it. It was sent from a place called Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. The letter is addressed to mein Sohn Heinz and signed Wilhelm Ritter. One of the recurring words strewn throughout the letter is the word Schattenjäger. The only thing that Gabriel can decipher about the letter is a sense of urgency in the handwriting and in the heavy use of quill-tipped bold strokes and underlining. The back of the photo has the following written on it: Schloss Ritter, 1925. The old photographs show Gabriel's grandfather with two other men that Gabriel has not identified.
That's it. Take a load off.
Does this mean anything to you?
No, dear. I'm afraid I don't speak a word of German.
Does this mean anything to you, Gran?
That one in the middle is your grandfather. Those other two I don't know.
Do you know anyone named Heinz Ritter?
Heinz Ritter? Oh, Gabriel, where did you hear that name?
I found a letter in Granddaddy's clock.
I promised I'd never tell you or your father, but I suppose it doesn't matter now.
Tell me, Gran.
Your granddad's name was Heinz Ritter before he came to America. He changed it to Harrison Knight legally when he arrived.
Why did Granddad change his name?
I don't know. I tried to ask him about his family, his life before America, but he didn't want to talk about it. He never even told me about his name change. I found out one day when I saw his passport in a drawer. Since he obviously found it painful, I never questioned him about it. But I'm sure it wasn't trouble with the law. Your granddad was the best man I ever knew.
Didn't Granddad ever say anything about his past or his family?
Only that his family was crazy, and that he never wanted to see them again. He believed in some family curse, thought that he could spare Philip and Philip's children from what he called old nightmares. Whatever Harrison wanted to spare you, though, it cost him plenty. He never did sleep well, and he would often get a far-away, guilty look in his eyes. He was wrestling with something he thought he should be doing, someplace he thought he ought to be. I don't know how he could think that he should be anywhere but with me and our child. It's a terrible way to live.
Do you know anything else?
I've told you all I know about your granddad's past.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
Schottenjäger? Schottenjäger. How odd, Gabriel. I haven't heard that word in years. My goodness, you've given me a chill. Your granddad used to say that sometimes in his sleep.
Really? Do you know what it means?
No, I'm afraid not. I asked him about it once. I don't think he answered me. Odd.
Thanks, Gran. Tell me something.
Your granddad immigrated to... He worked his...
Do you know...
As I said, your granddad's surname was originally Ritter. I never learned much about his family, but from things he said, I always thought he had a brother back in Germany. I don't know if Wolfgang Ritter is related to your granddad or not.
Do you know...
I don't know what...
Well, Gran, I better get going.
All right, dear.
Hey, Grace. Here I am.
Really? I forgot you...
Guten Tag, Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht?
I'm looking for Wolfgang Ritter.
Ja, einen Moment.
Yeah, is this Gabriel on the phone?
This is Gabriel Knight. Why are you calling me, Mr. Ritter?
I have been having premonitions of great danger for you, Gabriel. You must leave New Orleans this very day.
What the hell are you talking about?
It is hard to explain on the phone. I have had senses, feelings about you. It took me a long time to have you tracked down. I had a sense that Heinz had a grandson, but until these dreams started, I did not know if I should contact you.
You say you're related to my grandfather?
Yes, Heinz was my brother. There is much about the family that you should know, Gabriel. Come to Schloss Ritter in Rittersberg, West Germany. It is our family home. I will tell you everything when you come. You must come immediately. You are in great danger there.
Look, I appreciate the family spirit and all, but frankly I don't know you from Adam, and I'm not going to fly off to Germany even if I could afford it.
Gabriel, please. If you won't listen, at least let me send you something. It is a journal from one of your ancestors. Promise me you will read it.
Well, I'm pretty busy.
Please, Gabriel, you are the last of our line. I am too old to carry on. You are our last hope. Please, for your family, read the journal.
All right, I'll look at it.
Good. Now be careful and come to me as soon as you can. Goodbye.
Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Could you...
Sure. What?
I can...
Okay.
Do you have messages for me?
Nope.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No. Is that a voodoo word?
I don't think so. It's German.
No, but it has a nice ring, doesn't it? Schottenjäger. It's time to close shop.
So it is. Have a nice night.
You too. See you tomorrow.
Hello?
It's me. I can't sleep.
Me neither.
Can I?
Yes. Come.
Are you okay, Gabriel?
Sure. Great. Why?
I'm worried about you.
If I were any better, Grace, I'd be dead. Now, what's up?
We got that book you ordered in this morning. The one on rotted drums.
Really? Great.
But you got another package this morning. FedEx from Germany.
I was expecting that. Where is it?
Well, it kind of came open, but I salvaged the contents. There was a letter from your great-uncle Wolfgang and a journal.
The package just came open, huh? How'd you like the journal?
Someone has to look after you. You're in trouble. In case you don't know it.
Yeah, you've been reading my horoscope again, haven't you, Grace?
Just read the journal carefully, Gabriel. Please.
I got it. St. George's books. Oh, Professor Hartridge, I'm glad you called. Did you... You did? Wait, slow down. The Aigris? Really? You think that's them? The wheel within a wheel? Ogun Badagri, huh? Well, that does sound like it. Dambala, the snake. That's the wavy pattern at the bottom, okay. The 1791 slave revolt in Santo Domingo. Well, why would the Veve show up there? Huh. Okay. 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 Look, I'll come over as soon as I can. Okay. Relax, Professor. I'm excited too, but you're gonna give yourself a heart attack. Okay. Thanks. See ya.
I wish you'd tell me what's going on. I swear you're gonna step into a hole you may never get out of.
Don't look so worried. No one knows what I'm doing. I'm perfectly safe. And I'm getting some great stuff for the book. Besides, there's something about all this. My dreams.
What about your dreams?
Nothing. I'll be careful, I promise.
The carpet was Grant's. She gave it to Gabriel to cheer the place up. Gabriel's desk has been gathering. Gabriel's bedroom. It's Gabriel's bed. A poster on the wall advertises Mardi Gras, the biggest party.
Another month of missing my mortgage.
Gabriel might as well leave.
I'm going out.
Have fun.
Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. He reads about Gunter's meeting with a beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her.
Oh, bastard.
He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigations into the murders. The victims were all crew members on a certain slaving expedition to Africa, it seemed. The second to the last entry described Gunter's plan to set a trap for the coven committing the murders. He found the name of one of the surviving members of the crew, a man now living in the West Indies. Gunter has spread a false rumor that the man is returning to Charleston. He himself will impersonate a sailor and allow himself to fall into the hands of the coven. Naturally, Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the coven before they can do him harm.
Halsey's son of a bitch, wasn't he?
Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal. Gabriel reads through the pages Wolfgang marked. He reads of Gunter Ritter's journey to Charleston as witch hunter, hired by the townsmen to solve a series of ritualistic murders. He reads about Gunter's meeting with a beautiful slave woman, Tetelo, and of Gunter's tormenting urges for her.
Oh, bastard.
He reads of their physical union and passion, and of Gunter's investigations in the sect. Gunter has arranged for able-bodied assistants to follow and attack the...
Halsey's son of a bitch.
Gabriel turns to the final entry of the journal. The book contains several pages of radar drum code.
Hey, Hot Ridge, what's the good word? Hot Ridge?
Ah! Oh, God, not again.
Something about Hartridge's death mask reminds Gabriel of the way Crash checked out. Not a pretty ending. Some that would be up to the coroner.
I'm not touching.
Whatever Hartridge may have learned, he cannot share with Gabriel now. At least, whatever...
I'm not touching that. These notes look interesting. Nothing else looks related to my...
There's nothing of interest in the wastebasket. Dr. Hartridge's desk is remarkably neat, especially considering the rest of the room. It's Hartridge's file cabinet. Dr. Hartridge's office is crowded with masks, carved figures, and strange objects. The filing cabinet is locked. The letter is written. The letter is the only thing that Gabriel Wolfgang's letter says,
Dear Gabriel, please read the enclosed journal carefully. It might help you understand your family's special obligations and our current predicament. God be with you, Uncle Wolfgang.
Hartridge's notes are scribbled on notepad paper. Hartridge's notes are Gabriel doesn't. Before leaving the university, Gabriel notifies campus security about Hartridge's body.
Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh.
That would not have... There's no time for that now. This is the first page of inventory. That would not...
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again? I'm going.
The door is...
Hey, Ah! Oh, God.
That would be a... Something about heart. Dr.
These notes look interesting.
Gabriel doesn't... Gabriel...
Oh, Halsey, son of a bitch.
The book... Wolf got...
Dear God.
Partridge's note. Gabriel died. Before...
Why is it so dark in here? Dr. John? Hello? Uh-oh. You bastard!
Good day, Mr. Knight.
That thing just tried to kill me.
He did? I am sorry. The museum is closed today, you see, and we were not expecting visitors. But if you will excuse me, Mr. Knight, I must go look for him. He is incredibly valuable.
You don't need to ask twice. I'm out of here. By the way, you might want to lock your door next time you're closed.
Not a bad idea. Goodbye, Mr. Knight.
Posted on the door of the museum is a sign saying, "Closed today only." This time the door is actually locked.
What happened to you?
Who, me? Nothing. Why?
Well, you're kind of a pale green color. Come here.
Pale green, you say? Charming.
What's that on your face?
I'm sure you'll tell me.
Looks like a sparkly or something. Got it.
I love it when you pick stuff off my face, Grace.
Well, excuse me.
That doesn't work. Gabriel doesn't need anything on that part. There's something in the ashtray. Really? Take... Really? There's nothing to...
Looks like the python left me a souvenir. Very interesting.
Those two objects would have no... Those two... It's a snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. Gabriel is carrying a scale he found near the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. Those two objects would have no effect on each other. It's a snake scale. It's a snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. Those two objects would have no effect on each other. Gabriel magnifies the snake scale from the Voodoo Museum's python. It's hued with purples and greens. It matches the scale from Lake Pontchartrain. He places the two scales together.
I'm out of here. Try not to sell out the store while I'm gone.
Have fun.
The second message made from the voodoo crosses is on the wall.
Let me get these new marks down.
Gabriel checks the two messages for duplicate symbols and transfers the letters from the matches to the new message. He finds that he has the translation for all of the symbols, except for 3. Gabriel gazes at the translation of the second voodoo code message. A few letters are still missing.
Hello there, got a sec?
What you need, boy?
Mind if I pick your brain a minute?
Go ahead. These folks ain't in no hurry.
Have you ever heard of Dambala?
I don't know what you talking about.
Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
I don't know what you talking about.
Tell me something about St. Louis Cemetery, number 1.
Just look around. Just look around. You get the feel of the place.
Gabriel should at least wait until the watchman is gone before defacing the tomb.
I think I'll leave a message of my own.
Sensing that his message isn't quite right, Gabriel rubs it off in frustration. It's Gabriel's sketch of the series of crosses from the Lavo. Those Gabriel gazes at the translation of the second voodoo code message. A few letters are still missing.
I think I'll leave a message.
Pleased with his message, Gabriel tosses the brick down. Now, if only DJ reads it in time.
Detective Mosley. Knight, I had a feeling you'd show up.
I have these two snake scales. One's from the crime scene at Lake Pontchartrain. The other's from a snake in the Voodoo Museum on Ursulines and Charters.
Is this common? Do they all look alike?
Not at all. They're both constrictor scales, and the coloring is the same. A python's coloring is quite individualistic.
A python?
That's right. Hardly an indigenous snake to Louisiana. Somehow, some way, the Voodoo Museum's python was at the scene of the Lake Pontchartrain murder.
Well, I'd call that a lead, all right. It certainly suggests certain lines of inquiry at the museum. Not bad work, Knight. Whether or not the museum's involved with a legitimate voodoo cult, though, is another matter. These guys may just be faking it, too.
Can I ask you about... There's been another murder. A professor at Tulane.
Oh, Christ, you're not gonna start this again.
Just listen. This guy's name is Hartridge. He was a professor in African Studies at Tulane. Yesterday, I went to see him about the voodoo murders case. He agreed to do some research for me. He calls me up this morning, tells me he's onto something big. And when I get over there, the guy's dead.
You know, you're really getting your ass in a sling over this thing, Knight.
It's not about me. Look, Hartridge's death looked just like Crash's. I'm telling you, they were both murdered. And by the same people who did the voodoo murders.
Did either Crash or this new guy have their hearts ripped out?
No.
Then there's nothing to link either to the voodoo murders, M.O. Besides that, the case is closed, Knight. If the coroner's report asks for a homicide investigation on either of these guys, fine. But it's not going to be related to the voodoo murders case unless we find damn good reason to do so.
But I'm the link to the voodoo murders case, don't you see?
Look, if I were you, I wouldn't repeat that to anyone. If I weren't an old friend of yours, I might take you seriously and lock you up. As it is, maybe you should start keeping your mouth shut. Not involve other people with this shit if you think it's so dangerous.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
No. Ha! Is that anything like a Chuck Yeager?
I don't think there's any relation. Does the name
say what?
Ogun Badagri. It's a voodoo loa.
Speak English or shut.
Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse. How can I?
You still prove there's a legitimate voodoo cult in New Orleans.
I'll let you
have a good...
Ah. Can I ask? Does the name Ogun Badagri mean anything to you?
Don't talk like that around here, man.
Does the name... Have you ever heard of Dambala?
Dambala is an African legend about a great serpent. Folklore, that's all.
Hey, great.
Oh boy, party time.
So,
Your use of
what? Take a look at these notes. They're from Professor Hartridge at Tulane University.
Yeah? And what about them?
They confirm that the pattern from the murders is of African origin.
Really? It's incredible, isn't it? Something like that showing up here?
It's been here for quite some time, so it seems.
I'm impressed. Okay, you've convinced me. The murders were done by a legitimate voodoo cult. Okay, I'll reopen the case. I hate to admit it, but you've done some pretty good detective work here tonight.
Well, you know what they say. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Well, point taken. Glad I could inspire you. I'll check around the department, but I have a feeling I'm on my own. In fact, I better lock up this office just in case I step on a few toes. Come on. Now, lay low and let me handle this.
Yeah, fine.
It's getting late. Gabriel decides to go home for the day.
Dang!
What is it? What's wrong?
Gabriel?
I see it, Grace. Hold on.
There's no one in the shop, and I know there's no one in back. It's okay.
Okay? Gabriel, that thing is still barely alive. How could someone do this?
With a knife, maybe?
God, don't even start. We should call the police.
No. I'll take care of it.
But Gabriel...
I said I'll take care of it. Why don't you go get some coffee? I'll have it all cleaned up before you get back.
They know where you live now.
Shh. It's gonna be fine. Now go on.
Are you sure you don't want to go home? I could close the shop today.
No. I'd rather keep busy. I'll be fine. At least that creepy guy is gone. Ugh. Not that they aren't still watching.
Times-Picayune, dated the 23rd of June, 1993. Gabriel finds an article about St. Jean's Eve. It discusses the day's Catholic roots and its adoption by voodoo devotees. In the early to mid-1800s, St. Jean's Eve was celebrated with elaborate voodoo gatherings at Lake Pontchartrain, Bayou St. Jean, and other sites outside the city. These days, the day is commemorated commercially in some of the local shops, and a few churches still hold a St. Jean's Eve Mass. Despite his better judgment, Gabriel reads his horoscope. Today you will either die or your life will change forever.
Sure, why not? It is St. John's Eve. They'll be out tonight for sure. But where? Got a minute, Grace?
What's up?
Do you have
Nope.
Could you do some research for me?
Sure. What?
I can't think of anything.
Okay.
The front door leads to the...
Gabriel, shut the refrigerator, please. I could smell it from here.
Women. I see it. Stay back. It's just an envelope.
I can see that.
Gabriel opens the envelope and finds a note from Mosley and a small brass key. It's a note from Mosley's note says,
Gabe, I have to go underground with this thing. It runs wide and deep throughout the department and the city board. I'm already being watched. It was suggested I take vacation time, so I am, at least as far as they know. Try to keep out of this. It's too hot for a rookie. Just in case, I'm sending you my office key. You might find some useful things there. P.S. I think this note will look great in the book, don't you? Make sure you save it.
The note is signed, Detective Mosley. That doesn't work that way. Gabriel wouldn't dare touch Grace's oil paints.
Are you okay?
I'd be peachy if you'd give up all this voodoo crap, Gabriel.
I'm sorry I got you involved in this, Grace.
Oh, don't worry about me. Just get yourself out of this mess.
I'm sorry
Oh, don't worry.
Got a minute? What can you tell?
I told...
Do you know anything about these?
No.
Why use the tattoo tracing on that?
Will you do me a favor?
What?
Use your paints to copy this snake tattoo onto my chest.
Now, why on earth would you want me to do that?
I'm going to a party tonight. Costume, you know.
You don't say. I guess you're going with Malia.
Yeah, that's right.
And why should I help you out? We don't even like Malia.
Well, if you're jealous about my feelings for her...
You know that's not it. I just think, as your friend, that she's trouble.
It's perfectly understandable. I know you have certain feelings for me, quite naturally.
Me? I would rather be hung by my hair over a bed of scorpions.
I know it must be hard having it in your face like this. No chance to avoid hearing about it, seeing it day by day.
Fine, I'll do it. Just shut up. Can we at least go in the back?
Sure, but could you say that one more time and pout your lips more?
Ugh.
What did I say?
All right, let's go. The shirt, please.
You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment.
Now. Hold still.
Maybe you'd like to tie me up?
One more remark, and I'm leaving.
Okay.
Done. It's just stunning.
Sorry I couldn't make it last longer.
Well, it was about what I expected from you.
Are you gonna be okay here by yourself?
I'll be just fine. Just fix this, okay?
I'm trying, Gracie.
The vineyard vendor is unlikely to have information.
Hello. What can I do for you, sir?
What the heck are beignets, anyway?
Deep-fried sweet dough with powdered sugar on top. New Orleans donuts, sir.
What happened to the guy who used to be here?
The lucky dog guy? I took over his spot.
Say, haven't I seen you before?
I get around the French Quarter. Used to be at Royal and Conti.
You say you used to be at Royal and Conti?
That's right.
Why'd you leave Royal and Conti?
Well, the guy who used to be here, the lucky dog guy, he was my cousin Ralph. He went off to college, see, and this spot came open. I thought Jackson Square'd be a better gig, you know? Tourists and all.
Is it?
Well, no, actually.
Why don't you go back there?
Do you think? I've been kind of torn. Must be the weather. These thick clouds we've had all week. I'm just not seeing the crowds here that I expected.
I definitely think you should go back to Royal and Conti.
Really? I'm glad you think so. I always liked that beat, but I thought I ought to give this a shot.
Oh, absolutely. The grass is always greener.
Exactly. You're right. I'm going back over there today.
Hey, it's a beignet guy. He's back.
Where?
Grab me 3 or 4, would ya?
Forget it, I'm broke.
Rats. You stay put. I'll be back in a minute.
That doesn't... Whatever goes into those files.
Not me. I've seen how Mosley organizes stuff.
The desk is bad enough on the out. There's a tracking device in the drawer.
This tracker might come in handy.
The desk is bad. Gabriel doesn't want anything to do with that microwave.
Hey, get out of there, you.
Sorry, just looking for a restroom.
Gabriel listens carefully to the drums and opens his radar book to translate. If Gabriel's translation of the drum code is correct, there'll be a conclave tonight in the swamp. That must be the bayou.
Hello, Dr. John.
Glad you could return to us, Mr. Knight.
Gabriel slips the signal device into the Seike module.
Can I assist you, Mr. Knight?
No, just looking.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Knight, but I am afraid I must close the museum early this evening. This is St. John's Eve, and it's getting on towards dusk. I have things I must do.
I see. No problem. I'll just
leave. Goodbye, Mr. Knight. May the spirits guard you well tonight.
This is the...
I don't need to track myself.
Gabriel pulls out the tracking device, hoping that the Seike module made it to the ritual and that this thing will work.
All right. There's a blip. They must be here with the Seike module.
Gabriel does not want to turn. Gabriel feels so turned around. Is this thing working? Gabriel hopes this tracking thing is working correct.
I don't need to track
Damn Mosley and his infernal machine. This better be working. Didn't he just come from that direction? Or did he? Gabriel feels so turned around. Gabriel hopes this tracking thing is... Damn Mosley and his infernal machine. Gabriel can barely focus on the LED with those drums in his head. Didn't he just come from that direction? Gabriel feels so turned around. Gabriel hopes this tracking thing is working correctly. Damn Mosley and his infernal machine. This better be working. Didn't he just come from that direction?
You! What are you doing here?
I was just taking a walk and...
No excuses this time, my friend.
I really don't want to be dead. Can... When in Rome. Here goes nothing.
Welcome, Brother Crocodile. Please join the other celebrants.
Yes, Dr. John. Brother Eagle.
But first, name the great serpent who crushes all in his coils.
Damballa.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Who is the destroyer of men?
Ogun Badagri.
You are correct, Brother Crocodile. Enjoy yourself well tonight.
Gabriel!
Come take a ride. Malia.
I know you now. I can smell his blood in your veins.
No.
You cannot change your destiny, or ours.
No.
I will find you. I will destroy you.
No!
Where is your necklace now, witch hunter? Where are your pretty gems?
Gabriel! Gabriel, wake up!
Ow, my head.
It's about time. I've been trying to wake you for hours. There's no time to lose.
I had another dream.
It wasn't a dream, believe me. Now come on, get dressed.
Wait a minute. I'm starting to remember. Something about Malia.
She's the head priestess of the voodoo cartel. They're responsible for the murders. They've been doing it for years.
Malia? Last night she was the leopard. Like in my dreams, Grace.
I know. Those dreams were a warning. Now come on, get dressed.
But last night, Malia changed. She became something else. And then I blacked out, I think. How did I get home?
I followed you last night. I had my doubts about the Gettys. Did you know that they arrived in New Orleans in 1800? Just in time for the voodoo influx. I knew you were going to try to sneak into a ceremony last night, so I followed you. Lucky for you that I did. If you'd been left at the circle last night, I don't know what she would have done to you.
You're wrong. Malia wouldn't hurt me.
What about Tetelo?
Tetelo? They were chanting that last night. That's the name from Gunter's journal. The woman who took the talisman.
Yes. Gabriel, it's your destiny you're facing. You can't just blunder your way through this or you'll end up dead. Tetelo will be after you now. You have to call your great-uncle in Germany.
Uncle Wolfgang?
Yes. He knows more about this than we do.
Okay, I'll call him. But Malia isn't responsible for those things, Grace. It's that spirit, that Loa. It's Tetelo.
Yeah. Possession is convenient that way. Call Wolfgang, Gabriel. I'll be in the shop.
Guten Tag. Sie haben Schloss Ritter erreicht?
This is Gabriel Knight. Can I speak to Wolfgang, please?
Ja, Herr Knight. Einen Moment, bitte.
Gabriel, it's so good to hear your voice. I had such a dream last night.
There's a good reason for that, Uncle Wolfgang. We need to talk.
Gabriel fills in Wolfgang on the events of the previous evening.
Ah, it is even worse than I thought.
You bet it is. We have to talk about what I'm supposed to do. Tell me about Tetelo.
Well, from your description of the ritual last night, I'd say that Gunther's mistress, Tetelo, is now the primary Loa for the Gedde tribe. It seems she still controls them by possessing her female descendants and speaking through them. Do you remember in Gunther's journal he said that Tetelo was possessed by her father's Loa during the killings in Charleston?
This sounds similar, but Tetelo has obviously become a much more powerful Loa than her father ever was. Probably because of the added power of the talisman.
Tell me more about...
I believe she truly loved Gunther. After all, she was raised to be her father's daughter. Their religion was not a choice she made, but a duty she endured. How can she be blamed for that? The spirit she has become, that is a different matter. It is utterly evil. I am certain that the lower Tetela bears little resemblance to the woman Tetela was before the burning in Charleston.
Tell me more about Tetelo.
She once was a beautiful and intelligent woman, and she probably did not deserve Gunther's betrayal. But the Tetelo we fight now is more akin to her tribe's dark gods than to anything human in nature.
Tell me more.
She once was a beautiful and intelligent woman, and she probably did not...
What can you tell me about Schattenjägers?
Yes, of course. I sometimes forget how little you know of the family, Gabriel. I never understood how Heinz could allow his sons to remain ignorant. But now is not the time for that discussion. Schattenjäger is really two words in English, Gabriel. Schatten means shadow, and Jäger means hunter.
Shadow hunter?
Yes, shadow hunter.
Tell me more.
We Ritters have been Schattenjägers for many centuries. No one is sure when it began or how, but we have records of ancestors as early as the 13th century fulfilling this role. Some believe that the role was given us when... But such fantasies cannot be of use to you at the moment, Gabriel.
Tell me more.
Most people are completely blind to the fact that evil does exist. It is out of vogue at the present, but I tell you, shadows of darkness, spirits, vampires, witches, demons, these things are real. It is to their advantage that the world has become so scientific, so cynical. But we know they exist, Gabriel, and we hunt them.
How do we hunt them? And why?
Why? Because it is our duty. We are the ones who know, Gabriel. As for how, that is something you will have to learn, but it is not easily explained over the phone.
Let's talk about the talisman.
I myself have only seen it in old sketches and paintings, and in my dreams. It was in the family for centuries before Tetlow took it. It is believed to be as old as the role of Schattenjäger itself. The talisman has genuine power. I don't know how or why, but it is so. The Schattenjägers swore to use the power for good, never for evil. For defense, not offense. Since it fell into Tetlow's hands, I'm afraid to think what the power has been used for, or what it will be used for in the future. With the talisman, Tetlow has all the power and we none. The only possible way to fight her is to regain the talisman. Then we will at least be on more equal footing.
How can we regain the talisman?
We've been searching for the talisman for years, ever since we lost it. It's a terrible thing to know that something powerful that was entrusted to us is in the wrong hands. The talisman is probably buried with Tetlow's remains. That's what gives her lore so much power.
How would we find Tetlow's remains?
Ha! We have pondered that question a long time, we Ritters. There are two probabilities. The first is that her remains are with the tribe at their current location. The other is that the remains were returned to a sacred place near the tribe's original homeland. We've tried to locate Tetlow's African homeland, but Gunther says so little in his journal about her tribe, and slaving records are practically non-existent. Also, Tetlow's tribe was utterly destroyed in its African form in the late 17th century. There was nothing like a census in Africa then. As for the other idea, we had no clue as to where Tetlow's people went after fleeing Charleston, until now.
Let's discuss the possible African homeland.
All right. Have you learned anything that might help us locate it?
I spoke with the Professor Hartridge. Unfortunately for him, he thinks the tribe's name was Agri, and that they lived near the Fon tribe in what is now called the People's Republic of Benin.
That is incredible, Gabriel. I must go research this new information in my library right now.
Wait, what should I do?
Stay low. If you get a chance, you might look into the possibility that Tetlow's remains are somewhere in New Orleans. But don't try to broach their private areas without my assistance, Gabriel. You will make a fine Schattenjäger, but only if you are not dead.
Sure, I'll wait.
Bye then, Gabriel. And remember, if you need a place of safety, come to Schloss Ritter.
Goodbye, Uncle Wolfgang.
Times-Picayune, dated June 24th, 1993. There's nothing about the voodoo murders case in the papers today. Gabriel finds a humorous tidbit under the Life is Stranger Than Fiction column. Apparently, there were reports of ghosts in the Bayou Saint Jean last night. Various people called the newspaper with stories about hearing strange noises and seeing weird lights over the swamp. Some folks claim it's the ghost of Marie Laveau. The paper relates it to similar delusions that crop up every Halloween. Gabriel's horoscope today reads, "Wise is the warrior who knows when to fight and when to get the hell out of Dodge."
God help me, I'm actually starting to listen to this guy.
Grace, about last night.
I've already said everything I have to say about that.
I'm going out for a bit.
Be careful.
Gabriel hears a faint sound of breaking glass.
Damn, you'd think there'd be a light.
Gabriel can't see anything to operate. There's broken glass on the floor. That drawer is marked with a pattern like the VV.
Mosley! Shit, I dropped my flashlight. Huh? Ouch, my head. What the hell was that?
Gabriel opens the wallet and finds some ID belonging to Mosley and an American's repressed card. Gabriel died.
Could I have a minute?
What you need?
You must enjoy the company of dead.
Unlike the living, they ain't never given me no reason to dislike 'em none.
Where have you been? I was worried about you.
For good reason, apparently.
What happened? Do you need a doctor?
Nothing you want to know about, and no, just some aspirin.
Gabriel, this is nuts. You have to get out of New Orleans.
No kidding.
Well, listen. Wolfgang called while you were out. He said, and I quote, "Tell Gabriel that I found what I was looking for. It's time for me to do my duty. Schloss Ritter is his now." Now, call me crazy, but I don't think that's good news.
Not for Uncle Wolfie, no.
What are you gonna do?
If I figure it out, I'll let you know. I'm doing the best I can.
There is not.
I'm doing the
Somewhere there's
Hello. See the World Travel Agency. How may I help you?
How much for a trip to Rittersburg, Germany?
Rittersburg, Germany? Hold on, let me look that up. I can fly you into Munich. That's the closest airport to Rittersburg. You can rent a car from there, or take the train. Let's see. The best price I can see for the flight is $1,400. What would you like to do?
Charge it to my Americans repressed.
Yes, sir. And your name was?
Mosley.
feeling a little guilty. Gabriel gives the travel agent Mosley's card number and is informed that he can pick up his ticket at the New Orleans International Airport.
Guess what? I'm going to Germany.
Really? That's great, but how on earth could you afford?
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do.
Oh my God. I wouldn't like the sound of that even if you were a man.
I miss you too, Grace. Goodbye, Gracie.
Good luck. Let me know what's going on, will you?
Of course.
Gabriel picks up his tickets at the airport and boards a plane for Munich.
Wolfgang?
Hello. My name is Knight. Gabriel Knight.
Herr Knight. Oh, kommen Sie bitte, Herren. I mean, come in, please, Herr Knight. I was not expecting you. Has Wolfgang sent you here?
Uncle Wolfgang? No, I came to see him. Isn't he here?
No, he is gone. I'm sorry. You came all this way.
Oh, great. That's all I need.
Herr Knight, Wolfgang told me all about you and gave me instructions for you to feel welcome here. Please, this is your home. You are a Ritter, no? I am just doing some work. I will continue and you may make yourself comfortable. If there is anything you need, please ask me. You may use Wolfgang's bedroom. It is at the top of the stairs.
Thank you, Miss,
You may call me Gerda, Herr Knight.
Gerda is young and quite attractive.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound fool?
That is something Wolfgang would know about, Herr Knight.
Tell me something about the Ritter family.
I can tell you what they say in the village, what I heard when I was small. To the villagers, the Ritters are a little, how do you say, tragic, to be pitied. They say that the Ritters were chosen by God to fight evil, but something happened. One of them was cursed, and so the Ritters lost the way. They struggle still, but like a lame dog, you see? Without the power or magic they once had.
Tell me something about Schloss Ritter.
Schloss Ritter has stood for many centuries, no one knows how long. It was once the pride of Bavaria, but now it is in disrepair. Wolfgang received offers to open the castle for tourists. He has resisted though, even though the castle is in desperate need of repairs. To him, this ground is sacred.
Tell me something about yourself.
I was born in Rittersburg, the village below the castle.
Tell me something.
I'm not well-traveled, but Wolfgang has been kind and has tutored me in many subjects. It was from him I learned to speak English. He must have sensed you were coming, Herr Knight, and that you would have need of me.
Tell me about Wolfgang.
What would you like to know?
Where do you think Wolfgang went?
I don't know, but I have a feeling he has gone off to go be Schattenjäger again. He is too old for such chasing around. His heart is very weak. He has not left this castle for 5 years, and now this.
Do you know when he'll be back?
I only pray he will be back. Before he left, he said Schloss Ritter now belongs to Gabriel. It worried me so to hear him say that. I'm afraid Wolfgang knew he would never return.
What is Wolfgang like?
Wolfgang is a truly wise and good man, the best I have ever known, but his life has been so full of disappointments.
What kind of disappointments?
His only son died in infancy, so
There was no one to carry on the family line, and the family's financial troubles have been hard on him. Wolfgang wanted to do so much for the world, but it was all he could do just to hold on to Schloss Ritter. He has not left his mark as he wished to.
What is your relationship with Wolfgang?
Herr Knight, my relationship with your uncle is really none of your business.
You're right, Gerda. I apologize. Forget I asked. Can you show me Wolfgang's library?
How do you know about his library?
When we talked on the phone, he said he was going to do some research in his library. I thought maybe if I saw what he was researching.
Ah, yeah. A good idea, Herr Knight, but I'm afraid I cannot show you the library. You see, I have never been in it. Only a Schattenjäger can enter the library.
I see. Just tell me anything.
Wolfgang has dedicated his entire life to the role of Schattenjäger.
Oh, nothing, never mind.
As you like, Herr Knight.
What can you tell?
Wolfgang is the only one who would know about that.
A magnificent stained glass window depicts the legendary battle between St. George and the dragon. There's nothing that Gabriel wants to pick up on that part of the cabinet. It's a chamber pot.
Take me back to the 20th century, please.
There's a small pair of grooming scissors on the cabinet. Gabriel takes the scissors.
This scroll looks interesting.
There's nothing Gabriel wants in this part of the room.
St. George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night. Upon my blood I call thee now, purify me, for I avow to set my feet upon thy road, thy sword I take up for mine own.
The cabinet itself does. Gabriel cannot open or close. Gabriel would need a pretty good reason to stick his hands in that snow. It's locked. A large display case A large handcraft dagger hangs on the wall. It looks quite old, but it's been polished to a high shine. A few tapestries hang on the wall. Gabriel isn't sure if they mean something or if they're just good insulation. A few taps.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
Can you tell me about this scroll?
It is the scroll of St. George, patron saint of England and of the Ritter family.
The archway. Near the bed is an elaborate wooden door. The door leads back to the grand hall stairs. The head of a lion stares at Gabriel from above the door. The portal says, Nur der reinste darf passieren. Diesen Herz ist rein wie Glas. Diesen Seele rein wie Führer, schreitet Hörner durch Portal.
Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, of course.
There are some words over the locked door in Wolfgang's bedroom. What do they mean?
Ah, yes. Wolfgang had me translated as part of my English lessons. In English, it means, only the purest here may pass. He whose heart is pure as glass. He whose soul is pure as fire. Through this portal passes higher.
Great. Thanks. What was that door poem again?
Only the purest here may pass. He whose heart is pure as glass. He whose soul is pure as fire. Through this portal.
Three panels hang from each side of the chapel. Gabriel cannot determine what their purpose might be. Three panels hang from each side of the chapel. There are pews on both sides of the center aisles. A plain wooden altar occupies the center of the chapel. A cushioned kneeler at the bottom indicates that the altar is a place of prayer. Doing that. It's a shake of salt. At the moment, Gabriel can't think of a need for the salt.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
What can you tell me about those wall panels in the chapel?
The hangings? They describe the Schattenjäger initiation ceremony.
Tell me about the Schattenjäger initiation ceremony.
Each young man of the Ritter line must go through the ceremony when he dedicates himself to be a Schattenjäger.
But what does the ceremony do?
I do not know, Herr Knight. The only people present are the old Schattenjäger and the new. But I think it must be similar to a priest's ordination or a wedding, a ceremony of intent and oath.
You.
Is there a problem, Herr Knight?
You said wedding. I'm okay now. Is there anything else you can tell me?
I really do not know any more about it, Herr Knight.
Is that a shaker of salt?
Yeah, salt.
Mind if I take it?
No.
Thanks.
Gabriel is sure he'll end up getting some of those for our meal, sooner or later. Potatoes. They must grow well around here. This is the that weapon might be a bit much to carry round.
St. George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night. Upon my blood I call thee now, purify me, for I avow to set my feet upon thy road, thy sword I take up for mine own. So, what do you do when you're not puttering around the castle? Have you worked?
For the past 4 years, I came here when I was 18.
What's it like?
It is very peaceful and quiet. I am sure you will find it like a vacation, yeah?
Somehow, I doubt this is... Is it always this cold around?
To tell you the truth, we never have snow in June here, Herr Knight. Even though we are in the Alps. The weather, it is not normal this year.
Ged is a country girl. She wouldn't appreciate that.
Yeah.
If I took the snow, it would just melt in my...
Putting snow in the chamber pot would not do much good. Thinking of the first chapel panel, Gabriel washes his hands in the snow. Thinking of the second chapel panel, Gabriel cuts his hair.
I hate this. There, that's plenty.
This is the... It would be difficult to do that with the scissors.
I'm not picking up those scissors again.
There's nothing that...
I'm not...
There's not... Gabriel cannot use the dagger while...
This dagger.
It is the knife of a Schattenjäger. You may take it, Herr Knight. Everything in this castle is yours now.
Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel puts the chamber pot on the altar. Thinking of the third panel, Gabriel pours the contents of the salt shaker into the chamber pot. Thinking of the fourth panel, Gabriel holds his arm over the chamber pot and nicks it with the dagger.
Oops, nearly hit an artery.
Gabriel is already trying to find a proper use for the chamber pot. Thinking of the fifth panel, Gabriel kneels at the altar. Thinking of the sixth panel, Gabriel reads the scroll.
St. George, patron of the light, who hunts the shadows of the night, upon my blood I call thee now, purify me, for I avow to set my feet upon thy road, thy sword I take up for mine own.
It worked. Something's happening.
Oh, excuse me. I was just vacuuming. I did not know you were in here.
Oh, that's all right. I've done about all I can do in here anyway. I give up.
You look tired, Herr Knight. Why don't you go to bed?
Sure, why not?
I will clean everything up. You need not worry.
I can't believe I cut my hair for nothing.
Your soul smells, Gabriel Knight. You seek to be Schattenjäger.
I do.
You must first burn away the past. How much sin do you have to burn? You have used people all your life, never committed to anything. back now, and I will forget that you asked for this.
No!
There are only two things that redeem you. First, that you have Ritter blood in your veins. Second, that 3 women have loved you purely. You asked to start on the path, so you shall. But you will not be a Schattenjäger until you have earned it.
How?
I cannot show you the path, but I can tell you that you will have to let go of the greater part of yourself, Gabriel Knight.
No problem.
Yes. Now you asked for purification. You shall have it.
Oh, no!
What a night. I'm sore all over.
It fits.
These shelves contain books and documents, something to peruse extensively when Gabriel has more time. These shelves contain journals, diaries, something to peruse extensively. These shelves display books on geography. A title catches Gabriel's eye. People's Republic of Benin by Lowell Cali. Gabriel pulls out the book entitled People's Republic of Benin and scans through it. The People's Republic of Benin is an area of rich and diverse cultures and a proud heritage. Before slaving devastated many tribes, this area was populated by some of the oddest, fiercest, and most powerful tribes in tribal Africa: the Fans, the Dahomies, and the terrible Agris. The book, The Primal One, by John Roots, provides insight into these fascinating cultures. There are books on sociology in this part of the library. Gabriel recognizes a title, The Primal One, by John Roots. Gabriel takes down the primal. In contrast with the peaceful nomadic tribes of northern Africa, certain tribes of the southwest were vicious and xenophobic. This part of Africa is called the Red Basin area, because of the vast amount of bloodshed that's occurred there over the centuries. In this one area of Africa existed in a perpetual state of war and raiding, some of the most powerful and efficient fighters the world has ever seen. Why did this region inspire such violent behavior? To understand, one must look even further back. See Ancient Roots of Africa by Early Days. Gabriel takes in why did these shelves contain books. Gabriel peruses the titles with interest, but nothing jumps out at him. These shelves contain books. These shelves contain books. Gabriel peruses. These shelves contain science books. Gabriel looks at the titles curiously. This part of the life: necromancy, witchcraft, demonology, lycanthropes. Research material any good Schattenjäger needs, Gabriel supposes. These shelves, Gabriel recognizes a title, Ancient Roots of Africa by Early Days. Gabriel removes Ancient Roots of Africa and browses through it. The ferocity of the tribes in the Red Basin region is traceable to their predecessors. In Egyptian time, 4000 to 2000 BC, this region was ruled by powerful sun worshippers. We know a little about this mysterious cult by the remnants of ruins far older and of a culture far more advanced than any that exists in Africa today. See Sun Worshippers by A. Curate. These shelves contain books. A title catches Gabriel. Gabriel takes down Sun Worshippers and scans it. One of the earliest religious practices was that of sun worship. The most powerful cults of sun worshippers lived on the continent of Africa. The African sun god was violent and terrible, and so became his worshippers. They practiced a particularly bloody form of ritual sacrifice. The homeland of this ancient cult is still considered a sacred site of power. See Ancient Digs of Africa by Professor Seymour Shards. These shelves contain Gabriel takes Ancient Digs of Africa and opens it. The most fascinating archaeological site in Africa is the Great Snake Mound in the People's Republic of Benin, located 50 miles south of the capital in the Red Basin. Like the snake mounds of North America, the origin and meaning of these great mounds remains a mystery, though clearly they were the results of profound and urgent spiritual belief. Unlike other snake mounds, the African example is a double snake mound, a small snake ring within a larger snake ring. The mound is thought to have housed an ancient temple. Although archaeologists have explored the mound site, the interior remains largely unchanged from ancient times. This is partially due to stringent government regulations and partially to local superstitions. The local people regard the mound with fear and will not go near it.
A double snake ring?
Gabriel flips furiously looking for a picture.
Oh my God, it's a wheel within a wheel.
Gabriel decides to hang on to the snake mound book. The archway is not closed.
Guten Morgen, Herr Knight. I'm cooking your Frühstück, a good German breakfast. Please, feel at home.
So, what do you do when you're not puttering around the castle?
Every day I go to Riddersburg to do the daily shopping and visit my friends.
I found this book in the library. I think it might tell us where Wolfgang went.
Africa? You think Wolfgang went to Africa?
I know he did.
Then I shall make you a plane trip right now, yeah?
Well, I guess so.
Good, good. My poor Wolfgang. You have money for the plane, yeah?
I know. We can use this credit card.
Terrific! I will go make the call. Then, while we wait, breakfast.
Does that mean I get some coffee now? Wheel within a wheel.
You want I stay here, right? It's a long walk back to the city.
Yeah, sure. Wait here, please. May be a while, though.
No problem. I could use a nap.
Mummy-like figures in contorted poses appear to be the only residents here. Gabriel wonders, was this a burial mound? Or does their presence serve some ritualistic purpose? The walls bear ancient paintings, the handiwork of the sun worshippers, no doubt. There's no reason to do that to the wall painting.
This stone looks interesting.
In the center of the wall painting is a square sunken area. Holes about the size of a quarter appear in the wall there. That doesn't work, that. The sunken area does not work.
It's stuck.
Gabriel has the creeping sensation he's being watched. An elaborate mural with a mask design has been carved into the wall in this room. The stone. If Gabriel wants to relocate that tile, he's going to have to take it first. It doesn't. The stone is etched with a peculiar snake design. A long rod lies in one corner of the room.
It's shaped a little like a snake.
The rooms of the Snake Mound are made entirely from earth, formed centuries before into a wheel by sun worshippers. To use the archway, the Ritter dagger is solid. The long rod is shaped like a snake. The stone. The walls bear ancient paintings, the handiwork of the sun worshippers. An elaborate mural with a mask design has been carved into the wall in this room. An elaborate An etched stone is on the wall. The walls bear ancient paintings.
It fits.
From off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe. The stone is etched. Those two the st- those from off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe. There's already a stone in that spot on the wall. An etched stone. Those Gabriel has the creeping sensation.
The rod fits into the hole in the stone. Nothing happens.
There does not seem to be any place to insert the rod on that part of the mural. The mural does not appear. An elaborate mural with a masked design has been carved into the wall in this room. Gabriel can see the long rod is shaped like a snake. The head of the rod is the snake's angled triangular head. An etched stone is from off in the mound. From somewhere off in the mound, Gabriel hears a soft click, then a rumble.
Uh-oh. I have a feeling that did something.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we
An etched from...
Uh-oh. I have a feeling.
From...
Uh-oh. I have...
The exit is blocked, and there's no... The exit... The rod will not work on... The dagger will...
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
The exit. The exit. The exit. The exit.
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
The
I really don't want to be dead. Can we try that again?
From off in the mound echoes a sound like the scuffle of a shoe. There is no. There is no. There is no. The egg.
I really don't want.
That does. That doesn't. That doesn't. That doesn't.
I can't believe I'm doing this. Oh, shit.
Gabriel Knight, I presume.
Uncle Wolfgang?
In person. Now go to it, boy. I can't hold these creatures for very long, and there are more on the way.
Go to what?
The secret panel, boy. Those creatures are only alive while it's open. Close it, Gabriel, and hurry.
Go. The hole does.
I think I found something.
Very good, Gabriel. Now stand back.
Wow. The inner wheel.
Yes. Wheel within a wheel.
Are you okay? You don't look so hot.
I'm fine, Gabriel. The veil. You dreamt it?
Yeah, and you?
Yes. I must congratulate you on the Three Snakes connection. I had missed it. You will make a wonderful Schottenjäger.
Who? Me?
Yes. It is a long path, my boy. I myself have still the last of my 3 quests to meet. But let us see what is here. You have found the heart of the apple, but it might be poison still.
A mummy lies on the floor, apparently having fallen inanimate where it stood when the secret passage door closed. The inner wheel is decorated with masked murals, similar to the ones that hid the secret passageway door.
Can we?
We probably have a little time here. Yes, all right.
Do you think Tetelo's remains are here?
I have a feeling that they are, Gabriel.
Do you think...
I have a...
Is there anything else you can tell me about the talisman?
The most important thing about the talisman is that it be once again in the hands of the Schottenjägers.
Is there anything else you can tell me?
I can feel her presence here. I wouldn't be surprised if she knew we were violating her sanctum.
Tell me.
This is not the time nor the place, Gabriel.
This is the inner wheel of the snake mound. Though similar in appearance to the outer wheel, there's a sense of evil sanctity and secrecy about this room that is very different indeed. The inner wheel is
Look at that table.
Yes. It is very old. There is a story being told through the carvings on the side.
Can you make it out?
Tribesman discovers a snake mound hidden in the jungle. He manages, after much time, to find the secret entrance to the inner wheel. In this room, he bows down to a small idol of some sort. The thing is radiating, like a sun. That explains the source of the Gettys' tribal power. They found this mound and the idol in it. Where the idol came from originally is hard to say, but it is definitely older than the Gettys. The idol was probably once kept in this table, but they would have it with them now. It must be destroyed.
The table's lid fits heavily on the base. At the seams, there are 2 large holes on either side. On top of the lid is a trough.
What's that trough for?
I saw that. This is undoubtedly a sacrificial table. That trough is for a human heart.
Ew, that's sick.
Gabriel cannot see any way to pick that up.
Should we try this lid?
I suppose it wouldn't hurt. Sorry, I'm not more help, Gabriel. I don't think it would open so easily, though. Were we 10 strong men?
There is not... The lid does not seem to operate. The lid... The table's lid fits...
What was the story on this table again?
Tribesman discovers a snake mound. He mends his room.
On the wall is a rack containing 2 long iron bars. Gabriel cannot...
What about these iron bars?
Good idea. Let me help you.
Perhaps these holes. There. Let's get the other one. There. Let's try to lift this top. I know it's in there.
Yes, it is in there. I have not felt this powerful since, well, ever.
Why won't the damn lid come off?
It is a sacrificial table. It can probably only be triggered by the proper use of that trough there. With a heart.
Oh, great. Where are we gonna get a heart?
Gabriel, you must take the talisman and be Schattenjäger. You performed the ritual and dreamt of the dragon, no?
Yes, I did. But you're the current Schattenjäger. I only did that because...
Because you were driven to it. I have done nothing with this title for many years. Even in my prime, I had few cases. If my life had a purpose, it was to bring you to this point.
But I have no idea what I'm doing.
It is not a science, Gabriel. It is instinct. And you have it in your blood. Trust it. The castle is yours now. It has many documents and records which will help you in the future.
Well, thanks for the confidence. But what about this table?
I want you to go into the next room and get a heart from that dead creature on the floor.
Will that work? Doesn't it need to be... fresh?
Let us try. Perhaps there's some of the old Ritter magic left. Go on.
Great. My first job as Schattenjäger. Cutting up dead monsters. Wolfgang! No! No!
Tetelo, you gonna pay for this, you bitch!
Why did he go to Africa, Gertie? No, it's okay. I'm just a little anxious. No, they haven't. I just need to talk to Gabriel.
After arranging for the shipment of Wolfgang's body back to Rittersburg, Gabriel returns to New Orleans. He carries with him the Ritter talisman. He has not heard from Grace for over 24 hours, and he could not reach Malia by phone. And although he has some idea of what he is coming home to attempt, he still has no clue where to attempt it. Or does he?
Grace, I'm home. Grace? Oh, no. Grace! Daddy's painting. I bet Grace bought it back from Bruno herself.
Times-Picayune, dated June 28, 1993. The Weather Service is baffled by the series of bizarre storms that rocked the South yesterday. 20 died and close to 100 were injured. The storms only accentuate the bad luck that seems to have gripped the South. The crime rate for the past 3 days has peaked to unprecedented levels. And there have been 50 reports of food poisoning in New Orleans alone. In other words, keep your head down, folks, and pray that August will return us to sanity. Warily, Gabriel reads his horoscope for the day. Gird thyself with mercy. Arm thyself with righteousness. The final hour awaits.
There's a school teacher somewhere who's damn confused.
The note is from Malia. It says,
Gabriel, I hope you survive long enough to get this. Tetelo knows you have the talisman. Your life is worth nothing, my love. I fight to save you, but she controls things far more than I. She has taken Grace. Return the talisman and leave New Orleans forever. If you don't, I can't help you. Please. I can't bear to see you die. Please believe me. I love you. Malia.
Who's there? I have the talisman.
Yeah? Good for you. I got a headache.
You? Don't come near me. You're dead.
Oh, was that you at the tube? You should have said something.
You mean you weren't dead, you son of a bitch?
Do I look dead? No, don't answer that. I was searching the tomb. When I heard someone coming, I broke the light and got in the drawer. Sorry I brained you, but I thought you were one of them.
Christ, you about killed me.
I said I was sorry. Besides, I owed you one for stealing my badge. If it makes you feel any better, I lost my wallet that day.
Your wallet? Oh, I guess you're right. We are even.
Like I said. Anyway, we shouldn't stand out here and gab. Someone on the street might see us. Let's go in back and talk. Okay, now let's talk.
So, what?
This is no time.
All right, let's talk. What should we do about Grace?
Them voodoo people have taken her, the goddamn bastards. We have to find her and save her, and we can't count on the police department for any help.
What should we do?
I told you, we got...
So, fill me in on what you've been doing for the past 5 days.
I've been getting smart, that's what. They got me running, I'll admit. But the day a bunch of drum-banging, mumbo-jumbo chanting magicians can catch old Lightfoot Mosley is the day I die.
Can't argue with that logic.
Now these guys have it wired, I tell you. From the mayor to a couple of major judges, right down to the beat cops. The Gettys are untouchable from that angle. But once I really start digging, it was like I could see clearly. These guys are into everything that happens in this city, and most people are scared shitless of them, or they don't know about them at all.
Let me fill you in on what I've learned in the past 5 days.
Okay, have at it.
Well, Malia Getty is the head of the cartel. Dr. John is her right-hand man.
I learned that much. You sure know how to pick 'em, Knight.
Uh-huh. She's not really responsible, though, because during these ceremonies, she's ridden by the spirit of her ancestor, Tetelo.
You don't say.
It's true. Anyway, I have something, a talisman, that I can use against them. It'll help, but they probably still have a power source somewhere in their hound fool. Also, this whole thing kind of ties in with my nightmares, see, and my family history. My family does this shadow hunting thing, and about 300 years ago...
Look, don't confuse me, okay? You worry about all that metaphysical stuff, and I'll just try and catch the bad guys.
Yeah, you'd never believe me anyway. Let's make a plan. What do you think we should do?
We need to find the headquarters of the Getty cartel, rescue Grace, and dig up some concrete evidence so that I can take this straight to the FBI.
Sounds easy.
Uh-huh. Do you have any idea where their headquarters might be?
Perhaps.
Well, you do seem to have a knack for sniffing out this voodoo stuff. Why don't you see if you can locate it for sure? Meanwhile, I've got some things I've got to do. I'll meet you there later.
How will you find it?
Damn, that's right. If only I had the tracker from my office.
I have it.
Really? Good going. You give it to me and leave a signal device at the entrance to the headquarters.
All right. Do you know anything about a secret voodoo hound fool?
You know where it is?
I have an idea.
Well, great. Let's talk about it when we make our plan.
Have you ever heard of a Schottenjäger?
Well, not since the last time you asked.
Here's the tracker.
Great. Don't forget to leave the signal device near the entrance to the home floor. And be careful.
You too.
The knothole doesn't seem to do that. There's a knothole about the size of a quarter in the wood paneling on that wall.
Something about this knothole looks familiar. It's moving. I knew it. Ride's over.
All right, Mosley. There's your signal.
Gabriel wonders if Mosley will have everything he needs to follow the trail. The elevator stops at a room underneath the cathedral.
Express elevator to hell.
That piece of art on the wall looks like something the Gettys had transplanted from Africa. This sign has 7 snakes on it. Perhaps Gabriel should try.
I'm doing.
The flashlight couldn't make that. The boxes do not.
I think I'll take this wolf mask for me. This boar mask seems appropriate for Mosley, if he ever makes it.
The bags do not contain anything that would be useful to Gabriel.
A robe for me. A robe for prosperity.
Gabriel has enough robe. Gabriel cannot see any way to pick that up. This sign has 11 snakes on it. It's locked. This snake is quite a bit larger than one they use in the ritual. Perhaps he's more of a tribal master. A beautiful rendering of the Getty Veve hangs in the hall.
A bathroom.
How human of them.
That doesn't work that.
If I lay down in here,
This sign has 8. It's locked. This sign has 5 snakes on it.
I'm doing the best I can.
Gabriel would not have the first idea how to get anything useful. Gabriel's already left all the... There is nothing to operate. The white board contains what looks like calculus equations.
Who knows what these guys are into?
Gabriel looks at the inbox and sees a black record book.
This record book might be the kind of thing Mosley wanted for the FBI.
Gabriel cannot see any. This is the... Gabriel reads...
Oh, Halsey.
Somewhere there's a... It's a note from Mosley. The book looks like an accountant's record book. The cover is printed with the words Geddy Tribe. The Geddy Tribe record book contains the names and rhododrum codes for tribal members. The Geddy Tribe... There is... The room smells of Malia's perfume. Someone's coming.
Tetelo, come to me. Your daughter requests an audience.
What is it you seek, child?
Tetelo, I beg you again, for my sake, spare Gabriel's life.
Do not protect or mourn that one. He will only betray you.
Gabriel would never betray me.
He will, as Gunter betrayed me. Blinded by the light, he will despise your darkness.
No, I don't believe that. You were betrayed, but Gabriel is different. I cannot serve you any longer. Choose another. I cannot go on.
Ha! So you say, because you are drawn to the light. What you do not know is that the light will never have you. You only corrupt it when you draw near.
I don't believe you. This way, this life is too painful. I must be free of it.
You can never be free. You will see, my daughter. What I've told you is true. You will see.
Wait! I won't go through with it. I won't. I won't.
It's locked. It might not be wise to steal.
Ito muri, passe makuri.
Do you really think that would be wise? That doesn't seem to be...
Better to die than run away. Ito muri. Gabriel Knight, how dare you violate my sanctuary?
Oh, is this your room? I'm so sorry.
You are so dead.
Gabriel is in the outer ring. This sign has 2 snakes on it. Gabriel cannot see a... It's locked. A pit for fire. This table has a trough on top, just like the Snake Mountain stone table. Gabriel shivers. Remember, a pit.
I wonder if that takes gas or propane.
Rather drum. To get a handful for 2 me time.
Okay, I'll give it a shot, but I'm no musician.
A door opens. Dr. John looks like the sort to wield a machete, but Gabriel would rather. This is the last page. The key card has a magnetic strip on the back.
It fits.
Stacks of bills are bound and pressed into neat piles. Gold bullion. Lots of it. Stacks of bills are bound. Gold bullion.
These guys obviously have little confidence in the U.S. government.
The bags contain, no doubt, yet more incredible.
I know it's dirty money, but it's for a good cause. Me. I hate to say it, but I can't carry any more. I will. $1 million or so ought to hold me.
A door opens and shuts in the distance. Dr. John must have returned to his room. More corpses are stored in wall compartments. It looks like a deep freeze in there. A small stainless steel table on wheels provides us. A stainless steel bucket is on the floor. Its contents are better left unsaid.
Ew, I hope those are rubber masks.
Human hearts. So that's what they do with them. But why?
Maybe I shouldn't even ask. They're used for some powerful gris-gris, no doubt. Or maybe that's what Tetelo has for lunch.
Underneath the surgical lamps is a gurney with a body on it.
No one I know. Grace! I found her!
The sound of Radha drums echo through the Houndvoer. The ritual must be about to begin. Gabriel would... Grace is lying still on the bed. Grace doesn't need any more.
Gabriel Knight, what are you doing here?
I was confessing in the church, see, and...
Never mind. Now I can do what I've been wanting to do. Kill you.
Grace! I found her!
The sound of Radha drums echo through the Houndvoer. The ritual must be about to begin.
This talisman is supposed to have some sort of power.
Grace! Wake up! Grace!
What? What's going on? Gabriel, where are we? What's going on?
We're in the Getty Cartel Houndvoer, Grace. The ritual is about to begin. And I'm afraid you're the main course.
Is that what those drums are? I heard them in my sleep. I couldn't wake up.
Yeah, makes you want to dance, don't they?
What are we gonna do now?
A plan, right.
What do you think we should do?
My hero. You know this place and these people better than I do, Gabriel.
Okay. They expect you to be unconscious, so you better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. I'll be with the other ritualists. As for the ritual itself, I'd say Tetelo is our worst problem. I remember from the bayou that she didn't show up until Dr. John blew that drug on Malia's face. If I can prevent him from doing that, we can keep Tetelo out of it, I think.
Well, how are you gonna do that?
I don't know. I'll think of something.
Uh-huh. What if Tetelo does show up?
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't happen. What worries me more is, assuming we can keep Tetelo out of it, who's gonna handle Dr. John once he figures out what we're doing? The talisman defends against magic, but Dr. John is a hell of a lot of sheer flesh and blood.
I don't know. I'll take care of Malia if you can prevent her from being taken over by Tetelo. But I can't handle her and Dr. John. I guess we'll just have to wing it and hope for the best. Too bad we didn't have more help.
All right, but don't hurt Malia, Grace. She's not in this of her own free will.
Yes, Gabriel. But what about you? You can't go out there looking like that. A wolf. How appropriate.
Someone's coming. Grace, get down.
What are you doing here?
Thought this room was empty.
Go to the circle. Now.
Grace!
The sound... There's no time to mess with the...
This...
Great!
What? Gabriel, where are we? What's going on?
We're in the Getty Cartel Hound Four, Grace. The ritual is about to begin. And I'm afraid you're the main course.
Is that what those drums are?
Yeah.
What are we...
Okay, if I...
Well, how we...
I don't know. I'll think of something.
Uh-huh. What if Tetelo does show up?
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't happen. What worries me more is, assuming we can keep Tetelo out of it, who's gonna handle Dr. John once he figures out what we're doing? The talisman defends against magic, but Dr. John is a hell of a lot of sheer flesh and blood.
I guess...
Or...
The talisman... Gabriel cannot take... Gabriel... This is the... Gabriel puts the snake rod under the bench for Mosley. The elevator stops at a room underneath the cathedral. The elevator returns to the cathedral. There is...
A robe. A robe for prosperity. This record...
This is the...
Okay, I'll give it a shot, but I'm no...
A door opens in the distance. There is nothing It's locked.
It fits. I know it's dirty money, but it's for a good cause.
A door opens and it's locked.
Great!
Mostly, you made it. Thank God. I thought I saw you ducking in here. Those goddamn drums started as soon as I got off that elevator thing, and I heard voices from above. I have a feeling the masked voodooies are about to invade.
I found Grace.
I see that. Check her out. Then you and I need to find a way to blend into the woodwork, bud.
This talisman is...
Grace! Wake up!
What? Gabriel!
We're in the Getty cart.
Is that beast?
Right, let's make a plan. What do you want us to do, Gabriel?
You're asking me?
Oh God, we're in trouble.
Well, I realize I'm the professional, but you do know more about what we're up against here.
Okay. Grace, they expect you to be unconscious, so you better fake it. That should put you in a good position when it's time. Mosley, you and I will be with the other ritualists. As for the ritual itself, I'd say Tetelo is our worst problem. I remember from the bayou that she didn't show up until Dr. John blew that drug on Malia's face. If I can prevent him from doing that, we can keep Tetelo out of it, I think.
Well, how are you gonna do...
I don't know. I'll think of something.
Uh-huh. What if Tetelo does show up?
Let's just worry about making sure that doesn't happen.
Okay, so you're gonna prevent this spirit thing from showing up. Fine. I'll take care of the big guy, Dr. John, when the time comes.
And I can handle Malia herself, as long as she is Malia.
Well, keep an eye on her, for her own good. But don't hurt her.
Who? Me?
We'll wait for your signal then.
Fine. But you guys aren't gonna get far looking like that.
Those two are...
Here, it's a disguise.
Gee, a boar. How thoughtful. And what are you, pray tell?
A wolf?
You goddamn wiener.
Those two...
A wolf. How appropriate.
Someone's coming. Grace, get down.
What are you doing here?
Thought this room was empty.
Go to the circle. Now.
is already being written by Tetelo. What? What? You said... Yeah, I know. Great, now what? I don't know. Touches her. Oh, great Buttergreen, take this sacrifice. Do something quick.
Tetelo, stop! Won't let you kill her.
What? You bastard of a bastard! You can't stop me. Watch your friend die.
Uh-oh. The talisman seemed to have little effect on protecting Grace from this distance.
Get her, Dr. John! Kill her! We must have the sacrifice! Get out! All of you! You have killed my chosen one, witch hunter! For that you shall pay! But first, these intruders shall die! Give me the talisman, witch hunter, or your friends will die horribly! Right now!
Sure. Tetelo, you want the talisman? Here, catch.
Ow!
Go on. Get Grace out of here. The talisman will protect you.
What about...
Just go!
You are unarmed now, witch hunter. Approach me and kneel.
Malia, are you there?
She's too powerful.
No! Stop!
Oh, shit!
Go ahead. Destroy her. Destroy me. You are truly your father's son, witch hunter.
Oh, Gabriel, please.
I've got you, Malia.
No. You will betray her, witch hunter.
I won't let you kill her.
Gabriel, you didn't betray me.
I've got you.
It's no good. It has to end with me.
No! Don't let go! Damn it! Don't you let go!
Goodbye, my love.
No!
I think it's over now.
Yes.
I'm sorry about Malia. I know you cared for her. You've changed, you know.
Have I?
Yeah. So, are you gonna do it? Be Schottenjäger?
I'm gonna try. Don't worry, though. You'll be back at school, safe and sound.
I don't have to go back.
Grace, give up your PhD?
There are things in this world, Gabriel. A spiritual path can be more important than a path of the mind.
Spiritual path, huh? Well, you're welcome to stay, Gracie. Just as long as you don't expect me to know what I'm doing.
This is a historical moment, isn't it? 300 years ago, the Ritter talisman was stolen by Tetelo. She used to draw her family to power while your family withered. She helped provoke the slave revolt in Haiti. She's probably the reason for a lot of the flavor and history of New Orleans. Good and bad. Now she's gone and your family is restarting. Yeah, it almost makes you wonder, doesn't it? If it wasn't supposed to happen that way. You know, good coming from evil.
You think too much.
But really, I think the most tragic thing was all those generations of young women, like Maya, trapped by this large overriding personality forced into a life of horror.
Yeah, kind of reminds me of living with you, Grace.
You know when I said you've changed?
Yeah?
I was wrong.
Are you sorry?
Nah.